Help support our coverage with PureVPN, the fast, secure way to protect your connection at home or on the go. Get exclusive savings now at techpodcast.com/PureVPN.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live.
And I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor.
And we are here at CES 2026. If you are regular viewers, you will recognize that things are a little different. This is not our normal setup. We are not in the tower this year. We're not in the Venetian. We're looking at this as a year of reset.
We are a transition year.
Indeed. A lot of weird things have happened. We're going to deal with the elephant in the room. Todd Cochran died a couple of months ago, so he won't be with us.
Well, he's with us, just in spirit. He's watching the show.
So we're dealing with that.
We are.
The way we're dealing with it. And this year, the way we're dealing with it is some change. We're trying some things. We're experimenting with some things. We've talked about doing a smaller round table for years.
Yes.
And we've never had the opportunity to order one.
And this is extra small.
We had one. That one's extra small.
Oh. That one looks like the size of the pizza that I had last night.
I know, right? But they gave us the opportunity to order one, so I jumped on it, right? We're going to try things this year, things we've never tried.
Yep.
We're making some changes. We're in the West Hall instead of the Venetian. It's a little weird. We're not in the tower. There's a couple towers next to us, but we're closer to the floor. I really kind of like the shot down the hall here. I think
that is a nice shot.
The way we ended up in this tower, I think, works. I think this stage is working. And if it works, great. If it doesn't work, fine. We'll try something else next year.
Right. I think this will work.
Yeah. So anyway, we want to hear from you about how the changes are working, right? Because what we like and what you guys like may not be the same thing. And we do this for you, not for us.
That is absolutely correct.
So if there are things that you like, let us know. If there's things you don't like, let us know that. Techpodcasts.com/CES is the best place to go. You can go to the chat right there and interact with us directly. We'll be trying to monitor chat all week. If you have questions about the guests while they're on, we're going to try and monitor the chat. And if you've got a question, we'll try and ask them from the control room. This is supposed to be interactive. We do it live for a reason, right, Don?
Yeah, it's a two-way conversation, so it should be good. In case you're wondering, folks, where is everybody? Well, it's 4 minutes after 10, and the show opens at 10. That's why there's literally nobody here. But within the hour, you'll see behind us a lot of commotion and a lot of people. We're actually on I'm going to name this broadcast row because there's several other people broadcasting from CES. There's a zillion people broadcasting, but where we are, there's, 5-6 booths right in a row. And as Scott mentioned, it's very tight, but that's good. It all works. We have a good signal thanks to Scott, thanks to Todd.
Well, maybe. Could be.
Yeah. I will, right off the bat, thank Scott and his group for amazing work. You have no idea the amount of labor, work, and just hard labor to get this to happen. It's not easy. There's a lot of equipment. There's a lot of things that go around beyond the scenes. And
scheduling.
It's unbelievable, and I'm honored to be here. And
we start about 100 days before the show.
No, I can believe it. I can believe it. And I'm grateful because I come in and basically I just sit down. Everything's hooked up for me, so I thank you. Thank you for that.
We've got some new people on the team this year. Very excited about. And Serge is back. We got Raven, who's new this year. Both of them work in the TV industry. So they're going to break us in a little bit.
Okay.
Raven's going to break us in. He's going to keep us paced within an inch of our lives this year.
Right.
So be prepared for that.
All right.
But we're really excited about this. Like we said, a lot of change, but we're going to go with it.
Let's inform people a little bit about how this works in case you're new to it. Basically, every 15 minutes.
Every 10 minutes.
Oh, it's every 10 minutes this year.
Every 10 minutes.
Every 10 minutes, we will be doing a spanking new interview with literally featuring all the new technology, anything that's cool or going to be cool. It will be right here, and every 10 minutes we flip over. I will be on the air, I believe 3 hours this morning from 10 to 1, and then we switch over to...
I probably myself or Serge.
Okay. So there will be, constant changing of interviews, of course, and also the interviewers will be changing. So that breaks up the monotony a lot, and it gives you
for all of us, including the viewer.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's basically it. And we're ready to bring, I believe, our first guest on, which is Mapbox, and it looks like Peter Sirota.
Yep.
And
only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have Raven mute you for just a minute and have you take your badge off because you're jingling a little bit. But other than that,
we can do that.
Wrong one. There we go. So definitely we want to hear from you. However you want to communicate. Chat is best. We can see that live if you communicate with us through social media. Any of the PLUGHITZ live social media is going to be the best because all that stuff's going to ring right here on my phone. So that's the best way if you want to get to us through Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever. Do it that way. If you happen to be here at the show and you're watching and you have a booth, you have to be an exhibitor, media, or CES partner. If you are interested in being on the show and you have not scheduled, message us or write it in the chat and we will get a link to you.
No family and friends.
Exactly. No industry insiders, no attendees, none of that. Has to be an exhibitor or a partner. So
the way it should be.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to get out of here so we can get the next interview in.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Good
My
luck.
pleasure, always. All right, we are ready to kick off. As I said, our first interview is going to be a company called Mapbox, and it's Peter Sirota, and he is getting mic'd up as we speak, and he will be kicking off our very first interview today at CES 2026. All right, we're miking Peter. Again, the company is called Mapbox, and I was talking to him briefly before we went on air, and pretty fascinating stuff. So welcome, Peter. Thank you for joining us today, and tell us a little bit about the company, maybe a little bit about yourself. How old is the company? What do you do?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you having
our pleasure.
us on. The company is Mapbox. Mapbox is a technology B2B company that provides location platform for developers to build interesting, sophisticated applications.
Okay.
So we are in a lot of applications, even though you might not have heard about Mapbox. But if you're, for example, renting scooters with Lime or Voy, if you're using Ancestry, if you're using T-Mobile, if you're buying, for example, food from DoorDash, all of those companies are using Mapbox.
So you're basically the backbone behind all these things that you think are just easy and you push the button. You're the brains behind it.
Exactly. We're providing these APIs that developers integrate, and location services are available in their applications and their websites and also deeply embedded in their technologies.
So you work with a very large range of companies, obviously.
In fact, we have 45,000 applications that we have location technology
45,000?
Yes.
How long's the company been around?
The company's been around about 10, 11 years.
Okay.
And we've started providing these applications for the this technology for the developers, but then we've ventured into enterprises and now in the automotive. And so now we're actually providing navigation services for brands like Toyota, BMW, Zeekr, and others.
So if I were to go in my car, if we have an Audi, but
next year maybe.
But in theory, I would put on the map, and the maps just appear and away I go. But you're the brains behind that, doing all the mapping, trajectory, waypoints, things of that nature.
Exactly. So we are in the automotive. We are describing what we're showing the map. We're providing search functionality. We integrate deeply with the automotive sensor systems now to provide a better navigation experience.
Okay, that sounds great. Now, give us some specifics, like where would I see your technology today?
So if you buy a BMW, X1 or these types of cars, you'll see our technology right inside the car. If you're buying a Toyota, you will see right inside the vehicle.
Will you see MapQuest come up?
Mapbox.
Or Mapbox, I'm sorry.
That's
I use MapQuest.
I know. MapQuest is all the technology, but inside the cars, we will have a map box map show up.
Oh, great.
You will see our search functionality. You'll see our rendering, and that's a very, very new, different experience.
Now, how do you go about correlating the data? Who actually gets the data, the GPS location, latitude, longitude, whatever else you need there? Do you actually do that?
So we use a GPS antenna, but what we do is we match that location onto the map. So
Satellite?
With well, the GPS location, there's various different algorithms we use in GPS.
Okay.
And sometimes satellites used as well. So you provide this lat long point, but what's really interesting is how do you map that on the map? And then when the GPS is not available, how do you, for example, in a tunnel, you write in a tunnel, and you have to still make sure that the car progresses through the tunnel. The technology is called dead reckoning, and that's the algorithms that use the wheel ticks and other car sensors to be able to identify the car movement, the speed, the angles of the wheels, so we know in deep in tunnels how it works.
So digging in a little deep, and stop me if I get too much in there. I think what I'm driving at, essentially, no pun intended, is it's artificial intelligence that's powering what you're doing, right? And am I incorrect in assuming that this technology gets smarter by the day because you have a long history of data, and you're constantly getting new data? It's all merging, so it's really becoming smarter by the second. Is that
You're
fair?
absolutely right. In fact, the way that we even build the map is all through AI and sensors. So we take massive amount of data. We have 700 million monthly active users, millions of cars on the road, and all those sensors are coming to our platform. They've been processed through using AI, and then we have all those products on the map.
How do you check that? How do you verify that it's accurate?
Yeah, so when you have a large volumes of data, you can actually verify through that data. So for example, one data might get incorrect signal, but if you have massive amount of signal, then that signal is actually
So it's
really
cross-checking itself.
It's cross-checking itself, and it's learning on itself. In fact, not only we get the sensors from the car movement, but we also see camera now, and so the camera detections are happening.
Wow.
So for example, we see road construction, we see accidents.
So it's updating.
And all of that automatically updating on the map. So when you drive and you see accurate traffic, the accurate ETAs, you see all those road closures, all of that is automatically updated on the map through the sensors
And it's
the
accurate.
artificial intelligence. And it is very
And
accurate.
it's verified accurate.
And it's verified accurate.
Isn't that something? That's great.
What is really incredible,
It's scary in a way, but
it's providing the real view of the world bi-minutely inside your vehicles or inside your applications.
so what's on the docket for this year, this 2026? What are you
So
what are
we've
you
been
working on?
iterating and innovating on location technology for a while, but
Right.
what we're really after is a very simple problem. You probably can relate to it. Any consumer can relate to that. How do you never miss a turn? If you look at
You're
any
talking to the right guy.
everybody misses the turn. No matter what application you use today, on the phone, in the car, you miss the turns. You miss the turns because you're not sure what the car is saying.
Exactly.
Maybe the car is a little too late to say it.
Yeah, that's the thing that drives me nuts. I mean, I'm driving, let's say I'm going, the speed limit, 65, and I know I got to turn because I could see the arrow, and all of a sudden I'm past the turn. It says turn right. Like, where were
Shouldn't
you?
have you told me that a mile ago?
Yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, this is not this is not a human fault. It is the system is not giving you the right warning. They're giving you the right information at the right time so you can make the turn. It's not your fault. It's the car's fault. It's the system's fault. We are after solving that problem.
So it's the technology's fault. It's not the car's fault.
Well, it's the technology fault. Exactly. It's a technology's fault when you're driving and the technology is not giving you the right information at the right time.
So how do you go about making the car, the technology telling me 10 seconds earlier, because that's essentially what has to happen, but doesn't it have to do with the variable of the speed that I'm going?
So, well, it depends on the speed. It also depends on which lane you're in. For example, if you're in a fourth lane, a very left lane, and you need to make a right turn across multiple lanes of highway, you have to know that ahead of time. So the technology needs to know where you are through all the sensors available.
How do you do that? How do you ascertain that? Because there's literally a lot of moving parts, as you said.
So at CES, we've announced this year a partnership with BMW where we are actually releasing next year something very, very exciting and interesting. And we call it 3D lane product. which basically enables in the car to visualize your lanes in the highway as you drive, but also visualize your car in a precise lane.
Wow.
And then you have what we call magic carpet that basically funnels you into the right turn. So imagine
in real time.
In real time. We could see it here. Maybe I can show you here.
Yeah.
You have this magic carpet that funnels you into a particular lane as you're making a turn.
Yeah, let's turn that this way there.
So we show it here.
We'll put the camera on the middle one here. There we go.
Oh, perfect. So, so here you see this blue magic carpet that funnels you into the turn as you're making it. So, if you, for example, if you're in a wrong lane, far away, it just basically tells, hey, you gotta go,
and
you gotta go.
That's in real
and
time.
Nudges you in real time.
So if there's two cars and I'm on the far, left-hand lane, and I gotta get all the way over, 4 lanes over to the right-hand lane, and car B is already in the right-hand lane. The technology will know that, hey, this guy's real close, only has to go so much distance, but this guy's way out there. We've got to tell him a couple seconds before. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Wow.
So it depends on where you are.
That's
it depends on
fabulous.
It depends on how many cars around you.
Right.
It depends on how far you're from a turn. All that information is calculated in real time to provide you the precise instruction where to get there.
That's fabulous.
And also, it is designed to work with our 3D buildings that are also in the environment. So you can actually orient yourself in the real world and on the map. So we have 3D structures. For example, we have 3D highway structures. So you know,
boy,
if
you're
you're
really on the edge
under or over. So you have a really good environmental
let me ask
clues.
you, years ago, and I can't remember how many years ago, I was in New York, and of course I had the GPS on. I don't know if Waze was around in those days. Anyway, whatever I was using, it was great until I got to the city. The second I got Manhattan, that thing just shut down. Why? Couldn't get signal because of all the buildings blocking the signal.
Course.
Do you have a way around that, or is there a way around that now?
Yeah, so in fact, GPS does have in the cities with the large buildings, GPS is blocked by those buildings, so you don't know where you're going.
Right.
In fact, and sometimes in some places in the world, you actually even have a GPS jamming situation, so the GPS goes away. So you have to rely on other clues to figure out where to position the car. And that typically is with the camera and other sensors in the vehicle. So we use those sensors to be able to precisely position you, not just on the block or on the road, but in the lane that you're in.
Fabulous.
So that is what is coming to these cars that allows you to build a much more sophisticated system inside your vehicles that is way better than a phone.
This is why I like coming to CES, because I learn a lot of stuff. It's fabulous, to talk to people like you who are on the leading edge of discovering how to do new things and help everybody.
And one other thing I want to add is that with these navigation systems, you also want to talk to it. You don't want to type anything in.
Right.
You want to talk to it. You want to give natural language, sophisticated instructions. Hey, take me to the airport, but I want to drop by the bank and I want to refuel my car. And then that needs to...
Artificial intelligence.
Exactly, and that's another thing that we're working on and providing the cars.
Well, Peter, I can't thank you enough. I'm very excited about your product and what you're doing, and maybe we'll get you on the Gadget Professor way after this is over, and we can talk in depth about the technology. It's pretty fascinating to me, anyway.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Have a good show.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to be removing the microphone from Peter. That is fascinating technology, and that's what's beautiful about CES. You're seeing and learning things that are in process, and some pretty heavy-duty stuff, if you will. And it will be integrated into all the cars, 3, 4, 5 years from now, maybe even sooner. And again, you're going to turn on the GPS system, the navigation system on your car, and you're just going to go. You can talk to it. It will tell you where you got to go. It will show you in 3D what your surrounding buildings are, and even folks like me will be able to get where we're going without missing 15 turns or being late, or both. In my case, it's both. So it's pretty fascinating to see the backbone. And our very first interview, 99.99% integrating AI, artificial intelligence. As I mentioned last year, if you were following the show, there wasn't one person, one company that I interviewed last year that didn't have some form of AI integrated into their product. And you know, people out there are wondering, you know, is this good? Is it bad? Well, it's good and bad. I watch it every day, AI and the technology, what's going on, and it's fascinating. And it's, to me, it's a little scary. I grew up before there were anything like cell phones, right? I mean, cell phone? So I didn't grow up during the horse and buggy age, you know, not that old, but the changes that we're seeing in the technology and the integration of artificial intelligence is really something, and it's enhancing our lives. On the other hand, I will tell you that at least for the things that I use, consumer-oriented, I use ChatGPT numerous times a day. I use Perplexity. You know, I use all of the engines. I use Grok. I use Gemini. And what I've been doing for the last 30 days-ish is I'm trying to find out what's the best engine. And I don't know. I can't answer that. It's like saying, what's the best car? Each engine has a niche that it's going to give you that specific information better than another engine. So interestingly enough, I was using ChatGPT, as I said, every day, and I was using that primarily as my first go-to platform, whatever it is. If I'm buying something, who has the cheapest price? What's the best review on this? What's the positive? What's the negative on the particular item that I'm looking at? All that kind of stuff. Also, I'm using it, I have a lot of camera equipment for the Gadget Professor show and the studio that we operate, and I'm always wondering, will this integrate with that? And I ask it, will this component integrate with that component? And ChatGPT for the longest time was giving me fabulous information with diagrams, which I love. So what I started doing is I started actually using the same query for ChatGPT, whatever that query was. I put that same query into Perplexity, the same one into Gemini, and long story short, I got 3 different answers. Oddly enough, the last month, I can honestly tell you that ChatGPT has been giving me totally incorrect information. I still have a hard time believing it. Just yesterday, I put in a query to Perplexity and to ChatGPT. GPT went first, and I knew the answer was wrong, and I'm figuring, this engine's got to be smarter than me, and I just don't think it's a right answer, but I don't know. I put it into Perplexity, same exact question, and it came back with the right information, precisely the right information, plus it elaborated on it. So I went back to ChatGPT, and I said, why did you give me I said, your answer is totally incorrect. Why did you give me the wrong answer? And it answered me, and it said, it thought for a minute, and it comes back, you were absolutely right. We should have looked at something, and we didn't. The correct answer is, and then it corrected itself. Well, you know, I depend on that, and what I'm realizing is that they're not foolproof, and they're not always 100% accurate in the information that you are getting. So I found that kind of interesting and kind of alarming. So I've had more errors just lately, with the ChatGPT than I have with Perplexity. On the other hand, if I want to create a graphic for the Gadget Professor show or whatever, I want a nice, colorful, cartoonish graphic, Perplexity doesn't really do that well. ChatGPT eats that stuff up. Grok eats that stuff up. So, you know, they're still learning, but, you know, you can't stake your life on it because you don't know what you're going to get. I would imagine over the years it will refine itself, but the algorithms are all different. So you got to keep your eye on it. But when you take a company that's an enterprise company like the one we just interviewed, all right, as he said, they have millions of data points. So as it's learning a new logarithm, it's actually fixing the data that's incorrect because it has multiple checkpoints, multiple dots on the logarithm that's saying, this is wrong, or I got 1% wrong, let's change that, or there's 100%, whatever the percentage is, and it's automatically realizing that it's not accurate, and it will fix itself. So it's like the brain in a way. It is like the brain. It is the brain. It's learning. It's human learning, and they're learning too. Now the thing is, Uh, they're learning faster than the humans. That's just my opinion. I saw yesterday, and I read it twice, and what they were selling now, I think I saw it on the TikTok shop. That's a whole nother discussion for one day, but they were advertising this USB stick. And what happens is you buy the stick, and they claim it's its own AI engine, that you don't need to be on the internet. And I find that hard to believe, but they say you can ask it anything. I don't have one, and I'm not going to get one. But I'm keeping my eye on it. But they say you don't need to be on the internet. It will answer any question. I don't know how it's going to do that because, if I ask it something about Mapbox, I just talked to the CEO. How's that going to know what the CEO knows? Whether if I was on the internet and it's going up to the databases, all of them, and querying all of them, in mini split seconds, the data clearly is going to be more accurate. So we have our next interview here, which is great. It's IntelliEarth, and it's Claudia Masculi. Did I get it right? Okay. All right, we're putting her mic and her headset on so we can hear each other. You good?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. How are
meet
you?
you,
Nice to have you
Claudia.
here. Tell us what your name was. Claudia
Mashuli.
Mashili.
Yes.
Okay, I got it close, but not exactly right. Tell us about IntelliEarth. What do you do?
Yes, IntelliEarth is a startup born from Sapienza University of Rome in 2023. And we do new deep tech technology for accelerating the monitoring inspection of assets like structural health, infrastructure, and also environmental one.
Interesting. Now, how long has the company been around?
We are here in the Venetian Expo from the Italian pavilion to present our innovation and our product, Protego.
Is this your first time in the United States?
Not the first time, but the first time in Vegas for sure.
I'm afraid to ask. How do you like it?
Yeah, it's a very strange place, but it's very interesting.
Okay. And where in Italy are you from?
We are from Rome.
Okay. Well, the Miss Enza here is from Sicily,
Okay.
so you can talk to her in your native language. I can't.
It's a very good place.
So, what are you working on this year? What are your goals for the company?
I am the CEO and one of the co-founder of the company from the very beginning.
Nice.
It was founded during my PhD. So we are coming from academic.
Wow. That's great. So what are your future plans? What are your goals this year? How would I as a consumer know what your company does?
I think that in this opportunity is very insightful and a very good experience for spreading our innovation. And I think this technology can a little bit revolutionize our monitoring process of detailed monitoring and inspection because we based this technology on the power of community and citizen science crowdsourcing collection, so data can be collected from everyone, not just technicians, and they can contribute to safeguard our territory and world. And this is very important in a world that is usually struck by different episodes of also collapsing. We are, unfortunately in Italy, there are a lot of building and structure collapsing every year, so it's a very urgent problem.
Who are some of your clients? Do you have your technology actually integrated in companies at this point?
Yeah, we have some infrastructure operator and asset manager, and for sure we have also opened this technology to all the municipality and public entities that are interested in improving their monitoring process, because this technology lowered the cost a lot from 19% and speed up the process a lot also. So it's something very important to use, I think.
How did you ever think of this? I mean, it's amazing to me.
Yeah, it's something that came from our research in the university because when we work on Earth observation and we were using satellite sensor, a lot of things, but one big problem is the data collection because these technology are super powerful, but they need technician to interpret the data and transform data into information, and also they are usually so expensive and require permission, so it's not useful every time. We had a lot of assets to monitor, but usually this technology are able to monitor just few of those because they are expensive and require a lot of technician work on that. So we started from what we have around, people collecting photos that are every day and in every place. So we think, why not? Why not involve the community in this process?
That's unbelievable, really. Now, you're selected by the Italian government to come here, am I not?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's pretty prestigious. I mean, that's a real honor, and there's so many companies to choose from. That's quite an honor.
Yeah, I know. I'm super grateful for that, and also I am a woman and I am super young, so it's a
That's
double
all good.
honor for
Nothing
me.
wrong with that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, what do you hope to accomplish at CES? I mean, for me, listening to you, you know, like you said, you're a woman, you're young, you're quite intelligent, clearly.
Thank you.
Well, that's obvious, but you know, to come to CES, this is the largest trade show in the world. There's nothing even close to this, and here you are, selected by your government as a representative. What are you trying to accomplish? What do you hope to accomplish when you're here at CES?
Yeah, I hope to accomplish different things. The first one is spread our technology, like making people aware also of the powerful of being part of the process of monitoring the place they live in. And for sure the second one is interacting with possible clients or partnership, and also probably investor, because we are a startup, so we're searching also for that.
So are you actively going around and looking for companies, or do you survey that from the plot plan, the list of companies who you know are going to be here?
Yeah. I also interact a lot with them before.
Sure.
And also a lot of media. So I hope this can be a good show for us, and we are ready to rock everything this day. So
That's just terrific. I'm proud of you. It makes me feel good that we have, you know, young, talented people still in the world that are entrepreneurial and smart. And you know what you're doing is something that will help everybody.
Yeah,
you know, the end result is, it's beautiful. It's really good.
Thank you.
Anything else that you'd like to tell us about the company?
I think one thing I like to share that is the powerful that university can do in this company, because we came from the university, we had professors inside the founders, and we are a young group with professors also that are pretty much involved in the company itself, and so I have to thank everyone that made
Now, what's
this
your
possible.
degree in?
I am a PhD. I was.
I knew it.
I have a master in physics and astrophysics, and then I moved to Earth observation, and I do a PhD
wait. Slow. You have a master's degree in physics.
Yeah, and astrophysics.
And your PhD is in?
Is Earth science with Earth observation technology.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Wow.
A lot of study.
How many years have you been in school? Many.
I don't know, half of my life.
Since you were born. Well, boy, congratulations. I'm very impressed. That's great. I wish you a lot of success here, and I'm very, very impressed, and I hope to see you next year.
Thank you. I hope so.
How many people are in your company?
We are, as founder, we are 5 people with industrial partner, and of course Sapienza, that is our academic partner, but is not part of the founder itself.
Right.
And then we have different collaboration or employee inside the company. In total, we are more or less 12 people.
All right, one more quick trick question for you. What was harder, your master's degree in physics or your PhD? Or are they both easy? She's going to say
No,
they're
no,
both
no.
easy.
They are different difficulty. I think the most difficult thing for me was the bachelor degree because it was something totally different from the high school. So taking that mind is something that you have to have a shift
Right.
from the high school to the university. But then I think they are both difficult, but they gave me a lot of satisfaction and results, so I'm very grateful for everything.
Claudia, I'm beyond impressed. I really have to tell you, I wish you
Thank
all
you.
the success and luck in the world. You deserve it.
Thank you.
And like I said, I hope I see you back here next year, and we'll have another conversation about how much you've accomplished. And I wish you the best. It's very
Thank you.
exciting. I'm very excited for you.
Thank
you so much for being on. I appreciate it a lot. And we're going to keep an eye. I'm going to keep an eye on how you guys are doing.
Yeah, sure. You can check everywhere on our website.
What's your website?
www.intelligent.com, and also we are on LinkedIn, and we are opening our Instagram in a few.
That's
so.
great. A firecracker is here, folks. You want to keep an eye on this young lady and her company. I think there's going to be huge things, not big things, huge. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. It was a
It's
super.
my pleasure. My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
All right. Thank you. You can say hello to Enza in Italian. I don't know. I can't say anything.
Grazie.
All right. Nancy's going to take your mic
Yeah.
and your headset, and good luck with everything.
Thank you again.
Where's your booth at?
We are in the Venetian.
Okay.
And is C07.
I'm going to try to get over there later on and say hello and check your booth out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Let me tell you, you don't often meet young people, men fairly common, women very uncommon. So I could tell you firsthand that she's very, very intelligent and has a good mind and ambition, and I wish them luck. These are the types of companies that excite me so much. They're young, they're motivated, they've got a good heart because what they're doing, what they devoted their lives to, is helping other people. So very, very exciting here. All right, if you could see behind me, I don't know if you can get a shot over there or not, but things are definitely starting to pick up, and it is 20 to 11 here, and the aisles are starting to quasi pick up. It will get to the point where you'll just see a flow, a mass flow of people, and right now in my head it's kind of a little bit ahead of schedule with the audience here. Usually it takes about 2 hours to start seeing a lot of folks here, so that's all good. It was about 42 degrees this morning when we got up, and we had a breakfast, and then we took an Uber over here to the main convention center. We're in West Hall, and that took, it was 2.5 miles, and it took almost a half hour to get here. That's how bad traffic is, and it's only going to get more clogged and worse as the days go by. So a lot of effort to get here and to stage what we're staging, and Tech Podcast Network is very proud of this. Now, today is National Technology Day, and we welcome that audience. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it, and hopefully we will meet your expectations with all of our interviews. And right now, as I'm turning to the left and right, everybody's huddling and talking about this and that. And this year, yours truly has a new gadget. I don't know how well it works. At this point, I'm on the borderline. I'm not sure if it works great and or not. I'm still learning how to use it. Should be pretty straightforward, but what it is it's this this band here, which nothing more than a band, but inside it is a chip, and this is going to take supposedly it's going to take the place of my business card. So rather than walking around and handing everybody my business card, they just merely take their phone and just touch it through NFC, and it will automatically give them my name, rank, serial number, what I do, my biography, all those types of things instantly, and it will become a member of their contacts. So if they ever need to get in touch with me or want an interview or contact the Gadget Professor, just a touch will supposedly push my information onto their phone. Great idea in theory. I had some initial issues, if you will, hooking it up. I think we're okay now. They also make a credit card size device that will do the same thing. And I think they also make a disc now that you could put on your shirt, and that will transfer the information. So I've tested it out twice, and it worked. The first time I tried it, not so much. Took me a little while to get my head around it. So I'll let you know how this technology works. It's kind of interesting. It makes a lot of sense, especially when you're at CES, because you know you might run out of cards. I mean, you only can put so many cards in your briefcase or your pocket, and there's a gazillion and then some booths here to see. CES is so big, you can't see all of it if you wanted to, and that's if you got up every morning at 9 o'clock and stayed till 6 o'clock. It's impossible to see everything. You can't do it. So that said, this type of a device makes a lot of sense. And then you get some people who say, I can't use my phone, I need your card. So we still have the card, so I'm not sure if this is valuable or not yet. We're gonna find out. And you also may be asking, what is this cockamamie thing hanging here? And this is called a Looky L1, brand new technology. I was one of the first people in the country actually to get one. And again, the same thing when I started using it and testing it out, not so good. But a week later, after I started reading up on it and interacting with it, I love this right now, and we'll see what it records. I'll have it on every day when I'm at CES, and if you tune into the Gadget Professor, after CES, I will show you the various cameras that we're using and show you some of the footage that it takes. I have no connection with this company whatsoever. I just think it's a very cool device. I do have some technical concerns with it, but what doesn't have technical concerns? What this does that I think is quite fascinating, of course it uses artificial intelligence, but as you walk through CES, it will automatically record on a predetermined amount that I set, amount of time. So right now, I believe this takes I think it's every 10 minutes, it takes a 5 or 10-second video clip with voice, and it archives it. And you can recall those clips anytime you want via the software integration with the phone. So where the artificial intelligence comes in, and I was leery of it at first, but boy, when I figured it out, wow, I was super impressed. If you check the Gadget Professor show, I don't know, 3 weeks ago I did a quick review of the Loki 1. What it will do is it will take the clips for the day automatically. I don't touch a thing. And the next morning, I'll automatically have a pre-cut, formatted video trailer of the highlights of where I was during that day with sound and music background. It selects its own music, and it puts titles on it. So, for example, I'll have this on all day. Tomorrow, when I get up, I'll have a video of what it thinks was the best of the day. I also have, and the video, the clips are just very high quality. It also does a lot of other things. It has a new feature now where it will actually give you cartoons. These are static, JPEGs, and it will just do a painting or a cartoonish illustration, which are very nice quality, and it will pick emerging. It might show a CES booth. It might show me sitting here in front of the cameras interviewing people. It might show me eating lunch, and it puts it all together and shows you a nice composite, very nicely done. It's called Comic View, I believe, and that's also quite clever. And the other thing that it will do, and I haven't used it much because I don't need it, but while I'm at CES, I will give it a run. This also will answer questions like, what did I have for lunch? And if I had my camera on, it will know what I had. If I say, geez, about 11:30 to 12 o'clock, I was at this booth that had, phone cases. I can't remember the name of the company. I can ask it that, and it will know through artificial intelligence where I was and what time I was there. So all that stuff is kind of cool, and this is the first generation. So it's only going to get better. It's not going to get worse. So I like these kinds of things, and they're fun to use, and I enjoy testing them out. So I'm anxious to see what we get today with me using it all day. And they're light. Don't even know what you have it on. The only thing what we're talking about, that I was talking about, technically, this is a magnet, and right there is the charging station, and on the back, the little dots line up with the charging station, and it magnetically holds this piece in place. The way you charge it is via the back holder, and USB cord goes in there, and it charges it up. They say the battery lasts all day. I don't know if that's indeed the case. I have not had it run out, but I have not worn it for 8 hours. Today will be the first time that I'm actually using it for 8 hours. Now, the thing that bugs me about it is that I have bumped this several times, and this has gone flying. And I can barely hear as it is, and I don't know, it's gone. And I was in Paris airport or London, I don't remember. I was at the airport, and I was putting my coat on, and it bumped this device. And it's on there fairly solid, but I bumped it, didn't know it, and this green camera went flying on the floor. I didn't know it, and I was walking, and thank God this lady tapped me on the back, and of course she said in Italian, "Sir, you've dropped something." I didn't know what she was saying, but we use sign language. Pointed down like that, and I turned around, and there it was on the floor, and I picked it up. It worked fine. But the fact that I can lose this just with the bump is scary to me, and there's got to be something that will either tape or a case that will hold both of them together. I don't know. Again, I'm just testing this out for the first time, and the bottom here will light up if it's recording. I can also make it record instantly by tapping that. You can see the little lights came on here, the yellow lights. That means it's recording. And up on top I have a green light that says it's recording. So it's a fascinating device. They come in 3 colors, green, white, and black. I had ordered the very early model when it first came out. I had ordered black and never got it, never heard from the company. And then, I don't know, about 3 months later I got it. I got an email and it said, your device is on its way, but you have a choice to pick green and get it immediately, or pick black and get it in a few months. So didn't want the green, but I got it, and I'm reading that people are still waiting 2 months later to get their black one. So it doesn't really matter. The device is the device. But the interesting piece of artificial intelligence technology that I am testing out, and we'll see what happens. And I've got a bunch of other things that as we proceed at CES in between interviews I'll be telling you about, so at least they can keep your interest and your motivation to watch. Now, I don't know who's coming up next because there's nothing on my screen. Pardon me? They're not here. We have a no-show. I'll declare it a kind of sort of no-show, and that's okay. All right, let's take a look at some of the technical issues here at CES the first day. We're going to turn around and take a look at the audience. I'll tell you, to me, it's very busy this early in the morning. I remember last several years when we were over in the other showroom floor, we were up high. There was no one here for about 2 hours. I mean, nobody. And then all of a sudden, boom. The first day of CES is very crowded. but the second day, which will be tomorrow, right? Today's the first day, tomorrow's the second day. It will be very crowded tomorrow, I assure you. Now, right now, are we off? Because I don't see any cameras on. I don't see any red light. Ah, there we go. Now I see the red light. I was starting to doubt if I was talking to anybody, but now I see my red light. So we're all good. We're all good. All right. We are sitting here. We are in the West Hall, and this is our first time being in this location, brand new location for us. And as I mentioned, there's several other companies broadcasting from here. There's 1, 2, 3, and I think there's 3 or 2 on the other side. So it's like 5 in a row. We are on the first floor location, so people are literally walking by and seeing the action here. I have 3 cameras in front of me in case you're wondering how this is set up. There are 3 Mevo cameras. I've got one straight ahead. I've got one over here to my, there we go, it's on, and this is the product camera. And we've got a little logo here for TPN, Tech Podcast Network, and when the guests have a product, it's going to go right in this dot here. And we've got an aerial camera up there that's actually on right now, and you're seeing that, so that's good. And then we have a third camera over here, which will directly get where the guests are, and obviously there's no one in the chair because the interview is not here yet. So that's our basic setup. We have 2 lights, one to the left, one directly in front of me, one directly in front of the talent, and that's it. And what really makes this work are the engineers behind the scenes that you can't see. I can't see them either, but they're the ones who keep this going. They're the ones who are streaming it, recording it, switching cameras, and it's quite a task to do that, to be honest with you, especially when you're doing it all day. You've got to be attuned to the second what's going on, otherwise you're not going to see the right camera or see the product. Your microphones might not be on. All that stuff is taken care of by our technical crew back there, so I thank you. I'm not sure who's back there at the moment. Also, I have a what's called a confidence monitor. Not that I need confidence, but directly in front of me, I can actually see what's going live on the camera, and I basically can look at myself. When we have a guest, obviously all 3 cameras will be utilized, and then we get a 360-degree of what's going on. Now, very simple setup. All the sound equipment, all the wires are running through. We have a little back wall here, so it's quite a unique, fast setup, which I like. We've been using this setup for years and really haven't had any problems with these Mevos at all. Now, in speaking here, I do notice that we have the 3 cameras here, A, B, and C, and we have the 1 product camera shooting down. Now, I've also just noticed, and no one told me, but I see we have an audience camera way up there. I wonder if we can turn that on. This will be, see, they're back there. They know what's going on. That came on immediately. Thank you very much. Whoever's back there, I'm going to buy you a drink. You're doing an excellent job. But now you can see what's behind me, and you can see the people trickling in. And as I said, it's not even 11 o'clock here, and it's pretty crowded, which is great. I'm also noticing, and maybe it's because I'm just in this hall, that the booths seem to be just a tad bigger than usual. I'm probably wrong on that, but that's just my guess. So we are. Adam, are you back there? Is it Adam who's operating? Are you operating back there? Who's our tech? Revan. Who? Revan. Okay, he's doing a fabulous job. Tell him that. Tell him I said that in case he can't hear me. All right. As you know, we are here at CES 2026. We are in the West Hall, W1 lane, if you will. If you walk down, you'll come right to our booth. Now, what may not be obvious to you is that everything that's here does not make it to market. In fact, most of the stuff here, a large percentage, well over 50%, never sees the marketplace. The reason people come to CES, well, there's a variety of reasons, but one, it's to meet people. It's synergy, just like the woman who was here before. Her primary goal is to meet people, synergy, connectivity, and to see what companies her technology would align with so that they can work together basically and come up with a new or better product. That goes on all the time. No question about that. The other thing that they're here for, to be blunt, is investors. A lot of investors walk the showroom floor. Why? They're looking for the next best thing. Now, I have somewhere here, I have some sheets. I can get it. I had my orange bag. I had some papers in there. All right, Enzo's going to grab them for me. But I just took some statistics off the internet before I came. Interesting facts about CES. I got to tell you, I was shocked at some of the things I found. Oh, thank you. I have my orange bag here, and this is waterproof, by the way. And in here, I got this, and I'm going to just share some of the things that I found. Fascinating. Let's see here. Did you know that and there's no random way I'm doing this. I'm doing it ultra randomly. Did you know that CES started way back in 1967? The first Consumer Electronics Show ran from June 4th to June 28th in 1967. And it was actually held at the New York Hilton. It wasn't held here at the Convention Center. So it was held at the New York Hilton, 1967, and the Americana hotels in New York City. It was created as a spin-off of the Chicago Music Show. Did you know that? Under the Electronic Industries Association Consumer Product Division. So, yikes. It started off as a music show. And the visionary behind the Consumer Electronics Show is a man named Jack Wayman. He's a legend in the consumer electronics industry and a World War II veteran. Wayman championed the show from its inception and was instrumental in transforming it to the industry's flagship annual event. He believed that the tech industry needed a dedicated platform where manufacturers could showcase their innovations to retailers, media, and influencers. And you know what? He was right. He was absolutely right. So the big move to Las Vegas was actually in 1978. The show moved here to Vegas for a winter show, a pivotal decision that helped transform the city into a tech hub. So the Consumer Electronics Show is by far the biggest trade show in the world, period. And it certainly helped put Vegas on the map for more than just gambling and other types of adventures. We'll just leave that there. The first year that when it came to Vegas was an audience of exhibitors of 100 to 200 people were here, and there were roughly 17,000 attendees. Pretty modest by today's standards. Okay, and we'll get into what the current numbers are. But the first year it was here, between 100 and 200 exhibitors. It won't even fill up this hall that we're in. And now CES fills up every single convention center that's here, and there's several of them. It fills up every grand ballroom. Every hotel room is rented. You cannot get a meeting room in a hotel. They're all taken. There are hundreds and hundreds of companies who cannot afford a booth here, and we'll talk about that later. But what they do is they'll go to a hotel, and rent a suite or a meeting room, and they'll make that into their own showroom, and they'll invite people by invitation only to come to that suite, and they'll have refreshments and things like that. And it's a one-on-one experience, and they're pretty good, especially when you see the volume of people that here. So it's not a bad move to do that. Of course, you don't get the broadband exposure that you're going to get here with thousands and thousands of people walking by, but they will send invitation only to the people that they want to meet, and they know that most companies are here anyway. So it's kind of an interesting move, behind the scenes thing that people don't realize.
All right. So hey, Don.
Yo.
Hey, this is Ravin from the back.
Brad, what's happening? You're doing a great job.
Appreciate that, and so are you. You've been killing it.
Well, we're brothers. What can I say?
So I just wanted to say we are going to actually have to jump into a nice little sponsor spot here. So
okay,
we're going to jump over to that. We're going to mute mics, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Thanks for the heads up. Take it away.
Right, let's do it.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now using promo code QZZ2J.
All right, and we're back.
Okay, if we're back, I got my headset on. All right, I'm ready when you are. So here we are at the Consumer Electronics Show 2026. My name is Don Bain. I am the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live and 100% from CES 2026. We are here in the West Hall. You're going to come in and say hello, Scott? Want me to put the mic up more? I thought you were going to come and visit me. All right. We were talking about some interesting facts about CES. So as I said, the show moved here to Vegas in 1978. And since then, since 78, Las Vegas has hosted, you ready for this? 5 million CES attendees, and the show has generated over $6 billion, with the B, $6 billion in economic impact for the city. So Vegas makes out pretty good. I think the figure is much higher than $6 billion. When you start to add in people going to shows at night and eating at the very elaborate and expensive restaurants here in town, and boy, there are a lot of them, believe me. So today CES is so massive that it virtually involves every major hotel room and convention space in Vegas for the entire week. So it's a big money maker for Vegas, and they do everything they can to accommodate the folks here, and it's pretty interesting how they put this whole thing together. It always amazes me if you ever walk here before the show, even in the morning, there's booths that aren't put together, and we have to open up in like 2 hours, and you're not even close, and sure enough, when 10 o'clock comes, everything's set up, everything looks good, everything is working, and I've noticed that over the years and all the different conventions that I've attended. It always fascinates me, but boy, one day I'm going to make a time-lapse video, get permission to put a camera up in the ceiling here, and just make a hyperlapse or a slow-mo time-lapse video of what goes on here. It's mind-boggling. All right. Let's see if we can find some more interesting things. Now, this is interesting. It's attendance by numbers. And CES 2024, they had 138,000 total participants. Now, how that broke down, there was 4,312 exhibitors spanning roughly 15,000 exhibit booths. 15,000 exhibit booths. Here's the one that's very interesting. There's 5,355 media and content creators, including me, that do the coverage of this. That's a lot. That's a lot of media coverage. Now, some other interesting facts that you might find fascinating, actually. As we said, it was started in 1967 at the Hilton, and let's see. When it moved in 78, it was a winter show, and I guess it's a winter show now. I'm not in love with the dates they pick, first week in January, first weekend. I wish they would pick a different date. People are still cleaning up and celebrating from all the holidays, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and kind of in the middle of it, you're just going to leave. So I'm sure a lot of households aren't too happy with their spouse or whatever leaving for a week, going into Vegas. Of course, they think they're having a good time the whole week when they're here working at a booth. And if you don't think that's hard work, try standing on your feet for 8 hours. It isn't a pleasant experience. It's a lot of work. It really is. All right. So the attendance in 2024 was 138,000-ish. In 2025, it went from 138,000 to 142,000, roughly 2% growth, if you will. In 2017, the 50th anniversary, they had 165 attendees. Now, the demographics always fascinated me. Where do you think the most people on the international front come from? Any guesses? No. China. China had roughly 8,346 people. South Korea is next in line with 15,000. Japan, 6,000. Germany, 3,000. France, 2,500. UK, 1,800. Canada, 3,700. And Mexico, 1,500. So interesting breakdown, and this is 2024, and by far China. Now, the exhibits and media. In 2024, you have 4,312 exhibitors, 15,000 booths. Last year, 39 countries were representative, and the media creators were 5,355. Interesting. Now, here's the coolest thing that I have found for CES. You wonder whatever comes of this, what devices make it, what devices don't, what devices were introduced to the Consumer Electronics Show and made it big time. Any ideas? What was the first device that made it big time and it was introduced the first time ever seen at CES? Any ideas? It was the VCR, the home video recording device. That was the very first thing that made it big time from CES. It was shown here and it hooked up like wildfire. And I have to laugh because, it was tape back in those days, and everybody was buying the little cassettes that you plugged in. And when it first came out, you're probably not old enough to remember this, there was the Betamax, which was Sony, and then there was the little VHS tapes that were not Sony. And boy, they went back and forth for years. And quality-wise, the Betamax, the Sony device, was actually quite significantly better in terms of high quality and recording than the VHS player was. However, the consumer wants the cheaper product, and the VHS way outweighed the sales of the Betamax. And oddly enough, the Betamax was primarily used for production studios. That's what they used. The big studios, of course, use reel-to-reel tape, and probably still do today, although everything's digital today, of course. Okay, the second device, if you will, that came from CES that was introduced was the CD, DVD, Blu-ray players. And they don't go back that far. Everybody remembers having a CD. I'm sure everybody remembers having the DVDs, and of course the Blu-ray players. Now here's the thing. Yeah, so when I was growing up, Uncle Butchie, my uncle, he had the 8-tracks. You remember the 8-tracks? It's like a cartridge like that, and then you shove them in to the car and played your music. You had an 8-track? Yeah? Well, Uncle Butchie had a case of 8-tracks. This is back in the 60s. He had a million Elvis Presley, million of them. Anyway, tons and tons of 8-tracks were sold. You can buy them anywhere. Back in the day, I think they had a store called Caldors. I don't know if you remember that, but they sold them all the time. And then you'd go to the flea markets, okay? So someone gets sick of listening to the Beach Boys 8-track, and then you buy it at the flea market for $1, and they picked it up probably out the garbage can for free. But everybody had 8-tracks, and it got so crazy that the 8-tracks actually made it into home players. So you could buy an 8-track system and hook it up in your home. You'd plug the 8-track in, and it had 2 speakers on it, and volume control, treble, bass, all that stuff. And that was the rave back then. And problem with the 8-tracks is the feed system would always wobble, and more or less they'd break. They would get snarled up. You'd be pulling them out of the cassette player. You'd be trying to open the cassette box up and put the tape back together. They were a pain, and quite frankly, the fidelity was not that good, but we didn't know any better. It was music in your car, and you didn't have to listen to the radio, and they weren't too good either. So that was the big thing that came out of CES. The second big thing was the CD, the DVD, and the Blu-ray. By the way, Uncle Butchie, after the 8-tracks went dead, he had to rebuy that same Elvis collection and Beach Boy collection and Paul Anka. He had to buy the CDs. So he bought the same music again, but this time on CDs. And the 8-tracks, they were in the garbage. They're collector's items. Well, maybe not. I don't know. They're gone. CDs was the rage. And then you bought these little cassette players. They had them in the car. Your new cars had them built right in. Right in they went. And some of the cars still have them if you have an older car, the cassettes. They were the rave. And everybody had cassettes. And after cassettes, you don't, I'm sure no one remembers this, but I do. They had music discs, they were called. And they were little square devices in plastic cases, and they were digital. That was the first time anybody ever heard of digital. Phenomenal format, excellent to record on, great fidelity, and it never made it. I have 3 or 4 of the recorders still at my house, and they just never made it. All right, the next big thing that came out, and this is recently, was the HD TV, the high-def TV. I remember walking here, and everything, in its day was, 1080p was unheard of, and then they came out with the high-def TV, and you saw 1080p. And I remember sitting here distinctly and talking about, you should see these TVs. They're 1080p. Oh, my God. And there were hundreds of them here. Every manufacturer had them. Sony had them, RCA, Motorola, Samsung. I can go on and on and on. LG. I don't even know if LG was around back then. Yeah, they were. But that was the rave, and everybody that I interviewed, 1080p, 1080p. We have a new camera, it's 1080p. New TV set, new monitor, 1080p, 1080p. And that was the big buzzword for probably 2 years, was 1080p, the latest and greatest. Well, after that, about 2 years, maybe 3 years later, we're walking through CES, and I go, what's that? 4K. 4K? Oh my God, it made 1080p look like garbage. Wow, they were the nicest things, and everybody had them. And 4K was the rage. Oddly enough, even to this day, if you have a 4K TV, and most people do now, there's not a lot of things that are transmitted that are broadcast in 8K. Yep, your DVDs and your Blu-rays, no question there. But there's not a lot of stuff coming out in 4K. So those people who buy a 4K television set and don't have Blu-ray or whatever, they're not really taking advantage of the set because, again, not much is broadcast in 4K. And, of course, just recently, last week, and this has been around for a while, I think 2 years ago I was introduced to 8K, and oh my God, I mean, it is unbelievable. So I was in Costco last week, and of course I was looking at the TVs. Oh my God, they had a Sony that was 8K, and by the way, if you're looking for a TV, you do want to get an OLED screen. They are they just blow your eyes out of the socket. The color, the resolution, the definition, incredible. Clarity, you can like touch it. It looks 3D real. Anyway, they had a Sony, they had an LG, and they had a Samsung. And I didn't like the Sony at all. That's just me. And I'm not a big fan of LG for a variety of reasons, but they in some cases make a good product. Some cases they make a bad product. That's just my opinion. But I always had liked the Samsung. And boy, I was looking at that at Costco. They had a 95-inch TV. 95 inches. That won't even fit into the bathroom on a cruise ship. Now, the thing is, if you have the room for a 95-inch TV and you can afford it, unbelievable. just unbelievable. And Samsung, in my opinion, has always made the best or one of the best TVs around. End of story. Well, here's the thing. I took a step back and they had the LG right next to it. And the LG definitely caught my eye. And the more I looked at it and the more I looked at it, and I'm looking at the, the LG, and then I'm looking over at the Samsung, I must tell you, the LG, in my opinion, had a better picture. It was brighter, it was crisper, and I was blown away by it. Very, very nice. So can't discount LG anymore. Man. Okay, next thing that came out after the HD TVs, which made it huge big time, were the tablet computers. Remember the Chromebooks? Everybody had a Chromebook. Why? Because they were very cheap and they got you on the internet and they do the basic things that people wanted to do. The Chromebooks did internet surfing, right? You can has a browser on it. You can search the internet, no problem. You can also do email, no problem on it. You can also do word processing, and don't forget Microsoft Office, which gave you PowerPoint, Excel, Word, and a database in it. Nice stuff, and PowerPoint, of course. So they were the rave, and then they just weren't beefy enough at that time, nor was there a lot of software that you can employ on these small computers. So they went to the next big stage, which we know today as the, the big laptops, if you will. Okay, after tablets, and this is about 5 years ago, I would say, the smart home ecosystems came on the market. And they're everywhere, and there are probably 15, 20 companies just on this floor alone that have those. And we'll talk a little bit more about the ecosystem devices. They're quite interesting, and I have several different ones in my house, which we'll talk about. And also in our studio, we have 4 or 5 different devices that are ecosystems. So we'll talk about that in a minute. And right now we have Naji Logic coming up, and we have Sandeep Ara. He's almost here. He's here, but he's almost ready. We're going to microphone him up and put his headset on, and then we'll, I don't know what they do, but we're going to find out very quickly. Hello. Don Bain, nice to meet you. All right, we're miking him up as we speak. All right. Your name is Sandeep Arya.
Sandeep Arya.
Very good. And Naki Logic?
Naki Logic.
Naki Logic. I have no idea. What do you guys do?
Well, we make the neural earbuds,
Okay.
which basically let you control any devices around you, such
Okay.
as computer, mobile phone, wheelchair, drones, robotic arms, all without touching it, without speaking to it, without looking at a camera, or without even a screen.
What kind of device is it?
It is a neural earbud.
It's an earbud.
It's a normal earbud. With
It's a normal earbud.
Exactly.
How does this possibly work?
The earbud comes with the biosensors.
Okay.
And when you put it in, the biosensor pick up your signals, such as micro gestures.
It's going to know the signal that the remote control's on for the TV set and discern what that's on opposed to the stereo?
No, when I say signals, it's basically your micro gestures, such as your smile, your jaw clenches, your eye blinks, your head movements,
Okay.
and convert those data into intentions that what you're trying to do.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me I can look at the TV and it will turn on
Yes, you can do that
without a command?
without a command, without
Come
speaking to
on,
it.
come on.
Oh, yeah,
Does
that's
this
what
wait a minute? Does this exist now?
it does exist, and you are welcome to have a live demo.
I want a line demo.
Of course, we have the live demo. And
Where
we-
are your
that's the reason why we got the best of innovation this year. So,
I can believe it. Where's your booth?
yeah, our booth is here in Digital Health.
Okay.
So I can share the more
So
details.
are you going to give me an interview if I go over there and tape this?
Of course.
Tell me more. I'm fascinated by this. This is so cool.
Yeah, so Naki Logics is basically originated from the fact that somebody quadriplegic was telling his friend, Dave Siegel, who is the inventor of the technology, that you are my last stop before I consider the brain implant. And so he has
Wow.
been doing the research on the brain-computer interface for quite some time. So Dave dropped everything to help his quadriplegic friend because he can't move below neck. and he created this device or invented this device. Now it is backed by 29 issued patents worldwide.
Oh my
And
God, really? I'm blown away by it.
well,
So give me some more applications of it. This is something that exists right now that someone could purchase.
no, someone cannot purchase it right now. We are already working with the partners.
Okay.
And so the applications are being developed. And for consumer, we are planning to go live this year.
This year? Really?
Mhm.
That is just fast. Tell me more things that it will do.
Well, it all started with the accessibility because Dave wanted to help his friend.
Sure.
And
It's like Stephen Hawkins, basically.
pretty much. And then
Wow.
where it evolved into is that, oh, it can be a third arm for you and I. So, for example, anybody with the gloves on cannot access their devices. So how do they do that? You are running or you are biking, but you get a phone call. How do you pick up your call? Or how do you change the music track? Or if you sit down to watch a TV and you're unable to find the TV remote, how do you turn it on? All of those, basically. So it's a third arm for normal users.
And there's no audio interface.
Well, there is an audio input to the earbud because it's a normal earbud. So
Yes.
the reason why Naki got the Best of Innovation 2026 at CES is because of its invisible user interface. When I say invisible, it's something that you cannot see, but it's there. So, for
Wow,
example,
wow.
when you say, hey Siri, hey Google, you basically, let's say, do a double jaw lunges. It says Naki invisible user interface activated. So it's there, and pretty much like a Rubik's Cube, it's in front of you, and left, right, up, down can be each of the cells, which can be your computer, mobile phone.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Can I query this? Can I, like Meta or ChatGPT, can I query?
You can do that right now. I mean, oh yeah, so going to that point, yes. So eventually this will be the interface to control your AI in a discrete way, without typing, without speaking.
This is something I'm hearing and I can't believe it. I mean,
Well-
it's unbelievable.
Well, you have to see it to make it believe, right? So when people hear it first time, they say, "What? Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, that's what
But-
I'm saying.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised. But you are
Wow.
welcome to look at it. Yeah.
Isn't that something?
hmm
So I can actually talk to it and it will answer
You
me.
don't have to talk to it. It's a voice free.
How does it know?
Because it knows your intention. So when it's your subtle micro gestures, right? So when you're moving left, right, up, down, or you're doing a jaw crunches or eye blinks, it knows what you mean by that, right?
Okay, but in terms of querying, like, what's the capital of Arizona?
Well,
Can I ask it a question?
yeah, so you're not necessarily directly pinging into that,
Right.
What it is doing is it's inferring the information. So for example, regarding the chat GPT you just asked, for example, we are having this call and right now you would be after this meeting say that I never heard of these guys. You have certain expression. The earbud or the AI interface would pick it up and say that, Don, you look amazed. What happened in the last meeting? It starts the conversation with you. Then you can do that. But that's where eventually we want to be. Right now we are doing the device control. We are focused on the device control. So hands-free device control, if anybody is in a wheelchair, cannot move their hands, how can they still drive around? How can they still control the television?
Let me
or
tell
pick
you,
up a
I've been
call?
doing this for, almost 25 years, maybe more.
Mhm.
And I have interviewed hundreds of thousands of people. This is the most exciting thing I've ever heard in my lifetime dealing with new product.
Well, it's an
It's
honor for us.
unbelievable.
Well, it's an honor for me that someone like you
I mean,
is
I
saying
have
that.
seen, I can't tell you, hundreds of thousands of things over 25 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're welcome, and
Oh,
we
I'm
are happy.
definitely going to be
Yeah.
there for sure.
Of
Now,
course.
let me ask you this. I'm assuming, can it be eventually a hearing aid type of device? So people who are hard of hearing or deaf, you have the earbuds in. Can they also, at some point in time, accommodate that? That should be easy.
Yeah, so at this moment, of course, we are taking a normal earbud and turning them into the neural earbud for the device control.
Right.
The next stage is nothing but you can add on to the functionality such
That's
as
what I'm
hearing aid.
saying.
So
That's
it's
an
very
easy next step.
It's a very much easy next step. You're right.
Wow. What about translation?
Well, all these applications, right, they all can be built on top of it. We are open for developers and partners to work with us. And
So the technology's there. It's just a
Yeah.
matter of the app, the functionality of what app you want.
Exactly.
So do you anticipate at some point in time that the consumer can buy these and order what they want? Like I want translation in it. I want Chat GPT.
Yeah.
These are the several things that I want.
You're right. I mean, eventually it would be more like a Dell configuration model. Like I want this much hard disk, I want that, I want that. You can do that, and that's where the subscription would come in, right? That you can subscribe to things that you would like to see, or if you like to not to have them, right? So that it can change.
I'm blown away by it. I mean, what a phenomenal idea! And the thing that I love about it, it was invented out of a need to help someone with a disability.
Pretty much.
It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah.
And we just had a person prior to you who same thing. They developed a technology based on someone who had a disability, and they brought it to market. And those things just make me feel so good.
And imagine these things then go into the solve the real need, and then you figure out there are so many applications. I just give you an example. I mean, I have a 19-year-old boy and 13-year-old daughter. Boy is gone to college. So to impress my wife and my daughter, I do cooking on Sundays, right? And I'm really bad cook.
Hey, you know what? Well, if you're a bad cook, forget it. I was going to say I'm really a good eater, but go ahead.
So Indian cuisine is very complicated, right?
I know.
And so when I'm watching the YouTube short, before I can do the step one, the short is over. Now with my earbud, with a blink of an eye, I can pause it.
Get out of here, really?
That's what I do. So anybody can use it. Your hands are busy. This is your third arm.
As soon as I get done here, I'm headed to your booth.
You are more than welcome, sir.
All right. Unfortunately, I'm getting the one. I could spend the day interviewing you.
Oh, it has happened with me before. So
Fascinating.
Thank you.
Where can people find out more information?
well, they can come to nakilogics.com.
Okay.
And they can read a lot about it. We are one of the Times Best Inventions earlier, an
Oh,
Edison
yeah.
Award winner, gold winner.
Is
And
there a place where they can query and ask you things, or?
yeah, they can come to our website. They can definitely do it there.
Okay.
And we have a booth here.
Right.
It's 53432K.
Okay.
It's in the digital health area.
Okay.
In
Did you leave your card with
I
you?
will. I will do that. I will do that.
Will you come back in the Gadget Professor show after this is all done? Like
Of
a couple
course.
months. You will?
Of course.
I'm blown away.
You are more than welcome, sir.
I
Thank
can't
you.
thank you enough. I'm fascinated by it.
Thank you. Thank you for the
It
opportunity.
is so great. What a cool thing.
Thank you.
It's the future, man. It's here.
It's here. Future is here.
One quick question before they yell at me. Is someone actually using this now?
We have people who have been using it. Just a month ago, I was in Minnesota, where a quadriplegic who is an expert in CAD/CAM met with an accident 6 years ago and has been in the bed. For the first time in 5 years, he used the computer. And now
Oh
he has
my
a hope
God.
to go back to the workforce because he can control the CAD/CAM with the earbud.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What a beautiful thing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure
I
is all mine.
appreciate it. Thank you. Pleasure's mine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you on
much.
behalf of Naki team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, folks, there you have it. I got to tell you, wow. What can you say? I mean, what a phenomenal, fascinating device which incorporates pretty much everything that we've talked about regarding artificial intelligence. And could you imagine putting an earbud in your ear and looking at the TV and it knows you want it to turn on? I mean, oh my God. And that's just scratching the surface. It's just. Okay, Dave. Hi. Unbelievable. It's just, as I said, I've been doing this for well over 25 years. I don't even know what to say. What a fabulous product. And I will check it out at the booth, and I'll record the interview, and we'll check that out on the Gadget Professor show. Hello. All right. Our next guest is John Gould, and the company is called FLIR, F-L-I-R. John, hi, I'm Don Bain.
Don, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure is all mine. Tell us about FLIR. This is Mr. John Gould.
Yeah, so FLIR, it's actually an acronym, but we're forward-looking infrared, and proud to be celebrating our 60th year as a business, which, for those who know, only about 3% of the companies in the world actually make it to that kind of a milestone. So We're excited to be here,
Yeah.
showcasing some new products, some new innovation that we have, and excited to meet you and talk to you today.
I'm thrilled to have you. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, so this is our new thermal camera that we just launched here recently, and what makes this camera special is that it is now operating on an Android operating system.
We're just going to put your mic a little closer.
All right,
There you go.
we go.
There
Very
you
good.
go. That's better.
So Android operating system, why does that matter? What we really focus on at FLIR, particularly on the instrumentation side of our business, is solving problems for customers. And a lot of the customers that we work with on these particular applications are in the industrial space, doing electrical.
Well, Android is, there's Snapdragon and all that stuff. I mean,
Yep.
that's nothing to sneeze at.
No, and the biggest thing with the Android operating system is, and FLIR has always maintained a very open ecosystem mindset. So what we're allowing this platform to do is for people to build their own apps. So based on the rules they need, the inspections they need to perform, they can actually build their own apps, deploy on the camera, and really help with that workflow process. So that's the first piece of this, which is really the value that we're bringing through the app development component. Secondarily is LTE capability. So now these thermal cameras actually have cellular connectivity. And as we know, everything is now cloud-based, so systems, data needs to be transferred. I'm doing inspections in the field. I need to get that data back to where people are going to interpret it, analyze that data. It can all be done now through the cellular network, which is really one of its kind. There's no one else out there doing it quite like that. The last part is we are in the industrial space, maintenance, operations. We have an aging workforce. We have a lot of young people not entering into the trades, but those that do, we're calling those people the iPad generation.
That's a great idea.
You know? And we want to make sure that the tool works with things that they're familiar with and they know how to use and do.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, and everyone's talking about AI today, right?
Yeah,
and,
they are.
So we built an onboard app. It's called Irma, and it lets you ask questions about what you're doing. One of the questions I asked here is,
Let's put this right here so we can pick that up on that camera there.
we'll go this way.
Okay.
Get you a little better. Oh, sorry.
Well, that's okay.
Messing stuff up for you.
We got these at Walgreens. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
There you go. So it's interactive, much like a generative AI, which allows you to ask questions just to help that thermographer who may not be skilled. What settings do I need to change? What things do I need to do
Right.
to make that work? So that's really something that allows us to differentiate even further. That onboard AI that allows you to ask those questions. Get
Will
better
this
insights.
also give you the thermal photograph?
Oh yeah, we're going to show you that next year. So we'll go back to our screen.
Actually, can you tell our audience a little bit, why would someone want a thermal camera? Like, many people aren't familiar with it. Many
Sure,
people are, but
yeah.
it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, so this particular model is our new one, but we have cameras ranging all the way from a homeowner type consumer all the way to high-level industrial.
Oh, I'm sure.
And on the homeowner side, right, we have our FLIR Edge series. iPhone
And they
attachment.
provide critical information that you
Absolutely.
can't get any other way. And it's
No.
it's accurate. What you
Yeah.
see is what you get.
So folks that are worried about things like we have energy issues in the world today. So making sure your home is
Right. Heat
properly
loss.
insulated.
Sure.
You have a water leak somewhere, you're not quite sure where to find where it is. Well, the camera can actually see those temperature differences in your
Right.
walls and provide that guidance.
Boy, what a handy thing that is, huh?
Absolutely. And even myself, recently I had a work done on my boiler system. The gentleman was wrapping up, and I went around and felt the baseboard. I said, hey, wait a minute, this is
No
not
kidding.
warming up. Went downstairs with my thermal camera, put it right on the
Oh, my
on
God.
the motor, and the motor had failed. And the guy's like, I had no idea. And this is a professional that's supposed to be servicing my equipment. So as a homeowner myself, I validated, saved a trip back, solved the problem right
Wow.
away. And a lot of value for that.
Can you pull up a thermal screen so we
Yeah,
can get a
sure.
gander at that?
So there's the camera here.
Let's see. We got to get it that way. Okay, I can hold it and you can manipulate it. Maybe. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so your hand's kind of right in front of that. So you want to move
Sorry.
the hand away, you can kind of
there
get a
you go.
little
You
bit of
got it. That's it.
a little bit of view of the world, and that's really just going to show you the temperature differences that are out there. In this application with a big crowd,
Right.
not quite as germane to the use case that we're using
Absolutely.
it for, but that's really where the technology helps those people identify.
So
those
the
things.
color differentiations show heat,
Yeah.
cold, whatever the case may be, and that's what you're actually seeing.
Yes.
So you could see the ceiling is apparently warmer than.
It's actually
The flo-
colder than
colder?
the floor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you see some of the
I
different spots that are on there. I'm trying to see myself where we're looking at.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah, so that darker. So we go over to your face there, right? Show you that.
I'm warm.
You are warm. Actually, this technology was used a lot during COVID for elevated temperature screening. So a lot of businesses
really?
would
Airports?
set a camera up, you're up right in front, and you walk up to the screen, and it would scan your face. And if you had an elevated
It's a fascinating
temperature,
technology.
it really is, yeah. And with this, so on the screen, what you're kind of seeing there with the visual and the color differences is that the cameras are actually, every single pixel is taking an absolute temperature measurement. So they're 640 by 480 resolution on the screen. Every single pixel has a temperature. And what the coloring is doing is it's saying based on those ranges of temperatures, you're going to color the screen.
How accurate is it?
It's down to 2 degrees Celsius plus or minus. And these things will actually go up to 550 C temperature measurements, so over 1,000 degrees, and really a lot of different applications. Like I said, the temperature ranges are important based on kind of what you're targeting, what you're looking at.
But the data printout, if you will, would be more accurate than your eyeball looking at it.
Oh, without question, yeah. And like I said, we've been doing this for 60 years, and the technology has come a very long way now to the point where this type of screen or resolution would require what's called a cooled thermal camera. Actually, to cool the detector down because it's working so hard to actually measure the radiation. And that's all that was really measuring, the heat radiation from objects that it's detecting. Now we can actually fit it in your pocket. Much like a terabyte of storage, you used to have to carry it in with a briefcase or even roll it in on a pallet.
Right.
Now you can put it in your pocket. So much like that. We've just taken that technology, reduced it down, and then put it in a form factor, added the functionality that today's users need, and it allows folks to really have a powerful tool in their hand. The fact that it can run all these apps, we can actually do things that, you know, might have taken 2 or 3 tools worth of a tablet, a different sensor. And
well, you've developed it all. You've been in business for 60-some years. I mean, you're really the key mover and motivator in this. I mean, clearly.
Yeah, and our application technology is used across the board. So from firefighting, we sell cameras to firefighters to help find people.
Boy, how handy is that?
It saved many lives.
So wait, let's go back.
Yeah.
You can actually see a person who's trapped in a house.
Yeah, so when you're in the house, the firefighters will actually have a camera with them. Not this one. We have one designed for high temperature environments. They can locate where a person may be under the smoky conditions because the thermal can see through the smoke. It can detect the heat through smoke.
Something?
Yeah,
I mean,
find out where the hot spots are in the walls so we know where to fight the fires. Our first responders, our police, law enforcement. We have a monocular style camera where they can do search and rescue. They can find people in the woods. A lot of great stories about people being saved just because we have the ability to find them in the dark while their heat.
What's the range of that? Like, how far can it see?
So it all depends on the detector, the style of camera, but for the application there for law enforcement, we have 3 different models, one 500 meters, one 1,000, one 1,500 meters. So you can see some great distances across open landscapes.
Boy,
yeah, really offers a lot.
What about planes?
So on planes themselves? Yeah, so a lot of our cores and detector technology, so FLIR as a business, we have 3 separate kind of units. We're our OEM division, which makes a lot of our cores and components and detectors. We have our defense business, which obviously speaks for itself, and then our FLIR industrial division, which focuses on the handheld side. So on planes, absolutely. Helicopters, search and rescue, those applications, those are different pan, tilt, zoom style cameras that combine visual, thermal.
Satellites?
We're actually on a couple satellites. Yeah, we actually have sensors.
Boy, I could see some uses for that.
Yeah, one of the satellites that went out, I don't know how many years ago it was now. We have, of the 18 sensors that are on that satellite, we have 3. 3 of our own thermal. And thermal really in space exploration is actually a very, very powerful tool.
Oh, I can only imagine. Yeah.
If you think about it, right, the sun, what we feel, that is radiation, that's heat. And being able to actually have
measuring
range.
all that and the variations, the sunspot, the whole bit.
Yeah. So it's a really, I could talk about this all day. I know we
Yeah,
have
me
a
too.
very short period of time
I'm getting
to do
a wind-up signal now, but it's
Yeah.
fascinating. Fascinating. Where can people find out more information about your company?
Just going to FLIR.com, FLIR.com. It covers all the use cases, applications, how you'd want to use the camera, and it's definitely technology that I really feel like everyone should have in their hands.
Now, do you have a variety of these instruments at your booth?
We do, yeah. If you wanted to stop by our booth,
do.
we're
Where's your
over
booth?
in 9037 on the North Hall.
Okay.
A lot of different styles of camera we have over there. We have some cameras overlooking the crowd, looking down a big screen.
Okay.
And then a lot more detail on this new camera. We have some interactive displays.
All right, great. Well, hopefully I'll get a chance. You're going to be there? I can do a quick interview.
Absolutely. I'll give you the full rundown.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Absolutely.
John, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
good
thanks
stuff.
So much. Great.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Does a lot of good, boys.
Yes. Great.
You know, I mean, saves lives.
That's our motto, saving lives and livelihoods. That's what we do.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
coming on board. I appreciate it a lot. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good show.
Thanks.
Well, there you go again, folks. It's just amazing what you see. I'm so lucky because I get here and I meet these people and I see like things they're bringing to the industry, to the world, and it's all good. I mean, you know, you don't think much of that device, but let me tell you, God forbid you're in a fire or someone, you know, anybody stuck in a fire, and fireman goes in, can't see smoke. I mean, they got to protect their own lives, and then you have one of these cameras, and all of a sudden they can see, you know, detect a human. Wow, it's amazing. He skirted over the defense portion of his country, of his company, and clearly, I'm sure it's used for defense. I mean, you can just imagine all the different ways that can be used. You know, one of the things that comes to mind is on a satellite. You know, the heat detection, the thermal detection, if you will be able to detect buildup of tanks or troops or whatever, and you know, it's absolutely verified on that with that technology. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'm sure a lot of these things you can't speak about, but I'm sure that the technology would allow you to actually not only see if there were tanks built up or airplanes, aircraft, whatever it may be, but they can actually define the temperature of the, let's say, a plane, and know that the tail is made out of this stuff, and it's going to be a little bit lighter Celsius, and whereas the front of the plane, because it has whatever in it, is going to be a different temperature. And when they look at that to the eyeball, you can kind of sort of see where the hot spots are and identify what they are. But to get down, to drill down, as I mentioned in the interview, that he actually can see the numbers of those colors, if you will, and that locks it in. It tells you exactly what it is, and that's a very, very cool thing. Again, he has a variety of different devices, and they probably make a device for whatever it is you need, and if they don't have it, they can probably build it. So, you know, CES just opens up your brain, your mind, your imagination to what can be. And I still go back, and I'm still thinking about the gentleman who was here before. I mean, man, I can't wait to see those earbuds. I hope they have the buds actually there. And I'm gonna take them out, and I'm gonna look at a bank, and it will know what I'm thinking. And anyway, we'll see what happens with that. Not a good idea? What can I say? All right, it is a time check here. It's 11:44 in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are the Tech Podcast Network. I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and we're coming to you live in color from the West Wing. We are on W1. Oh, look at that. Wow, I even get my own lower thirds. This is a class act here. It really is. So let's take a look at our sky camera right now, and we'll see if this is filling in or not. Here we go. Well, it's hard to tell looking at that camera, but there are definitely folks here, and you know, every half hour or so, I always like to take a glance to see what's behind me. But there are definitely people here, and you know, one of the things you got to understand is CES is everywhere, and you know, it fills up the entire convention center. It fills up every convention center, and there are several of them here. They're full. You can't even get a booth if you wanted to for any amount of money. It is full. So there's so many people here that it takes a while to fill up the halls, because some people are going in this direction, some people are going in that. So as the day filters on, the audience, if you will, the people, the exhibitors will have more people watching what they're doing, and the attendees will pack the place for sure. Now, I keep hearing something falling loudly, and I looked around, then I realized it's my next door neighbor here that's dropping this stuff, not me. Oh, it's that side? Yeah? I can never discern. You guys know about my hearing, so you know, what can I say? All right, our next interview is not here at the moment, so I think what I'll do is we will talk a little bit about what I brought in my bag. I do have it. Hold on here. All right. As you know, I'm called the Gadget Professor, so I bring my orange bag here. The reason I bring the orange bag is because I have it. As I said, this is waterproof, and I love this bag. On the side here, I've got a charger, and if I want to plug my headphones in, whenever you're getting the bag, you want to do this. It's definitely waterproof. It's got a lot of pockets inside of it, blah, blah, blah. But I do like this side pocket here, and let's see what we got in here. All right. This is the first gadget that I have here. I haven't turned it on at CES yet. This was a CES innovation. This device is it's made by GlowCal. You can see there. I have a little sticker on there because this form factor looks like a million things these days. But this is a wireless internet transmitter, and what I can do with this anywhere in the world, I basically can turn this on. Hopefully it will turn on. I don't plan these demos here, but it's great when no one shows up for whatever reason. They cancel. People are busy. But this device is something that I carry with me at CES because sometimes I don't have connectivity and I really need to be connected. So you're turning this on, and the screen's going to twirl around, and eventually it's going to log on. There we go. So it logged on. And right now it's connecting to a satellite. I have no idea which one. And it's registering it. And right now it says I'm getting high-speed connectivity. And it's registering. It shows, you can't see this, but it's showing me that the battery is fully charged and gives me some basic information about what I need to know, that it's connected, that it's high-speed, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to set this down because it takes a minute or two to actually make the handshake and the connection to allow this to connect to a satellite and give me wireless internet. So there we go. It's operating. It says ready for service. Now, what I do, this is on. I could put this back in my pocket or anywhere for that matter. And this is its own signal. So I will go on to my phone. Okay, I happen to have an iPhone, but whatever phone you have, Android, it doesn't matter. And you're going to go into Wi-Fi. And let's say you're connecting to the 5G network and you can't get it for whatever reason. And inside these halls here, one minute you have internet on your phone, the next minute you don't, and there's not much you can do about it. This does help. So I turn this on, and it will pick up signal. Right now I'm on the 4G network. I've got 5 bars on my phone. I doubt I have 5 bars. Let's just check it. 4 bars. So it's picking up one more bar. But the point of this is I can connect 15 devices up to this, off this one device. And essentially what you'll do is you'll go into Wi-Fi and you'll look for, I think this is called GlowCal or whatever. You'll know it. It actually puts out the signal. I connect my phone or my tablet, whatever I want, to the device, and I have internet. Very handy. I've actually brought this on ships, cruise ships, where internet is insanely expensive, and because I'm in the middle of the ocean, the antennas, the 5G network is hard to connect to, impossible to connect to in the middle of the ocean, and there have been times where this hits a satellite and I'm able to pick up internet. Touch and go, but in here, this is rock solid, and I can't tell you how many times I've used this, or when the signal is kind of weak on the phone, and I'm trying to stream something, and I'm trying to do the email, and all that stuff. It just doesn't have the bandwidth because I'm inside one, and there's a bazillion people in here all sucking up the bandwidth. I'll use this device, which not too many people have, and it gives me a much better signal. So that's one of the gadgets that I include in my Felix bags of tricks. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, I have some spare batteries, and these are for the Action 5 camera. And I always carry spare batteries with me. Never go anywhere without them. These particular batteries, the Action 6 is a brand new camera. I haven't even used it yet, but I will here at CES. We'll look at that in a minute. And then the last thing I have in that little side pocket, and this is real experimental on my part, but I do have the DJI Go Ultra camera with me. I'll show you that in a second, but this is a headpiece, like a strap, and you'll see it when I show it to you. It's a real nice camera, but what I find is when I take it out of the pod, it comes in a pod, and that's what powers it. When you pull the camera out alone and are using it, it runs out of power quickly because this takes interval videography, if you will. So I can set this camera for, I don't know, every 15 seconds it will shoot a 10-second video all day long, but you don't get all day because it runs out of battery. So I have configured this device. I don't know how practical it's going to be. I'm going to try it out after we get done with the interviews and see if my my thing worked here, and I'll show you more on that a little later on. But when I come here, I do bring a lot of the new gadgets, if you will, that I collected over the year, and I test them out here because there's no better place to test out a camera, a video camera, or whatever than CES. That's just the way it is, because you're in all kinds of crazy environments. You're doing interviews, you're doing photography, you're doing demonstrations of gadgets and gizmos and different types of equipment. So I have a variety of cameras with me. This time around, this week, I will be testing out. Actually, I'm testing out this Loki L1 device, which I have used for about a month now, and I'm really starting to like this device. Really cool. Actually, I'm going to turn this on. There we go. So I'm actually recording now. You don't know that, but this thing is recording a 2-minute clip. That's what I have it set to when I manually click it. Other than that, if I don't click it to record, it will automatically record by itself on an interval timer, and I think it's every 15 minutes it will record a 10-second video, and then it will edit them all together for me. So I really like this. The quality's good, and it kind of gives you a point of view look as if you had your glasses on. It's an interesting device. The other device that we'll be checking out, and I've only turned it on and upgraded the firmware. I haven't shot anything on it yet. Is the can't remember if it's DJI or Insta360. Action 5, I think it's DJI. I have the Action 5, and I just got the Action 6 literally this week. So again, I've turned it on, I've upgraded the firmware, and I will definitely be walking around using the Action 6 and see how that looks in terms of video quality, audio quality, photography, all those things. I might even try a couple hyperlapses with it or time lapses, and hopefully it will give us good results. I'm anticipating excellent results with it, and the thing that's nice about the Action 6 is that you record once and it automatically, depending upon what you want, will deliver horizontal, vertical format, or square format. You decide what you want, all from one recording because of the way the sensor is designed. So that's pretty good, and hopefully it will be good when I test it out. So the other thing that I do have with me, as I mentioned, is that Insta360 Go Ultra camera. That's a real camera killer. I like it a lot. I'm having extreme problems with the mounting of the camera itself on that little pod device that I just showed you. It does not hold a charge for very long. I'm getting the signal that our next interview person is here, and I'm excited about that. Let's see. It's Electra Vehicles. Kind of guess what that is. And it's Genovia Rossi. So we will, pardon me? I can't see. I've been corrected. It's Giovanni. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Enza. Giovanni's getting ready to come on board. Enzo, I can't hear you. All right. Electra vehicles, we know what that's going to be about, and he's walking up the steps right now. And he didn't bring an Electra vehicle with him, but I can only imagine. I wish we could make that a little larger screen, but that's me. I'm getting old. All right. It's 11:56 here in Las Vegas, Nevada, and Electra Vehicles is getting ready to put their mic and headset on. Take a quick gander here at our top camera, see how we're filling up here while he's getting ready. Guess they didn't hear me back there. That's all right. Enzo, how's that camera working out? It keeps going what? It keeps shutting off? I don't know why. I'll have to look at it. There's a red dot going on. It's recording? Okay, as long as it's recording. Okay. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here. Giovanni's getting his headset on and his microphone. The company is Electra Vehicles, and we're just about ready. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, Giovanni?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
We're good. It's Electra Vehicles.
Correct.
My name is Don Bain, and I am
Nice
the
to meet you.
Gadget Professor. We'll be talking to you today about Electra Vehicles. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, so Electra Vehicles was founded in 2015 by Fabrizio Martini, that is our CEO and co-founder, after working at NASA. It was like working on a project for optimizing batteries for space exploration, so on rovers. So at that point, he decided to...
So like the little go-kart that we see on the moon?
Yes, they are like battery power,
Yeah,
and they need like software technology to enhance the capability of the battery so they can, last longer, do more with that. So I decided, why do not, we cannot bring this idea to terrestrial vehicles and like outside of the space technology and space industries. And so I decided to find Electra. So that's like our origin. It's a good one. So
okay,
that's
sure
why I wanted
is.
to share, yeah.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah. So I decided, to found the company, and the company, evolved. And right now, what we do basically is like an AI-powered brain for batteries. So basically, we monitor.
So it's artificial intelligence-powered batteries.
Correct.
Tell me more.
So we basically monitor, control, and optimize batteries. So it can be deployed into electric vehicles, stationary storage application. That can be those big batteries close to grid infrastructure, renewable infrastructure, like data centers to power the data centers when it's needed. And they need something that is like basically they do not have full control of what is happening within the battery. So you need an additional layer of technology that can help you see what's actually happening within the battery. That's us. So we plug in on top of the battery, and you can monitor, control, and optimize the battery. Optimize, I think, is the most important part, because with a battery you can do a lot of stuff. Let's take electric vehicles, for example. You have like an electric vehicles, you go around with your vehicles, but you have something that is range and range anxiety. So you're not sure, or you may not be sure that you can reach your destination with the current energy that you have in your batteries.
So
we provide technology that is actually telling you in a very precise way, how much energy you have in your battery and how to extend the life of your battery. After 8 to 10 years, you need to, let's say, recycle your battery, not throw away. And this is like a big cost. So you need to change your car. Instead, with our solution, you can extend the life of the battery up to 40%. So this gives you, 3-4 additional years where you can still use the same car and, have a battery still performing.
All right, a couple questions for you.
Of course.
Take a Tesla, for example.
Yes.
Take any electric car. It's going to have a range that you have approximately X amount of miles to go.
Correct.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, it's 500 miles, whatever it is.
Say 100 easier. It's easier.
Let's do 100. I like to think big. So let's take 100.
Yes.
All right. As you're driving the vehicle, that vehicle will tell you the percentage of battery charge.
Correct.
And I don't have one, but will it also tell you how many miles approximately is left?
Correct.
So let's say I have 30 miles left.
Yes.
How's your technology going to help me?
So in this case, and those 30 miles left, you have errors. So the average error in like a vehicle right now is between 15 to 25%. So if you have like, let's say the 100 miles, that's why it's easier. It means that it could be like 90, it could be 85, it could be 80. So you're not sure about, you know, that 100 miles. That's where we can aim. So we can go down and give you the specific, you know, percentage, a very exact percentage, up to 2% error instead of up to 25% error. So
But-
that's, you know,
But you can't increase the power of the battery. If the battery has, I don't know, what's the voltage on that battery? 12 volts?
depends on the battery.
Okay, whatever the voltage is, it's a constant.
Yes.
Whatever the cells are in that
It's-
generates the current. If
It's the same.
if you have 15 amps, you're going to have 15 amps. You're not going to get 16.
Correct.
So I know the voltage is standard, constant. I know the amperage, constant. If I have 30 miles left, how can you increase my span? You're not increasing it. You're giving me more information. That
And give
instead
you
of
more
30 miles,
information.
you may have 40 miles.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct from one side.
Okay.
So we're telling you specifically, you do not have like 30, you have 40, or you have like 28, depends
Right,
on the
right.
situation. And then there is
That
like,
could be handy, but go ahead.
that's handy. And then there are the other part of the technology that is actually, we tell you how you can improve this, so how you can extend the range.
So turn off your radio, turn off your air
Correct.
conditioner.
Yes, this is one, and on the other side is like, you know, embedded technology that is actually balancing the battery better. So it's like, you know, the technology is actually performing action on your batteries.
What kind of action?
Depends on the situation. It's like, you know, just when you charge and discharge. So on one side you can give advice about how to charge and discharge. On the other side, we can control better the charging time of the battery, the charging, you know, voltage of the battery. So we can change this type of parameter and make the battery from one side lasting longer.
But don't you
and
need
then
a special
performing better.
battery that's designed to
No,
react to
you don't
interact?
need.
You
You
don't.
need that. No.
How does the battery know that it needs to charge or discharge at a different ratio?
In this
Am I
case,
getting too technical with this?
no, I can still
Okay,
I can
okay.
still provide some answers. So in this case, we usually have, you know, our product is like an embedded technology for this. So, you know, you have like a device that is actually plugged into the car, the battery of the car.
So the battery then does have to have some modifications that it will interact with your
Yes.
device.
In this case, yes.
Okay.
When you need to control and optimize together,
Okay.
you need some modification, yes.
Okay. Give me another example of where this is used.
So this is used for, like, you know, vehicles, that's for sure, and stationary storage application, the big batteries.
Oh.
That's a very important one.
Yeah, I'll say.
Because,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
with
yeah, yeah.
that, you can basically support the monetization of the battery. That is most important stuff.
Is it applicable to solar cells, solar
Yes.
power?
It
I
is
would
applicable
imagine
to
that's a
battery for
big
solar. Yes.
Big critical thing with that.
Yes. And on this, there is also like safety. That is like another
Yeah,
big
yeah, yeah.
concern for batteries. And we can predict faults up to 3 months in advance.
Really?
Correct, yes. So basically, it's like, you know, with our algorithm and our capabilities, we have a set of data where our algorithms are trained. And basically, you know, they reproduce patterns that can happen in a specific battery, understand triggers that can happen, and that can cause,
I
you know,
got
a
it.
fault.
So is this something that exists now, this technology
Yes.
for cars?
Yes.
Where would I see that? What kind of car would I see that in?
It is deployed in some vehicles. I cannot share some names.
Okay.
But even we have, like here at CES, it is deployed on a Tesla Cybertruck that is like showcased at our booth. So
Oh, okay.
that's something that you can see
And
here.
I can see that?
Yes, you can come here and see it,
I'm here, so I'm going to come over and see it.
of course.
That's pretty interesting. Where do you see the future of this going?
I see, I mean, like the battery power wall will be, you know, increasing, you know, day after day, and I think we will need more solution, more technological solution about
Will it be
supporting
will
this.
you get to the point where you're designing your own batteries that are going to be more, I'm just asking, that will be more efficient than the standard off-the-shelf battery because it's integrating your technology now and it knows what.
That could be something that happens. I think it's still far away that you design your own battery. That
Yeah.
could be something in the next perhaps 50 years. I think
Yeah,
that for now,
I won't be here in 50 years. So.
that for now it's like more about, you know, deploying the best solution that you have on the market right now, and, you know, deploying on top of that the
What
best
percentage
technology.
of increased capacity, if I'm just looking at what could I gain in terms of percentage increase over the typical car battery, if that's something?
20-30%.
That's a lot.
Up to 30%. Depends on the situation. Depends also, like, you know, on the usage of that battery. But that's, you know, how far we can go.
Well, I could see that application would work really well. Like if you had a battery-operated car and it's telling you have roughly 30 miles and you don't know if you're going to make 30 miles, but
with our technology.
Your device says
yeah,
you actually have 45, and that 15 miles is a big deal to me.
can be a big deal, yes. In this situation, it can be
Yeah, a real
a
big deal.
life-changing situation.
Yeah, no, really.
Yes.
Uh,
Especially if, like, in a place where you do not have, like, a lot of charging facilities.
yeah, like
that's-
Arizona.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, and last year we did like a test with the Cybertruck that we have like also this year at the booth. So we drove the Cybertruck from Boston, that is like our headquarters, until here.
I'm from Boston.
Good. Yeah, we
Okay.
drove it from here, and then we went to like California,
Wait a
all
minute,
driving
You drove the car from
Boston
from
to
Boston?
to Las Vegas and then to
Oh my
California,
God. That'd
just
be
to test
interesting.
out our technology and to find out, how better or like our technology.
So what were the
was.
results of that?
It was pretty impressive. So as we'll say, we got less than 2% error in estimating, the range.
That's pretty good.
And also we have like state of health. About estimating the state of health is like, less than 1% error in estimating the health of the battery. So it's pretty impressive
I'll
results.
say.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. Things you never just think about. That's why I love CES. You just learn so much about, new technology, and it's not one technology. It's just
It's
all
a
over
lot,
the place. Fascinating. What do you hope to accomplish here at CES? What's your goal?
So basically our target audience are like made by vehicles OEMs one side, tier 1 suppliers, and then we have energy companies. So we're here to meet all of them, and trying to secure as much as we can and trying to deploy as much technology as we can.
So it's synergy. We're basically
Correct.
looking for companies
Yes.
that can
That
use
want
your
to integrate
technology,
the
or they can use
technology,
your. Okay,
yes.
that's great. Great. Well, I thank you so much for being here. I enjoyed the interview, and I'm definitely going to try to make it over there and
Nice.
check
Thank you
out
very
your
much.
cars and your technology. I like it.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have an electric car?
No, I don't.
Why?
I don't drive.
You're better off. Trust me.
I usually don't drive.
No insurance. I like it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good show.
Thank
And
you.
I'll try to go over there and meet you at a later point.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Nancy's going to take your headgear off there. Thank you. Fascinating stuff. Again, you just never know what you're going to see or learn about here at CES. That's why I love doing this.
Hey, Don.
Yes.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
It seems like it, too, actually. I really loved that interview right there, talking about how you can really dial in how much mileage you can see from your car. How much is left? That is really
We've had some
really
amazing
cool.
interviews, actually. Some really cool stuff. That earbud thing, I can't get that out of my head.
Oh, that is crazy.
Huh?
I was listening
that?
to that, and I'm thinking, that is just, really, the future is here. That is accurate, an accurate statement.
You dream about that stuff, but I don't know. I got to see it for myself. I got to see it work.
I
still,
hear you on that.
I just have my doubts. I remember one year I was here. It was.
Oh, and also, Don, I was enjoying your bag of goodies there that you have, and that's really nice.
Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff in there. I'm not done with that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm sure everyone who's watching is going to really enjoy it. And I noticed you had the thing that connects to the internet, and that really ties in very well with our next sponsor, who is PureVPN. So trying to stay safe when you're surfing the web and everything.
I'm going to pull mine out and see. I like challenging, not aggravating. I like asking challenging questions and see. How their stuff compares to someone else's or why it's better, which is always good.
Of course.
And it makes it more interesting.
But before we get deep into your bag of goodies again, let's just go ahead and take a look at this sponsor here, and then we'll be back in a little bit.
See you shortly.
Help support our coverage with PureVPN, the fast, secure way to protect your connection at home or on the go. Get exclusive savings now at techpodcast.com/PureVPN.
Hello, everyone. This is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live and 102% in living color from the Las Vegas Convention Center in the West Hall here at CES 2026. Every 10 minutes we are going to have a new person here with a new product, a new interview, and so far I must say that probably the best 2 hours of interviews I think I've had in a long time. Every product was better than the other one. All over the place today with technology. The most they're all fascinating. One of the cooler things that I saw, and I am definitely going to go over to that booth, was this device that they're earbuds, I guess, and they plug in your ear and you look at it, at whatever it is you want to do, and it will do it. Like, oh my God. We're going to check that out. Hello. So this looks like MTG Company with Jessica. You're not Jessica. You're Bucket Robotics. Bucket Robotics. Oh, I see. It was over on the far right. I got three companies up at once, and they usually don't do that. They trick me. We're going to have Bucket Robotics, and Matt Puchalski, I think it is going to. Oh yeah, sure. We'll put this right here. We okay with this here? Or should we move it temporarily? I get no answer. Take it off. Okay, off until you want it.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
We'll talk for a second or two, and then we'll bring it up.
I was told to bring props. So
pardon me?
I was told to bring props.
No, it's good. I want them. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Here we go. You're live on camera, too. Ladies and gentlemen, this company is called Bucket Robotics. I got a bucket here. We'll show you that in a minute. And it's Matt Puchalski.
Yes, sir, Puchalski. It's great to have you on. Or it's great to be here.
I'm glad to be on, and I'm glad to have you here. Here, you want to take the mic? It's 3 hours. It's a long time. Tell us about Bucket Robotics.
Yes, sir. So at Bucket Robotics, we automate the incredibly human task of surface fascia inspection.
Of what?
We automate
surface
fascia or fascia.
Okay.
And so this is the very mundane but incredibly ubiquitous in a hall like the automotive hall. The surface of your door handles in your car, or is your paint correctly applied on your boat?
Okay.
All of these, or if you have a medical device, is that a burn mark or is that a shadow that I have?
It sounds like forensics.
Very much so. Yeah.
Okay.
And so the challenge with that is you often find the best type of inspector is a human being for that level of sensitivity.
Those
exactly.
Damn humans.
Well, no, the problem is the human mind wrote Shakespeare. The human mind was not made to sit there all day and hold stuff up to the light and say, oh, is that? It's incredibly boring. It's incredibly difficult. And what we really care about is if you automate that deeply drudgerous task, the humans who are hired to do these quality inspection jobs get to do the part that is exciting. It's the debug and it's the maintenance of the machines,
right.
so that way you can do more manufacturing.
Okay.
And this is, incredibly important in the moment that we're at now, where folks are talking about onshoring, folks are talking about the supply chain. Nobody signs up to get a job in manufacturing and to sit there all day and say, oh, geez, is that shade of gray correct or not?
Yeah, and yet a lot of that's quite important.
Very much so.
Given the situation.
Exactly, yeah. And so, what we've done is we have taken our experience building autonomous vehicles and our backgrounds in manufacturing, and we've taken the best parts of self-driving, of simulation and use of algorithms in high noise and vibe environments, highway speed.
Yes.
And that's the same thing as a factory floor, right? You have a lot of high noise and vibe, lots of environmental changes.
Sure.
And so that's the really exciting core background of our technology.
Okay. Can we see what's in the bucket?
Absolutely, yeah. We brought some props.
I've been
we can do.
waiting for this moment.
Yeah, let's. Alrighty. So So what we have here is actually a selection of components that we.
I'm going to have to turn it here. I'll hold it, and you can kind of.
Please. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Actually, we're better off. How's that, guys? Good?
Oh, fantastic.
All
Yeah,
right.
I've got some stickers there for you.
Okay.
And so where we're talking through our, here's an incredibly shiny part. Here, I'll give you one so you can play with. And
you have one to show the audience
absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So, here's an incredibly shiny part. This is something that, if you're using a traditional camera system, you see that glare. That's incredibly difficult. Is that glare or is that a defect? This thing, when you look really closely at it, there's all kinds of nicks and dents and scratches. Similarly, we have some plastic components here. When you look at that gray on gray, these things are produced at a rate of, I think it's 30 every 7 seconds. If you're the person whose job is to, actually, exactly, it's miserable. But this goes into a medical device, so somebody has to perform that task.
So your device will do that instead of the human, and it will be much more accurate, and they're never going to get tired.
That's exactly correct. Yeah. The way that we do that is we actually take our customers' design files. We start from the CAD file, and by using that digital twin, that CAD file, that design file, that's a part of all manufacturing processes.
Are we done with the box?
We are. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to hold this for example.
Please. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good Pelican case etiquette.
All right, now we can see each other. So I get it. Your technology takes the place of those redundant skill sets that require someone to sit and look at a millimeter all day long and tell me if it's the right gray.
Exactly.
It can't be done by a human, actually.
Oh gosh, we as a human species have been studying this problem, since World War I. 80% is like the best accuracy that you can ask a human being for long stretches, and so when you're trying to achieve a level of 9s that automotive cares about, the answer is, well, to hit 99.9% accuracy, you stack a bunch of 80% accurate people next to each other.
Pretty much everything that you do is designed per spec.
Yeah, that's exactly correct.
So I have a situation where I have a watch, and I need to make sure that this blue is exactly that blue. That's our we're known for that deep blue color.
Absolutely. And so what's fun about that watch is, before you got to that blue, somebody actually had to machine that set in, and there's a set of defects that you care about, are the edges rough enough?
Especially for watches.
Exactly, yeah. Or again, for automotive, you start at the stamping, and then you have finishing, and then you have, your pre-painting, and each of these steps have different defects that you want to catch before you get to the expensive part of painting.
So clearly it's critical to set the what it is it's looking for. You've got to exactly get that correct, because that's what your machine's going to do. If it's out of that range variably.
And so, I really love the way that you're asking this. Yeah, and so that's our, as somebody who spent a lot of time integrating robots, the answer is to build better software.
Right.
The answer is almost never throw really expensive hardware at it. Maybe I shouldn't say that at CES. It's a software problem.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's all good.
Yeah. And so that's what I am incredibly, excited to demo over at our booth, is this live demo. We actually have a camera and robot system, some components from some of our
So what's
partners.
cool about your stuff is you build what I need.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of interesting.
Well, thanks.
Really, because most companies have what you should need.
You
know what I'm saying?
I do, yeah. This is something that I've built over a long time. My first job in engineering was, at Michelin in manufacturing, and automation was how many human beings could you give flashlights, and how do you make things easier? This is true across so many different sectors of manufacturing, and now is the moment to. As we are doing more and more manufacturing.
So, it's funny as I'm looking at this, you never think about it until you have someone that, tells you. There's so many variables in this, scratches, swirls, infinite number. I couldn't sit here and identify them all.
And the really fun part, and this is the fun part about, practical manufacturing, some of those are totally saleable. Some people, back to your watches, that's a feature that you have this brushed look, right? Deeply difficult to train a robot of, brushed is okay, but overbrushed is not, right?
Yeah.
And we're back to, so often we as a species pay people with Bucket Robotics, by starting from the CAD file,
That's great.
you're able to get that
Yeah,
human
yeah, yeah,
nuance in a robotic system.
That's pretty fascinating when you think about it. What's your background?
Sure, electrical engineer by degree,
Okay.
and you know, started in manufacturing, and then I was the integration lead at a few different self-driving car companies.
Wow, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Georgia Tech down in
Okay.
Atlanta. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Now I'm. Well, really, I live out of a suitcase, you know, traveling all over the world for.
Yeah, but you love it. I could just tell.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah.
That's great. How many? Can you give me an example of just the names of some of the companies that you're integrating your technology in?
Sure, yeah. So we're showing off a component from our partners over at IGUS. And so actually something that we didn't really get into, you know, our automotive customers, we couldn't get the NDAs before. But the really fun part is, you know, this is true for manufacturing as it is for maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
So the U.S. Air Force is actually using our inspection system for their components, or the maintenance on some components down at Robins Air Force Base. And so, you know.
Boy, you can really understand the need for it now. You know, this is something you just don't think about, but man, it's so necessary. I mean,
that's my favorite type of robot. You know, it's the mundane.
It's just so necessary. I mean, you know, particularly if you're using you know, aircraft or defense types of things, it's supposed to be this way, not that way, and you know, the human mind, brain, it's not going to do as good a job or as accurate, and it doesn't get sick, it doesn't take a vacation, and you know.
And it scales. That's the other thing,
That's
too.
true.
You know, so
That's
often
true. It's a good
inside
point.
yeah. Automation projects. It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
It took
yeah,
us
yeah.
15 months to get there, and then, if we need another 10,
This is great. Well, thank you so much for being on. I appreciate it. I'm fascinated by it. And this really, when you took it out, it looked like a new Lego set.
Yeah, that's.
Does it look like a Lego?
It does. Yeah, that's a soft draw from our friends over at Final Rev.
Okay.
This is an internal part that they use, and yeah, I love it.
That's great. That's great. So, no, a new kind of Lego. Wait till my kids see that. Very good. Thank you so much for coming on with us. I enjoyed it, and again, it opened up my mind into you know, things that you need, but you don't think about. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and it's a good thing they are going behind the scenes.
Thank you. Yeah. And you know, there's a deeply specific subset of people who are watching, folks from, you know, the quality inspection space, that if you're really excited, you know, you should go to our website at bucket.bot. Find us on LinkedIn.
What was the website again?
We are bucket.bot.
Okay. Okay.
And we're here in the Automotive Hall at booth 4570, just a few doors down. So,
all right.
you know, when you're off mic, come on by.
I will make it by, and I'm fascinated by this stuff. Thank you so much.
Well,
very
thank you.
enlightening. Very enlightening. Very
Thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Nancy's going to grab your headset. No, the bucket stays. They got the little Lego pieces in it. Thank you. You're welcome so much. Thank you. Well, that's kind of a cool bucket we got there with all those little things. There's something you never think about. I mean, I don't think about, you know, obviously you need quality control inspection, but, you know, I never really think about the, you know, the intricacies that are involved with, you know, quality control. And clearly you can see how important that is. And nice gentleman there, very excited about what he does, and I like that a lot. All right, our next interview is here. I'm not sure what company it is. Okay. Hello.
I am going to get rid of this one because if we're not going to be able to show it off, then well, this is my little prop. I'll keep
I like props.
a couple of pictures I might want to show you depending on how the conversation goes.
All right. We're here live at CES. Of course, my name is Don Bain, and we're here right now going to interview Soul Heal Technology with Richard Sprague, the co-founder of that company. And welcome to our show. I'm Don Bain.
Thanks. It's a privilege to be here.
Privilege is all mine. Tell us all about it.
Well, so the story begins about 10 years ago.
Okay.
When my business partner, Ray Zhang, and I decided to go into, we were both really interested in health tech. So we had been working at a couple of different big health, tech companies. We actually met at Microsoft many years ago. Before that, I was at Apple and lots of other places.
I've heard of both those companies.
And but we decided we wanted to make products that were designed for human health.
Okay.
And to make things better. So Ray and I have been working on a lot of different things, but this is something new that we've come up with just in the last 2 years. We've been working to make a special type of product that can stimulate the vagus nerve. And by stimulating the vagus nerve is an important nerve that connects your brain to the rest of your body. We've found that it can promote a real sense of calm and also like it enables sleep and lots of other good things. So we've just developed this product and I've been playing with it now for about 6 months and it's pretty cool.
Really? Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, but something in the back of my head said that the vagus nerve, is that also the one that runs in your wrist?
It runs through it connects from your brain. Mostly it connects into the gut.
Okay,
actually.
it doesn't go to the wrist. I'm thinking of something else.
It connects to the nerves that go to the wrist.
Right, because don't they have these bands now that prevent seasickness and they push here? Is that different?
Yeah.
I
So
thought it was the vagus.
That is a connection to the vagus nerve, but it's not the like the core.
Okay.
And so what our product does is that it's got these little probes.
Yeah, let's.
And it turns out.
Can we see this on the camera? There we go. So there's a probe there and there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it turns out that one of the places where you can directly make contact with the vagus nerve is right in the inner ear. So this probe will connect to your ear, and I wish I could show it to you, but later on you can try it out. But you'll feel like a small little sensation.
Now, one of these probes actually goes into the ear canal?
No, it doesn't go to the ear canal. It goes into the outside of the, like it's called the auricular ridge.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's right between the. So there's the ear canal, and there's actually these headphones are actually headphones, so they'll actually you could play music or whatever. And in fact, part of the way that we do our stimulation is that we'll put a very, very small electrical current that can make contact with the vagus nerve, and because the vagus nerve, like all nerves, is an electrical connection, it will stimulate that process that causes. Essentially, there's a difference between your sympathetic nervous system and your parasympathetic nervous system. So like there's the nervous system that controls the stuff that you have voluntary control over, and then there's the nervous system that controls the stuff you don't, like breathing.
Right.
And by providing a slight stimulus on it, it turns out that that's able to coordinate the two. And a lot of the reason why people feel anxiety or stress or insomnia is because that gap has gotten too big.
Really?
And we're able to go stimulate it and turn it back into.
It's gotten too big. Why? Because of just your natural growth or your natural wear and tear, or you were born that way?
There are all kinds of reasons, and it could be just your daily stress, environmental factors. It could be the kinds of food you're eating. Could be gut microbes.
Could be your wife.
Could be your wife.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so we've made this into a device that will, with maybe 5 or 10 minutes a day,
really,
you can adjust the way that your vagus nerve works.
Battery in this?
Yep.
Control app with this?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
so the control app, the way it works is, we've created a couple of different programs. One of the programs is will help you fall asleep. There's another one if you're like in the middle of a busy day and you just need a couple of minutes to unwind. And we've got a couple other ones. We're coming out with more. The thing that makes this product really unique, there are other people that are doing vagus nerve stimulation. The vagus nerve stimulation is a known thing that's been around for a long time. What we're doing that's really unique is that in this device, we actually have a feedback sensor. So it measures your heart rate.
Yeah.
In particular, it measures your heart rate variability. So it's able to adjust the current depending on on how well it works. So in other words, like if you're usually HRV goes down when there's a problem with the difference between the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. If you can measure the HRV while you're doing this, that creates a feedback loop.
Sure.
So that we're able to adjust the type of current, and it's not just the level of the current; it's also like the frequency of the current. And so we've done a whole bunch of things to optimize that and make it.
In terms of controlling on my app, how would I know that?
Well, there's a simple app that connects to the phone, and it will let you lead you through different programs that you can run.
I could see a lot of applications for this. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, certainly people who have ADD, HD.
Yep.
I can only imagine how that could help. I mean, it's life-changing.
Yep. And we actually worked with a hospital to try to test this out on people. And we've found incredibly, incredible results. Yeah, we're getting ready to publish it. It'll be a peer-reviewed paper to show that it's a significant increase in people's perceived sense of calm, in people's ability to be able to focus. And like I said about insomnia, it can really help that.
Well, I'm fascinated by that. That is really, really interesting.
What's really cool is that like there are other devices that require you to wear something all day. Like you mentioned the patch that for seasickness.
Well, they have them that are electrical now. That's why I thought the vagus vein was there, because they show you where the vein splits. That's where you put these pressure devices, and now they have them that are electrical that will every so many minutes or seconds push on it, and it relieves.
So with this one, you don't need to wear it for very long. Just a couple of minutes is enough to give your synchronize the nervous system enough so that it.
Now the form factor of this, would you ever go to like Buds or something smaller, or this is experimental?
Well, this is our new version.
Okay.
And the main thing that we're working on this time is we wanted to get that feedback loop going, because no other product has that.
Is this available now? Can people purchase these?
Yes. So we do have it in production. You can buy it now at CES. The regular price is $700. We're selling it for $299. You can come to our booth and take a look at it. We have plans to make future versions that will provide even more kind of functionality. Right now, this is mostly just focused on stimulating the nervous system.
It's really, really fascinating. What kind of results, proven results, verified results,
well, you can
scientific that you have that?
Yeah. Well, we've actually, so my co-founder and I have actually written a book about it because we want to draw more attention to. So yeah, so this is my prop. And,
hold on, let's show this to people.
Yeah, so we'll be having more. I hope we can show off more case studies as time goes on. I should also mention that the other co-founder is a guy named Robert Desmoni from MIT, and he's been studying this for decades. So he's a real expert at this. He's been studying the vagus nerve and stimulation. Many peer-reviewed publications.
He wrote the book on it.
Yeah. So, so we're really excited to be able to finally make this technology in a format
this?
that
is it okay to lift this?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is really, really interesting. So I was getting back. I just skirted on the issue. What kind of positive, verifiable test results do we have on this? How do I know?
So
I'm sorry to be digging, but
that's
my job.
So my co-founders and I are believers that we want to use technology that we're going to use ourselves. So I've been using it myself for the last 6 months, and I can tell you.
But you're motivated to say this works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being honest.
No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I'll tell you that I do a lot of work in what we call personal science. People call it quantified self. There are different ways of citizen science where people use the tools of science in order to be able to study themselves and improve performance. And so I do a lot of my own self-measurement. I've measured just about anything you can name. And when I put this on, I'm able to show quantitatively that within about 5 minutes, my heart rate goes down significantly.
Really?
And we could try it on you, and I guarantee you, like if your heart rate right now is like 75, it'll be 55 if you go through a course.
So, how are you measuring that through just?
Yeah, just put on your Apple Watch or something, just a wearable to be able to measure the heart rate. Now, like I said though, this new device also includes the HRV monitor. And so it will actually change the HRV as you're going on, and you'll be able to see that as it changes. Yeah, as it
Could I see this on the app? Would the app show me those indications?
Yep.
So I actually could receive positive biofeedback
while you're doing
because I'm watching this, and it's.
That's right, and that's the key thing is that because like you mentioned, like really of course. A lot of products will try to sell you on the idea that you use this for a couple weeks and you'll feel better, and then you kind of like. Yeah, maybe I feel better, maybe I don't. I guess I slept kind of okay last night. I don't know. Whereas this one, you'll be able to actually look at it and see quantitatively how it changed.
I like that. Where's your booth at?
We're upstairs.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. I've got my list. You can take a look at us right there. So yeah, definitely please come by. I encourage everyone to come by and take a look.
This afternoon, I will. I'm very interested in this stuff for a variety of reasons.
You'll definitely be able to feel something when you put it on.
I love it. Thank you so much for coming on, and I will definitely check you out later for sure. Thank you very much. Fascinating.
All right. Thank you.
And that's just the infancy. I can only imagine where that can go. I can just see now. I'm looking down the road.
Yep. We're just getting started.
Very, very interesting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, folks, just another killer application that you would never expect to see, and here we are. We're really seeing things now this year like never before. That I hate the word game changer. I hate that word because everything's a game changer. But these things are devices that exist. It's not vaporware. I'm seeing. I'm looking at them, and they're really a quantum leap from where we were 5, 10 years ago, 3 years ago. Some of these devices, again, they're all dealing around health, but they're using artificial intelligence, which is a key component of everything they're doing because of the algorithms. And also, they're verifying the measurements while you're using the device. That's pretty good. I think he got a little skirtish when I said, where's the positive scientific results that I can look at. I'm sure they exist, but sometimes you hit a sore spot, but I have to ask. Fascinating device, and I'm definitely going to check it out. Man, I could see so many uses for that. Me, number one. Okay, we're setting up for our next interview. Now, Jessica, we know each other.
We do. Yeah. It's been a few years. How you
been?
Yes,
welcome to the Gadget Professor Show on CES.
Good to see you.
I've been great. You've been great, too. You look wonderful as usual.
Thank you.
And you're here to tell us a little bit about MTG.
Yes, so.
Fire away.
So let me turn this around. I don't know if the camera can see it.
Let's put this right here.
Right, so I am here today with MTG and RIFA. RIFA has developed the first ever AI app that helps stylists determine the proper recipe for color production, color hair production in the salon.
You need to talk to Miss Enza because she's always coloring her hair.
Sure, yeah. So this would be the perfect tool for any stylist. Basically, the way it works is you take 2 photos. First, a photo of your hair, of your client's hair.
Right.
And then you have a goal color. So you can either choose from the catalog of product colors that are in the app already, or maybe you see
the app is on your smartphone?
It's a smartphone app.
And you could see in color?
Yes.
Is your eye going to discern that this is really gold or red opposed to this lighter red or darker red? Is it noticeably different? Okay.
Yeah, so the way you take a photo of anyone's hair, right? So if you wanted hot pink hair.
I just like any hair. I don't care whether it's pink, yellow. I just I need hair.
Right. So the way that it works is you would take it and the AI would analyze your hair color. You would answer the questionnaire, right? If the client has had black box dye in their hair, you would indicate that. That would say, because that affects the whole dye process after that, right?
Right.
You would say if you've done a chemical straightening treatment, and that also can affect color and processing time.
Right.
The whole goal of this is so that you can have a consistent color, you can have a consistent formula, so you're not having mixed results. It's a very good tool for young colorists and stylists.
So it's you can replicate it time and time again.
Correct.
So it's accurate.
Yes. And you can save the profile of your client, your customer, and allow them to, when you come back, I really liked that pink last time. I want to go a little darker, a little lighter. You're able to adjust based on it.
That's crazy.
It's really cool. So, MTG and RIFA have partnered with Fabio on this to create this, and some of the top stylists in Japan, top colorists in Japan, Shoki, he has provided his knowledge and his information in order to...
Oh, okay, so you could lock in on...
Right, so we have professional influence on all of the work that went into this app. So right now, currently, the app has 9 different Japanese brand dye colors and bleaches that it pulls information from. Just on the demo that we have at the Venetian Expo, if you guys want to come and visit. So we have that set up right now. But you can actually upload any professional salon-style dye to the...
Are there people here in the United States that are using this now?
Not yet.
Why not?
We are locking in on Japan first, and then we'll be expanding globally.
Why Japan? I'm just curious.
It's a Japanese company. MTG is based in Japan.
Okay. That
So
makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I have a little bit here. This is just a photo.
Yeah, they can see that
they
perfectly
can see this?
clear. Yeah.
So yeah, the way it would work is you would get your formula, right? So you take the photo. You say, okay, Dawn wants hot pink hair. So the app would then say, okay, well, you're going to need one process of bleach, and then for 20 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is, based on a specific brand that you're using in the app.
That's pretty clever.
It's really clever. And then it would say, okay, now to get your hot pink hair, you need to add some of this pink dye for X amount of time. And then when you come back to the salon in a few months, we would know exactly, what we used last time. It saves the customer profile.
Now, how is this stuff mixed? I mean, is it they just it's on the shelf that they go in, or they?
Yeah, so it's a salon, right?
I don't know.
It's not for at-home
It's
use
strictly
yet.
for professional.
Right. So they know how to use it already.
Okay.
This just helps them be more accurate, and it's really good for, like I said, young, just starting out stylists and colorists, because it takes a lot of time to learn those skills, to know. If you have 20 years of experience, you can say, I know exactly how much of this I need to put in here. But if you're relatively new and you're playing with bleach and hot colors for people's hair, you want to be able to have, some institutional knowledge in there that will help you provide a nice result.
I could see how this would certainly increase sales.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really big thing globally. I'm
how
really
long
excited
till
for
it comes here?
That is
just
a good
take
question.
a guess.
Oh, I'm not sure. We'll
Good
ask
answer.
the Japan team,
Good answer.
and we'll get back to you guys on that.
Good answer.
Yeah, and I have a cute little thing here. You can kind of see some of the color things that we have going on.
Yep, they can
you
see
can see it
fine.
over here.
Yep, perfectly fine.
And you guys can come visit us at the Venetian Expo.
Okay.
We are at booth 53962. So.
Okay.
If anyone's watching and wants to come hang out with us,
There
we
you
have the live demo over there. The Wi-Fi's interesting, so
what happens if people are not here, and there's a lot of people that aren't here? Can they go to your website and see this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what's your website?
It is mtg.jp. I'll share it with you, and we can put it in here, because I'll get that in a second.
Okay.
But it's on the MTG and the RIFA website.
And what can they see on that? Can they actually see the app, or how
yeah,
it works and how
we
it
have
goes
a landing
about?
page. We have a landing page, and it's right here on this QR code. I don't know if you can even zoom in on it, but we'll get that out to everybody.
No problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I want people to be
Yeah.
able at their home to see it.
Yeah, so it is, if you type in RIFA AI Color Recipe Pro, it should show up, and our landing page for CES should be there.
Pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome stuff.
Thank you.
Now, why are you here at CES? What do you expect to accomplish here? Are you going to be meeting people or getting some synergy with other companies? What?
Yeah,
I always ask, what are you trying to do
what
at
are we
CES?
doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are looking to meet anyone that's interested in learning more about the technology. The amount of work that went into creating this is years
I can only
of work.
imagine.
So we really wanted to just showcase what we've accomplished with this, and set the tone for as we grow globally, and let people know who we are, what we're up to, and the next big thing in hair.
I think it's pretty awesome, and I could see other uses for this down the road.
Absolutely, yeah. I think
very innovative.
It's really exciting. I'm really happy to be here with MTG and RIFA. I think it's going to be a really big
I'm happy
thing
to
in
have
the
you here.
industry.
I'm always happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you too.
Yeah.
This
Now,
is so nice.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The company, you said there were about 17 places in Japan that have this ish.
Yeah, there's salons in Japan that are using the technology.
Now, have they noticed an increase in sales or customers? Do you know?
That's I will have to ask about that. I am
I'm
not
very
100%
curious
sure.
to
Yeah.
know, because I think it's a big
draw. We have had a lot of excitement from stylists and colorists.
Yeah.
Because to them, it allows them to be a better service provider, right? If someone knows, I'm going to go to her because she is the absolute best.
Exactly.
And do I have the exact data on increase in sales? No, but I can assume that it's helping people grow their business and their clientele, because you know what you're going to get when you walk in that door.
That's great. Well, the company can't have a better spokesperson than you. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it a lot. And hopefully I'll try to stop by your booth.
Oh, yeah, please do.
And if you can do anything with my hair, that would be greatly appreciated.
We have the pros there. We have Shoki, and we have some of the pros.
I need more than a pro.
So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed the interview very much.
Thank you.
Have a good show. That's great. Well, there you have it, folks. Again, we're all over the place with all kinds of innovative creations, inventions, and applications. That one you're not going to see too often. It's very unusual, very esoteric, and all the ladies here are chatting about it and very excited about it, and I can see why. Me, in my case, I think my hair days are over, and that's another discussion for another day. But she has a crowd around her, literally, of people, women asking about, whatever it may be. I'm surprised it's not here in the United States. I'm sure it's all political and blah, 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 and I'm sure eventually we will see it. But she is a terrific person to interview. She's very energetic and enthusiastic about her work, and I always love seeing people who are dedicated and into what they're doing. It's very nice. Now, I think, let's see, it is a 1:45 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We actually drove from Phoenix, from Scottsdale area, to get here yesterday. Yeah, and it was a 4-hour journey. And I got to tell you, it was just a straight shot. No traffic, no nothing. Easy peasy. All right, our next interviewee is coming up here. It's, I think, Ape Hair, Jason Floyd. He is the senior creative lead in this company, so that's high up there. Jason, I'm Don Bain. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm alive. It's CES.
That's
excited
a good
to be
thing.
here. How are you doing?
It's too early to tell. Too early to tell. So tell us about Ape Hair.
So what we are, essentially, we're trying to solve a problem most people have: chores, maintenance, things that most people don't like to do.
That could be anything.
Yeah, exactly. But with the yard especially, it eats up the time. It eats up the energy, and we're trying to solve that across the entire yard.
Okay.
We are most known for our pool cleaners, and that's what we're going to be talking about today.
I hate my pool.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, most people do, especially the cleaning part.
Oh, my God.
That's what we're here for.
Okay.
So we're really excited because this year we're introducing the Scuba V3 line, and what is exciting about that is we have what is called cognitive AI on our
cognitive AI. Are you telling me it's going to be artificial intelligence down there?
Everything's artificial intelligence today, but the great thing about us is ours is on board, and one of the best things, one of the important parts for the people who are interested in this is we're not collecting, storing, or uploading any data. This happens all on the device.
Okay. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's like a lot of other places do cloud processing, and we really want to protect the people who trust us with their pools and their yards.
Okay. Do you have any pictures or anything of this?
So we do have it on the side of the booth here.
Cool. Check this baby out. Yeah. I'm going to take this back to Phoenix and drive it home. Wow, look at this thing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and
yeah. It reminds you of like Lloyd Bridges. Remember him? Or no, you're too young.
I'm a little bit too young for that.
Yeah, okay. Sea Hunt, that was it. Go ahead. Wow.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is kind of like, as far as pool cleaners go, this is almost like the BMW of pool cleaners.
No kidding.
It looks pretty. It performs well. Up to 3 hours, and we've packed it with features. You're going to be able to put this in your pool.
Is this independent, or is there a hose or something that hooks up?
This is completely independent, completely cordless.
So this goes down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We want this to be as seamless and as carefree as possible for the everyday pool owner.
Okay, so I drop this in the pool. There's an on button. I got to turn it on.
There's an on button, and we also do have app support for it. Yes, but as soon as
so this will work from an app.
It'll also work from an app. So if you're app inclined, if you're tech savvy, absolutely you could do that. But if you're one of those analog people, or if you're a little bit older, you could just press this button.
Hey, watch it. Jeez.
Hey, you can just press the button, and it's going to execute the whole cleaning cycle on its own autonomously.
Now, I see all kinds of crazy stuff on this. I see like a camera. Is that a camera?
Yes.
So tell us about that.
We absolutely have a camera on here. This is our AI patrol cleaning camera. This is able to detect up to 20 different types of objects in your pool. That includes debris, that includes animals, that includes your children's toys.
What about my children?
Depends on if you want it to.
Okay.
So, but yeah, but without it, it would be about a 10 times difference in your cleaning capabilities.
10 times.
We're going to clean your pool 10 times faster, 10 times more efficiently because of this camera.
So you have little wheels here.
Tracks, yeah.
But in the front, this is the scooper upper for debris and
So
whatever?
yeah, this is where the debris is going to go into, and we're actually going to...
I was just going to ask you that.
Yes. This is the filter basket. We have a micro filter basket here. I believe this one is a 5-liter one.
So at the end of the day, when this will surface, right?
Let me get that in there. There we go. I just got to press it down.
I've worked on these many times.
I don't want to get a earshot. So this one does not service. We do have
So how do I get to clean this out?
So with this one, it can go up to a surface. It can go up and be retrieved with a water surface retrieval. You pick it up out of a pool. You pull this out.
Okay.
You rinse
and
it with
all
a
I
hose.
do is just empty it, wash it out, and put it back in.
Absolutely, yeah. It's that simple.
So this will operate approximately 3 hours a day.
3 hours a day, and clean and be charged in just about the same. Most people.
So it goes back into an electrical recharger somewhere.
So it's a wireless charging dock. So you'll plug the charger into the charging dock into an outlet, but you'll just place this on the charging dock. You don't have to. You don't have to put a plug
There's contacts
into,
that make connection and give it the juice.
Absolutely. So
how many volts does this work on?
I do not know the answer to that.
How many horsepower is it?
I can tell you about the gallons per hour, but this is not a Ferrari.
Okay.
Gallons per hour is about 4,800 gallons per hour of filtration and suction.
What if my pool needs more?
Well, if your pool needs more, this is only the first in the line of the V3 series. This is the essential one, the one that for people who still want that smart, seamless cleaning experience but don't necessarily need all the bells and whistles. We do also, we're talking about it this weekend, the V3 Ultra, and that is your complete...
That's your big daddy.
That's our big daddy. That's our flagship right there.
Interesting. Is this available now in the market?
It will be available, I believe, end of February, quarter one.
So
very
month.
soon. Yeah.
Give me an idea. What does one of these cost?
Price is not confirmed. Price is not confirmed, but we're pricing this right now internally at $1,099 for this version, and for the Ultra, we are putting that at $2,299.
All right, let me ask you a pointed question here. I got to ask these questions.
Absolutely.
I'm paying roughly $1,000 for this. When I put this in the pool, is this going to go on at 1 o'clock and off at 4 o'clock, or how does it know when the 3 hours are, or as soon as I put it in, it's going to go for 3 hours or 2 hours?
So we do have multiple modes in this. So if you choose to, you could put it in. It'll clean for the 3 hours, absolutely. We do have modes where if you put it in, if you select that mode, it's a periodic cleaning mode, and it'll clean for about 45 minutes every couple of days. So you'll get a full week's worth of clean if you want something that's just a little bit more maintenance-oriented than a full cleaning session.
So this is primarily to pick up debris that's in the pool?
Yes. So
doesn't deal with the pH or the chlorine or anything like that?
No, but we do have, and it's actually another AI-controlled or AI-powered device. We have the EcoSurfer Sente, which we're also talking about at the APR booth. It is a pool skimmer, but it also has a integrated water quality management system.
So you're telling me it's going to automatically measure the pH and the chlorine and all that, and adjust accordingly?
All of that, and it'll have a chemical. It'll have dosing in there, so it'll start to help balance and protect your pool.
Does that exist now?
We have had the EcoSurfer line for the last couple of years, but the Sente will be released later this year.
If I get one of these units, now I have a pool cleaning guy that comes once a week.
Mm-hmm.
He is there, I swear to you, no more than 20 minutes.
Sure.
Really. And the pool's usually pretty clean when he's gone, but he has one of these big nets, and he's scooping out the debris, and then he measures the chlorine and goes, and he's gone.
Sure. And if that works for you, that works for you.
Well, there are many days where he's gone. I'm like, what is all that black junk on the bottom of the pool? Why didn't you clean that up?
And if he's only there for 20 minutes,
he's only 20 minutes.
He's doing surface level visual cleaning, getting some leaves out. He's skimming it.
He cost me a lot of money. I don't remember what, but he's about. Oh man.
I mean, a lot of pool cleaning services that I'm aware of are either somewhere between $150 and $400 per week.
He's about 150 or 125 a week.
Yeah.
So doing the quick math, if he's 125, it's $500 a month.
So you're paying for this in 2 months.
That's what I'm saying. And this will get all that junk that's still laying on the bottom.
Not only will it get the junk on the bottom, but this is also going to be scrubbing your walls and waterline. And
Does it go up the wall?
It does go up.
Oh,
the
you
wall,
didn't tell me that.
We're building up to the better stuff. Yeah.
So it will crawl up the walls.
It'll crawl up the walls. Yes, it'll scrub the walls of the waterline and really work on getting that gunk, the grime, and stuff that he's not picking up with just a skimming net.
The camera will tell this device what needs to be cleaned, or if it's clean.
So the camera will specifically detect debris and other objects in your pool.
Right.
Selecting your mode. So if you want to just clean your walls, we have a mode for that.
Jeez. Why wouldn't you get one?
I mean, some people like to do chores. Some people think it's therapeutic. But for those people who don't, we're trying to find solutions to them, trying to give people back their time.
And this would do a better job than the dude I have now doing it, in general.
I mean, from the way you talk about him, yeah, absolutely. I would certainly put this up against him.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no. And I mean, this is just the entry level. This is for the everyday pool owner. We're getting things for not just every pool owner, big pools, small pools, in-ground pools, out-ground pools. We're building devices similar to this for the entire yard. We have irrigation systems, skimmers.
I got a new product for you watching this.
Okay.
No, really. See, you think I'm crazy. But I've had tropical fish since I was a little kid.
Okay.
You get these 100, 200-gallon tanks. They're tough to clean.
Oh, absolutely.
You get a little one of these and put it in there. Oh, my God.
Well, I mean,
it's the same thing, but just smaller.
I'd still be worried about the fish, but
the hell with them.
I mean, if you want to get some quick sushi in, maybe we could work that into the device too.
This is a killer device, and I'm very intrigued by it, especially when you look at the cost. $1,200 ish sounds like, whoa, that's a lot of money. But when you think what you pay a month forever,
right?
And the prices go up every year.
And it's not just your pool cleaner. It is the chemical dosing. It's the water circulation.
It's the whole bit
that you lose.
It's why I hate my pool.
Well, maybe with this you're going to love your pool for once.
All right, I got to check this out. I'm very, very interested in it. It's just a great app. It really is nice.
We're happy to hear it. And again, we're announcing this and so many more other great things this weekend.
What's your website?
Aper.com, and you can also check us out on social media, Instagram, Facebook.
It's AIPER.
AIPER, yes, sir.
Jason, thank you so much. You're going to leave this, and then...
you know what? Maybe for you, we could work something out.
All right.
It was a pleasure.
The pleasure was all mine. Very clever device. Pretty good stuff.
I saw that demo. It does go up the side.
Yeah, that's neat. I was wondering about that. Very interesting. Once again, now we have a pool cleaner that deep dives into your pool. Will clean the pool and the walls. PoolBot. It's really cool. It's really cool. I don't know if it works, but it seems to have all the right stuff on it. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, it's 1 o'clock here. I'm assuming I'm going to get relieved, but I don't know for sure. But I'm ready to go regardless. I'm ready. They're doing some checking in there. All right. Our next company, I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's Control Media. Is that who's next? Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing? Good. And your name is Mark?
Mark Kapczynski.
What's the last name?
Kapczynski.
Got it. Kaczynski.
You could also say Kapczynski. That's
close
probably
enough.
The
and you're with
Polish
Control
way.
Media.
That's correct.
Tell us all about what does Control Media do?
So Control Media is a hybrid consulting firm marketing agency.
Okay.
And so we work with a lot of the companies that are here,
I'm sure.
all the way up to big players like Samsung.
Right.
And what we tend to focus on is sales, marketing, and business development functions.
Okay.
So I always like to say, people are creating great products here, someone has to sell them at the end of the day. And so,
or tell them how to sell them.
Or tell them how.
Yeah.
Usually they need our help to
Yeah.
actually do the sales. So we operate a business where all senior executives, older guys like me, basically, where we take on different products for different companies, and we help them bring them to market. And we do that, like I said, we'll do direct sales. We'll build out all the go-to-market.
That's certainly
and business development.
really important for a new product to come to market. Boy, you got one shot at that.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting because even like the bigger players, they tend to be set in their ways, or they have their old ways of doing things,
Right.
and they don't know how to innovate to bring products, say,
And
to
things have
market for
certainly
younger.
changed.
Yeah, especially to younger demographics, and so that's where we can help.
Can you give me an example of some of the types of companies? I know sometimes you can't mention names. I get that.
Yeah, well, like I'll mention Samsung.
I've heard of them.
You've heard of them.
Yeah.
We love them. They're a great
Yeah,
partner.
I love them too.
They're a great partner, and they obviously work with lots of different firms and agencies, and they work with us because we started to help them with some partnerships. So interestingly enough, we partnered them with Remax in the real estate space because they wanted to bring more product to market through other channels, and so we established a partnership for them.
So you're actually, based on your database of who your customers are and who your companies that are coming new on board, you got some synergies there, and you're aware of that. So that's a good thing right off the bat.
Yeah.
Because I'm not just getting you, I'm getting everybody that you know.
Yeah, and it's to me it's fun because like it's about matchmaking, and it's not just about like pushing and selling one thing or selling ad campaigns.
Right.
It's really looking at it strategically and like, okay, company X or Samsung or whoever has a goal to accomplish. They have to drive revenue.
Right.
How are they going to do it? They call on us to be innovative and figure out new ways.
So let's drill down. Okay, I'm a new company. I come to you, and I have an example. There were a company I interviewed about an hour or so ago. They have these earbuds. I haven't seen them.
Yeah.
I'm going to see them later on. So I'm just listening to this. They're not available yet, but they're it's going to happen.
Yes.
Anyway, you put these earbuds in. Get this. Now, anywhere you look, if you look at the TV and you're thinking, I want to turn it on, it will turn on your TV set.
Wow. That's
okay?
Cool.
It will do all kinds of things like that, like thousands of different things.
Yeah.
It will talk to you if you're trying to figure out, I forget the capital of Arizona.
Right.
It will trigger like a chat GPT, and it will answer. It will translate languages for you. If you want to turn the air conditioning up or the heating up or whatever, it knows where your head's moving based on biometrics and your eye. I mean, it's almost unbelievable.
Yes.
So if that company would come to you and say, hey, look, here's our product. I'm just giving you the basics, of course. That's all I know.
Sure.
How would you go about bringing them to market? What are some of the things that you would run through with them?
Yeah.
Is that a fair question?
Fair question.
Okay.
And a great question. We tend to focus on something we call messaging.
Right.
A lot of companies here, they have great logos and cool banners and whiz-bang videos, but like, what's the story behind the company and the product, and what does it really do for someone? We jokingly refer to things with our messaging of like, we want to help people become a machete, not a Swiss Army knife. And so like, even in your example, like you rattled off several different features, but it's like, what's really going to resonate with the consumer? We try to find that single point of focus.
How do you do that?
Well, it's a lot of talking with, obviously, the company and understanding the product and what they think, but then it's also doing a lot of market research, competitive analysis.
Would you talk to the potential customer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes what's interesting is we've talked to, like, bigger companies, we've talked to companies that they've lost business to. So in like a B2B or in a distribution type of scenario.
Interesting.
And so we'll find out, why did they lose? Like, what was it about the product that wasn't right? Was it price? Was it features? Was it marketed wrong? Was it packaging? And we try to diagnose why something's not selling.
So you're doing the complete analysis, and then you're making recommendations based on what you found on the
That's right.
How long does that process take, ish?
I mean, messaging can take 4 to 6 weeks, so it's not a long process. And then go to
So
market.
it's very quick.
It's
I mean,
very
to me,
quick.
it's very quick.
But that's how you have to operate these days. You can't take 6 months or 12 months to figure this out. You'll be out of the market by then. You'll be out of funding.
How much social media do you use?
We do a ton, but I'll qualify it
Please.
in that we focus on influencers more than anything. So if you look at the marketing world and the advertising world, more budget is being shifted towards influencers versus just posting for posting's sake or just paid ads from the brand. Now it's all about finding the almost like micro influencers within different communities.
So you'd find.
I'll give you a perfect example. So Remax is a client of ours in the real estate space. They have 50,000 agents in the U.S.
Right.
We're trying to turn those real estate agents into influencers, because if you think about buying a house, who do you first ask? Hey, where should I get a mortgage? Where should I get home insurance?
Sure.
Where should I get a TV? Right? You call your real estate agent. And so we want to enable people like that who aren't typically influencers to help them understand how to be an influencer, how to help bring products to market.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
Good
a lot of
stuff.
fun. It's
yeah,
a lot
I'm
of
sure
fun.
it is. It's
a lot of
interesting
fun,
too,
yeah.
because it's not the same thing every time.
Yeah.
It's a different company, different market, the whole bit. Interesting.
And we don't do tech. We really focus on, look, we want to help people grow businesses and drive revenue.
Sure.
And I think that's the most important thing these days.
Sounds great to me. Control Media, where can they find your website?
Yeah, controlmedia.com.
Easy enough.
Control spelled with a K. That's the only difference.
Yep.
Or find me on LinkedIn. There's no other Mark Kepczynski's on LinkedIn. So
I can
I'm
believe
pretty easy
that.
to find.
All right. Thank you so much for
Thanks so
coming
much
on
for your
board. I
time.
appreciate
Yeah,
it. Good luck to you. Good
Thank
luck
you,
to you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck. Are we doing a switcheroo or not yet? Or all right, folks, this is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live and 122.3% in living color from the Las Vegas Convention Center West. And we are doing a new interview every 10 minutes. We've had some fascinating products here. As soon as I get off, which I think is going to be soon, I think we're doing a regime change right now, I am going to go to that company that had the buds. That blew me away. I got to see those things, and I'd love to know if they really work, or how they work and how far they are and what they cost. Again, they're not available to the consumer, but they're certainly headed that way. That technology just blew me away. And then I will be back tomorrow. The show starts an hour earlier at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I think we're going to switch now. Okay. Well, we have the pleasure of Mr. Scott Ertz coming on board, and you could thank him for everything that you see, because he has worked tirelessly behind the scenes, and believe me, it is a lot of work, and it's a lot of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and not only does he have to bring the equipment here and hook it up and make sure that it works, but there's all the detail behind that. Who's going to be on the air, who's interviewing, what company's coming at what time, and coordinating the scheduling of all that. That is a huge, monumental task, and it just works smooth. He just does it. I think he just, I don't even think he has a list. He just does it by heart. He knows everything to do, and it's great to work with folks like that. Makes my job a lot easier. Yes, come in.
So, wanted to ask you, what was maybe your favorite thing so far from the different
man,
interviews?
it's those earbuds.
The earbuds?
Those earbuds, man. Those things, I can't stop thinking about them. I really want, I mean, I'm sure they work, but I want to see it.
I hear you on that.
What about you?
For me, I think I'm right there with you,
Oh,
those
are ya?
earbuds. That sounds amazing. I would love to see those in action.
Yeah, I'm going to go check them out for sure. And the way they came about, I mean, they helped the paraplegic go back to the workforce using the computer. And the guy obviously was brilliant before he started off, before he became a paraplegic. I don't know. I don't even want to know what happened to the poor man. But the fact that he was that incapacitated and, miserable, I can't even imagine. But for them to come on board and to develop a product like that, and that is not an easy thing to do. I mean, when you heard all the things that those buds are doing and can do, wow. I mean,
the applications are immense.
And it just doesn't get any better than that, finding something that can help disabled people and bring them back to the workforce to be a productive member of society, but more than that, to give them some self-respect and feel good about themselves.
Give them their lives back, because
Pardon
a
me?
lot of people, they don't want to be stuck doing just one thing. They want to be able to do what they want. So
Yeah,
it really seems like that product facilitates that.
I'm blown away by it, but again, between you and me and the lamppost, I can't tell you how many things I've interviewed people with, and at the end of the day, we used to call it vaporware. It doesn't work. It never gets to market, which is unfortunate. I will never forget. About 10 years ago-ish, I was doing an interview here, and this gentleman came up with a little square box, like a shoe box, and it had a little screen on it. And I figured it was like a portable TV. And very excited and everything. So I said, what is this? He goes, well, what's it look like? I said, it looks like a portable TV. He goes, it is. But, he said, this will pick up every channel in the world. And I'm like, what?
Whoa.
He said, this is internet operated. And it blew my brains out. He said, it's a radio and it's a TV. Here's a switch. And he showed me it. And he said, this will pick up, you name the country, and it will pick up the local station as long as they are on the internet. We're talking 10 years ago. The internet was definitely around, but no one was using it like that. So I was blown away by it.
That is amazing.
And I wanted one. It was so cool. And I then picked the box up, and I said, can I look at it? He goes, yeah. And I go to turn it on. The volume control, the knob came right off in my hand.
Oh, boy.
Okay. I went to push the other thing, and the whole thing fell apart. It was a prototype. It didn't exist, and he never told me it was a prototype. He should have said, no, you can't touch it. But it was such a nice prototype that, it looked like it was real. And unfortunately, it never, ever came to market. And worse, it didn't even exist. They just built a prototype model of it. There was nothing inside of the box. I was so disappointed. And it's still not available. I think it'd be a killer device.
One day. One day.
Yeah. All right. I think Scott's coming up here, and I'm going to turn the command seat over to Mr. Scott. Again, all this is made possible really by this gentleman, Scott. He does an amazing job.
Absolutely
He's
does.
a scholar and
a gentleman.
A gentleman, a scholar, and a master of 16 languages, all of which are foreign. And I like him a lot, and he's been a friend of mine for many years, and I love the guy. He's just a super person, a superhuman being, and I can't say any more than that. I'm going to turn everything over to Mr. Scott Ertz. Thank you very much.
Right. Thanks so much, Don, for being a part of it. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our sponsor here, because they're also helping us make this happen. So let's go ahead and get that done.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now using promo code QZZ2J. Hello, Internet. I'm Scott Ertz with PLUGHITZ Live, and I will be with you for the next 3 hours. We are here at CES 2026. It's good to be joining you officially. I got about 5 minutes earlier today at the beginning of the show, but it's good to be here. We've got some really cool stuff coming up. I know at least a couple of the companies I've seen are truly interesting, including our first one, who'll be up in a minute. I do want to thank our team, Don Bain, who does a great job opening the show every day. For those of you who are just joining us and may have noticed that our view is different than it normally is, we're in the wrong building. We are not in the Venetian this year in our tower. We are actually in the West Hall. We've got automotive products behind us this year. instead of like smart home and lighting and things like we normally do. And we're not in a tower. We're only about 2 feet off the floor instead of about 20 feet off the floor. So our view is a little different, but that is okay. But our next guest is here. Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, so I'm Sam Steele. I'm the founder and, I guess, lead engineer of Dismo Industries that makes the Cyber Fidget. I'm over in Eureka Park trying to gauge feedback on should I keep making them. And I'm a one-man band, so I really struggled over the title.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So I got to see these, what, Sunday night, was it? Yeah. At Unveiled.
Yep.
Super cool, but go ahead and explain what it is we're looking at here.
Yeah, so is this better?
There we go. I think that'll do it.
Maybe that'll do it?
Yeah, that's better.
Cool. So it's a electronic gadget. I've got a couple of them here. That is machined in my shop. It's an electronic fidget toy. So it started off as the concept of have some clicky buttons in a screen, something that's not like a a mechanical pen or a spinner, and have a a retro cyberpunk vibe on it. And then it was like, all right, that seems like a cool idea. I ended up drawing it up, and it just kind of escalated a little bit from there. And then ended up designing a circuit board for it and all the software to try and get the screen going. And I was like, all right, well, I've got all this time invested with it. Maybe I could convert this into, kind of an educational type device. And that's where it's kind of escalated for the extra support, because people are kind of intimidated by how this type of stuff works, I've found, getting into programming and electronics. Yeah. So this whole project's open source. I'm really trying to make a product that's sustainable in the sense of it's not proprietary, nothing's locked down, it's not tied to a server. I'm trying to make the thing that I want.
Yeah.
And that's really where it's kind of gone. Just keeping it going from there. I've got a Kickstarter that I'm using to gauge feedback. It's in pre-launch right now. I think Sunday when you and I talked, I had 2 people. And now I think I'm up to 90 with no ad spend or anything. I don't know if that's good or bad, but.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, that's movement.
It's movement. I started off showing off some art fairs locally, just to early paid beta testers. Let me figure out like how's this working? Because I got signed up for CES and I realized I hadn't talked to anybody about this product outside of my friend group. So over near Detroit, I was going sitting next to people that are actual artists with a piece of billet and a OLED screen on it, going, yeah, I fit in here. So. But one of the things that motivated me to do is I realized I'm not an artist, but how do I connect with artists on this who might not have, the technical expertise to write code from hand?
Yeah.
So on my website, I ended up building a bunch of tools where you can go on there and draw and then have it one-click flash. You don't need to know anything about programming, but you can make the screensavers on it, interact with it, and then kind of peel back the layers and introduce people into, hey, this is how this type of stuff works. You don't have to care, but if it's a thing that you want to know, it's all a part of that ownership and trying to, better people of this is what's inside of this stuff. It's not as burdensome as programming for a phone or something.
Right, right.
And that's part of the reason behind like the monochrome screen. The pixels, they're on, they're off.
Right.
Keep it simple. Focus on game mechanics or art or something to that effect.
Sure.
And you get the thing out of your head as opposed to figuring out how to turn it on.
Yeah, there's 2 big challenges in software. I happen to be an engineer. That's like my day job.
Okay. We'll get along great then.
It's the first half is the getting something out of your head.
Yes.
And the other is the last 5%.
Yes.
Of getting it publishable, right?
Yeah.
But if you're not trying to make it publishable, you're screwing around with a thing.
Yeah.
As an artist for yourself or whatever, none of that matters.
Right.
So
exactly.
It's just I need to get it out of my head, so streamlining that process is awesome.
Yeah. I mean, this really was kind of a thing that I made for myself, and like every Wednesday I go to trivia with a bunch of friends. I've been doing that for like 10 years.
Wow.
And so when I started working on this a couple years ago, it was like, hey, look at the thing I made. And everybody's like, whoa, this is kind of cool. All right. And then come back a couple weeks later, it's like, hey, here's an app I made. So it was a thing to pocket, and then I found myself making apps or screensavers and see how people interact with games. Like there's a reaction time game, which was the first one I made. It just says go on the screen, and how fast can you click it, and it just prints out the time that it took. by far the most popular thing. It was the simplest thing that I made. It was just like a proof of concept. Does the button work? Does the screen work?
Right, right. That makes sense.
And it turns out it's like the thing that they all get competitive on for who can get the lowest time, you know, as we're just sitting at the bar. And it's like, there might be something to this.
In high school, on the TI-85 calculator, I wrote one of those like driving, avoid the things in the road.
Oh, yeah.
Type games.
Yep.
And it was just done with a 0 and a pipe and a forward and a backslash.
Yeah. No.
Most popular thing in school.
It's funny how that works. When you focus on the mechanics and like the actual core of it, it's like you can have all this prettification of it all. And I mean, that's cool. Like, I appreciate that stuff.
Absolutely.
But sometimes it's
modern Final Fantasy is beautiful, but it's not as much fun to play as, you know, the early ones.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And people have come up with like interesting spins on stuff. Like there's a like a breakout game on there.
Okay.
So that's traditionally there's a ball that's bouncing, and then you got to break all the bricks, and once you break them all, you do it as fast as you can, and that's the score, right? But there's an accelerometer in there, so you tilt the device as opposed to hitting buttons to move it back and forth. And now you've got a completely analog way of controlling it super dynamically. And it's like, oh, such a simple tweak on just the input of that. Like now there's no buttons involved, which is kind of funny and, you know, hypocritical of the device.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it just was a super easy thing to just pull together of like, all right, well, what is it tilted this much, that much, and just have it be ratiometric, play with it, you know, figure out the math behind that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And not have to figure out like, oh, well, what's the software required to make the accelerometer work? It's all on the GitHub. It's like you can go to the website, you can pull all the code is the goal. And then if you want to tweak a line of code, like if you wanted to change the sensitivity on it, well, go find that line, tweak it, and see what it does.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to break it, so.
Okay.
So.
I remember in school, probably middle school, somebody got into Snake, right?
Yeah.
Or that may not have been what it was called in
pre-Nokia days.
Yeah. But that was it, right?
Yeah.
And the first thing he did was he decided, nope, I don't want the borders. If you go out the right, I want to come back in the left.
Blows up all the math.
It absolutely does.
Now I need to intentionally overflow this. How?
Yeah. So stuff like that was a lot of fun. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been funny figuring out like all the little bits that you think it's going to be super obvious on how to make it work, and then you go there and you're like, well, that's completely backwards from what I expected.
Yeah.
But you incidentally start learning from that, and it kind of becomes a little bit of a fun game of a puzzle, right? So I think if it's not forced, it doesn't feel like homework, but it's a natural progression. At least I've been dealing with Arduino since they came out.
Sure.
And like playing with those is fun. They serve their purpose, but getting a screen hooked up to it and all this, like that bit is enough of the fun. So it was like, all right, make a package that's got the whole thing included. So that way, hey, I want to make Snake, but it goes, you know, from the right side and wraps around as opposed to bouncing off the screen or not letting you.
Yeah.
Like with that breakout game, it's like, well, what do I do with the ball if it goes off the side? Do I let it go to the other side? Do I treat the wall as a thing? How much does it bounce off the side of the wall? Like all sorts of little things like that.
Yeah.
And then you start getting into, you know, how that type of stuff works, and maybe it's fun, and the whole thing is as people hopefully build up a community and start sharing the apps, I want all those things to be open. So instead of a traditional app store where it's like you don't get a copy of how it works, I want to see and try on the shoe of if you go to the website and you build up an app, you publish it, it's a one-click thing, and it's just available through everyone else, and they can see how it works. And you kind of build up this open ecosystem, and then that way the people that maybe aren't into the program or they're earlier in the stages, they can select the things that interest them because they'll be motivated to pick it apart now, at least hopefully. And it's just in something that's not embarrassing to hold. You know, so it's a package deal. It's not a breadboard in your pocket.
Right.
You know, so.
Yeah, I love. You said you were machining these yourself?
Yeah. So I've got a home shop. I saved up and was shopping for a 5-ton CNC machine for many years, and then I got one. I was like, okay, I got one. Now what do I make with it?
There's the challenge.
Yep. So there were like a few ideas and things that I had for it, but it was one of those strike while the iron was hot. So I got the machine. It was in the shop, and then I've got a friend with me, Jeffrey, who flew up from Florida because I called him and I said, hey, I got a deal on a machine, a CNC mill. How do I turn it on. Can you like fly up and help me do that? I'd been exposed to them, but then when it was my own, it was like, oh, this thing moves way too fast. This could instantly crush my head if it's in the wrong spot. So yeah, so these I make them in Michigan. So I buy the raw billet and I machine them out to get the fit and finish, to get the heft, to get the clicks, the sound. There's no rattle, and have the machine finish. So that's how it pops out of the mill as a raw finish. And I wanted it to look exotic, right? Like a piece of future tech. And the reflections on that, there was a bunch of work into making it look like that. I'll say that.
Sure.
Just from like the surface finish.
Trade to this one?
Yeah.
Only because it's not as shiny?
Yeah, and I've got the bead blasted one here also, which is a little bit more matte. I realized photographing the shiny ones as like getting a part of the Kickstarter setup.
Yeah.
Was like, this was a curveball I was not expecting.
Yeah.
I can't even take a photograph of this thing. How do I tell people about it?
Yeah, because I was watching in the product cam. I'm like, yeah, nobody has any idea what I'm showing them.
Right. Yeah. So this is a 3D printed one.
Okay.
Since it's, I guess, a little bit of a segue. These, you know, they're meant to be a nice thing to hold, but I realized that younger me would balk at the price because I just didn't have the money. But I want to get younger people involved with this because it's just gonna be a fact of life later in the future. And the more I got rewarded from working with Arduinos and those early embedded systems.
Yeah.
I've been dealing with them professionally for over 10 years, you know, in like safety systems. And it's like I've found it's kind of a gap of how do you get more people into this, because I want help in that world.
Right.
So the 3D printed one's about half the price to get that and close the gap, and then also the fun aspect of there's different colored, you know, filaments. The files are going to be shared, so you can print your own.
Nice.
The whole thing, instead of all the metal pieces coming with a kit, you get a starter set of the plastic pieces plus the battery and the screws and everything to put it together.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you mentioned Kickstarter. That's where we are right now?
Yeah, so it's in pre-launch. Literally, I could just click the button and it would go. I'm trying to figure out, like, when do I do that?
Sure.
So at least today, there's been a bunch of marketing people walking up to me. I think I'm going to have to pit them against Kickstarter a few boosts down. Say, they're telling me I need to buy ads. Should I go with Kickstarter? Should I buy ads? Should I do batch orders? And also kind of just get feedback and see how much traction there is.
Sure.
But so I've got a few points on here. The main metal ones, I've got early birds starting at $139. They go up to $179. And then the 3D printed ones are $79, and then just the main board's $49.
Okay.
And the 3D printed one, oddly enough, I checked it. It's about on point with what Arduinos were when they first came out, the Arduino Unos with inflation. So I was like, oh, well, I could figure out how to get the money for that when I was a kid. So
right.
Maybe it works out and whatnot. Because I'm really not trying to be a cash grab on this. I'm trying to make a good product.
Right, right.
So very much open to feedback on all sorts of points of it, hence the different, you know, pledges on the Kickstarter.
Got it.
When it goes live, because I'm a one-man band. I can't mass produce it. Some of the marketing guys were like, hey, I'll go find an investor. We'll figure out how to scale this thing up. And I was like, yeah, but I really like the idea of this being sustainable and not crazy, because I deal with mass manufacturing normally, you know, with millions of parts in automotive. And it's like, I kind of played that game.
Right.
Let me figure out how to, you know, just make a nice thing that's fun and people enjoy, and, you know.
So if people want more information about this, to find your Kickstarter, whatnot, how can they do that?
Go to cyberfidget.com. There's a link to the Kickstarter on there. There's links to the documentation, the screensaver builder, samples of the tools, like the web programmer. But there's a big old back on Kickstarter at the top and of every page on there. So cyberfidget.com.
Very cool.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and showing this off.
Thanks, Scott. Really
Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the show.
You too.
All right. Like I said, leading into this, we've got some really interesting stuff, and we were afraid moving into West Hall that we might lose the mad scientist type products, right? That we love about Eureka Park, that we love about the Venetian, but fortunately, we encountered him during Unveiled, saw it, and went, yep, gotta have it. Gotta have him on the show. So we do appreciate those who are coming over for us from the Venetian. It's not an easy trek, but we do have companies that are still coming over from the other side of town So we do appreciate that. We do have a lot going on today, but we also do have a few gaps in our schedule. First day of CES is always that way. There's always some gap time. It kind of is what it is, right? The first day is the busiest, which makes it the hardest to travel building to building and property to property. So sometimes that can slow you down. But then it's also the day that the majority of the buyers and marketing people are around and walking around. And so because of that, some companies, we always like to pretend that we're the reason that people are here. And we're not. We know that in the back of our mind, right? We know that they're not here for us. They're here to meet buyers and investors and people like that. We're a bonus. And so companies will get into conversations with a buyer from Best Buy who says, you know what, I really like this. We want it for holidays this year. How do we do that? You get into a conversation, and it's way more important, right? Best Buy wants to put it in all their stores, way more important than coming and talking to us. And we always tell them that. We understand if you're in the middle of a conversation, don't leave it. But we'll try and figure out how to get you in later. That is 100% how we do it. So there will be gaps. We'll be able to talk about all kinds of interesting things today. But we do have a guest who has arrived, so that's good. Like I said, we are in the wrong spot. We don't dislike it, though. That's the thing. I'm enjoying this. There is one little oddity about being lowered down, and that's that you guys can see more faces behind us, which is okay and not okay. One of the things that was always interesting when we were in the North Hall is we'd be having a conversation and somebody would stall out right behind us and like stare into the camera while we're talking, and we'd have to send somebody to go shoo them like a cat. And that has returned here some. We are taller than we ever were in the North Hall. We are, a couple feet off the ground, so that helps. So, their head is still like at my hip level instead of above me, which was the problem in the North Hall. But we do still have that possibility. I know Raven has been doing a good job of pivoting around that particular issue as it happens, and I appreciate that.
Doing what I can.
But we do. People might stall out behind us. It's a pretty tight space. They're trying to figure out what this is. But the benefit for us is people can see us. When we're way up in the tower, nobody can really see you. All they can see is basically from the top of our shoulders up. They don't necessarily see the lights. They might see the lights, but they definitely don't see the cameras. They don't really know what it is we're doing. And so with this, they do. They can see, they can stop, they can ask. But then they can also stop and possibly stare into a camera. So we're figuring it out. And I guess the reason I'm saying this is we are open to possibilities. We might like this. We might stay. It might not be a problem. Or it could be a huge problem. We don't know. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your feedback on what works, what doesn't work. If you like this setup, if maybe you want us to try a different building. We're currently in the West Hall. We've been in the Venetian. There's South, Central, North. So there's other places we could be. We've been offered space in the future in any of them. So maybe we'll go back to the Venetian because maybe you guys like the mad scientist stuff. Maybe we'll go to Central Hall because you like the big companies. Let us know. We'll see what we can do. We do this show not for ourselves, but for the audience. We're not here for ourselves. We're a bonus, right? we're here for you guys. Yes, we enjoy it. Also, it's the first day and my throat already hurts. So, there's a lot going on, but we do all this for you because it's expensive to get in. Not everybody can get in here. It's actually surprisingly complicated to get into CES these days unless you want to spend the large amounts of money to buy a ticket. So we do this so you can see it. One of the interesting things about the show is that it is huge. The number that is in my head is, and I was not corrected on it when I said it. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. I wasn't corrected on it when I said it to somebody from CES earlier. So over 3 million square feet of exhibitor space. We were told last year what that statistic means. You are looking behind me right now. If we can go back to the crowd shot, that would be cool. In the shot that you're seeing here, basically the way it works out is that 3 million square feet of exhibitor space counts the gray carpet that you see behind us, but not the blue carpet that you see behind us. And it doesn't count that dark gray carpet in the background. So it's a really specific and unique number. And I like that because it allows us to know what it means, and the stat from year to year is replicable. We always know what the statistic means, and it doesn't change. So hallways don't count, which makes it nice, right? We know that it's only actual exhibitor space. Where I am right now, this isn't counted in that number either, because they consider this to be infrastructure in the same way that they consider the hallways to be. So it's a lot of space. It is spread out across, well, to be perfectly honest, most of the city. The thing that I heard from somebody at CES a little while ago was that, I think it was from somebody at CES, is that we have more than 50% of all the hotel rooms in the city right now are because of CES, and almost the entirety of the convention space in the entirety of the city is locked up either by CES or any of the CES partners, Pepcom, Showstoppers, whatever is happening in the Wynn that I'm not going to get into, whatever is going on there. All of it is related to CES in one way or another, and so we own the majority of the city, the majority of the hotel rooms. It's really a big show. But our next guest is here. Hello. Oh, one more time.
Hi.
There we go.
All right, there you go. All right.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, yes, I'm PLUGHITZ. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Quantum Computing Inc., working on our product management as well as anything related to bringing this cool technology to the market and generating revenues out of it.
All right. Well, tell me about the cool technology.
Well, we actually at QCI focus on the 3 C's that are related to data. It's capture, compute, and communicate. So basically, we do quantum sensing, quantum communications, and quantum computation. These are the 3 verticals and the 3 pillars of our technology. And we do that by manipulating the rays of light and controlling them and engineering them in a way to be able to harness their quantum nature of light, which what it actually means is that it brings new computation modality into play that you cannot get from classical computers.
Okay. So for those who haven't been following the technology, because it's been out in various forms for a little while, but I think it's still in the public consciousness, I think it's still pretty niche. What is quantum computing and how is it different?
So it is, you're right, it is niche. There are multiple approaches to quantum computing. It's been sitting in the labs and physicists have been working on it for quite some time. What is different...
Can I get you to do me a favor and pivot your mic just a little bit towards there?
There you go.
Probably just like that.
Okay. So yeah, what is different from the way that we do it is we are making application-specific quantum computers, meaning certain applications that we can solve better with our system. And what that has enabled us to make quantum reality today. So we can solve problems today, basically, as opposed to other more abstract technologies that are out there, and people are still trying to make the system good enough to be able to solve problems. What we are doing differently is we can solve problems today. Of course, there is a long way to make them the most efficient way, but the value is today for people.
And quantum versus traditional computing is basically the difference between we know computers are zeros and ones, and it's a little basic, but let's go with it as a theory. That computers are zeros and ones.
Yeah.
Quantum computing doesn't process quite the same way.
No, it's a different modality in computing. So that's a past architecture. That's a von Neumann architecture that people know. The quantum computing is you are zeros and ones all at the same time. Or you can be actually more than 0 and 1. You can be in multiple states all at the same time. That basically gives you the capability to be able to account for multiple solutions, multiple different scenarios all at once. And once you can do that, if you program the problem right, if you initialize the system right, then you can find the actual solution, the most probable solution for the system that you're looking for much faster and much more efficiently than a classical computer. The classical computer does it step by step. It goes from step 1 through step whatever, a gazillion that it needs to do. It's serial, it's slow, but it gives you a deterministic response to the problem you're trying to solve. Quantum computing is very fast, but it's also stochastic, it's probabilistic. It would give you the results of the particular solution and gives you the probability of what it is suggesting as a solution of, let's say, 99 point certain number of 9% that it is the right solution. So you are basically trading off having a deterministic response for a probabilistic response, but you are getting the response much faster and you can account for it. And the world is actually runs quantum mechanically. I mean, if you get into like the various subatomic particles, everything runs quantum mechanically. So it's basically harvesting that nature from either lights, either electrons, either spins or cold atoms, or different architectures that exist out there.
So what kind of solutions have we put together using this technology so far?
Yes, and that's actually where we are currently focused on finding the applications that actually mean something to the life of people, how we can change the life of people in a meaningful way. And there are certain areas that actually I do have like some demos that I've captured that I can show, but it's one area that we have showed is, for instance, for portfolio management for finance, looking at the historical data for that exists out there, that you have access to data, and trying to also optimize the same to do the optimization using our quantum computer. You see better returns, for instance, in the same period of time based versus the historical data. That's one area that we've shown. Logistics, for instance, that's an area that is actually you can solve with quantum computers. For instance, to give you an idea, for a UPS or a FedEx driver, for them to find the best route to deliver the packages and all that, that is a very hard problem that classical computers struggle to solve, and there is no definite answer to it. But just imagine a world in which that there is a quantum chip that is handheld, like in a mobile device by this driver, and they can, in real time, be able to optimize the route that they are going to, taking into account many different factors like the traffic, real-time traffic, like the weather conditions, like how much is left, how much gas is in the vehicle, where is the respective vehicles. That is a very difficult optimization problems that quantum computers are capable of solving, and at QCI that's something that we have worked on. For instance, we can show in a demo that we have made actually, that people can go see while at CES, at CES Foundry tomorrow and the day after. It's a drone path optimization. If there are like lots of constraints on a path that a drone can take, you will have a hard time finding the best path, like if you want to use classically, but with a quantum method you can do that. And another part is approaching the hybrid computation. You know, everyone is talking about AI and GPUs and all of that. The problem with GPUs is that they are still using the old classical computer architecture, and it takes them a lot of time, a long time, to be able to, for instance, do the training, and a lot of power, to the level that some of the data centers are considering putting like miniaturized nuclear power plants in there. But
Microsoft is reactivating 3 Mile Island.
Exactly. So what we have shown is that you can use our quantum computer card Dirac-3, the system that we have, and using that you can basically do the training for AI in real time and much faster. And we actually did benchmark that against GPUs. We can get an order of magnitude of like 10 times faster.
Wow.
And at a fraction of power. That's the part that matters.
Yeah.
So you don't need to have a nuclear power plant. You can just use our Dirac 3 system, for instance, to hybrid with an actual GPU system and do real-time optimization. We fed the credit card fraud data into that, and based on that, we were able to predict like the fraudulent transactions. That this is the kind of classification problem that we can solve with this.
Wow.
So there is an ecosystem that you can imagine that a quantum processing unit, or QPU, QCI's QPU, can coexist with the GPUs and CPUs of today to give you better value. And what makes us different compared to other quantum companies is that our long-term vision is to deploy these in the chip formats that can go sit into many mobile devices or be very much mobile, as opposed to others whose quantum computing systems are going to be the size of a building, very big data centers. I don't know if you, the era of microelectronics like 70, 80 years ago, the actual initial computers were room size and no one could use them. So we are addressing that. We are putting practicality and scalability into our solution, and that's what makes QCI different from others that are.
So you're pivoting away from the kind of standard look of quantum computing as a data center type, like a large computing solution, and looking at it as something that can be distributed, that can be miniaturized and put in your hand.
Yes, and that's what enables us to do that is the way that we do physics. The way that others do physics, the natural system that they can design is that huge data center. The way that we do physics, which is very new and backed by actually a lot of grants and fundings that our founder had received previously, we can go into chip scale through something called the photonic integrated circuit. So photonic relating to the fact that it's based on light, and integrated circuits, I mean, it's just like ICs. So we are leveraging that. We are leveraging all the engineering that we have, knowledge that we have gathered and all of that. And long run, we have plans of deploying this application-specific quantum computers as opposed to the universal quantum computers that end up to be like these giant data centers.
Right. That makes sense. One of the reasons it has to be so big is because it's trying to do everything.
Yes, and that's
if
a very
you're not
difficult
trying
problem.
to solve everything, if you're trying to solve a problem, you can shrink down. Okay.
Yes, and
that makes sense.
We care about, I mean, we are at CES, we care about like the end consumer, end user. How can they benefit from the quantum technology, like something that is tangible for them? I'm not discounting the universal quantum computers. They can solve all important problems as well. But
they have their place.
They have their place, absolutely. But for end users and customers to really see the value, that's what we are focusing on. And it's not only that; it's on our quantum communication as well. We can bring privacy and security actually to the communication that, let's say, consumer user A and user B can establish the connection between the two. That's another thing that is very unique to us. It's called a zero-knowledge proof authentication method for basically making this communication channel between point A and point B also quantum secure. Because one of the reasons that people are interested in quantum computing is that it can break the encryption codes that is classically.
Right, that was what I was going to say. If you're dealing with quantum computers against traditional encryption, it's the thing that most people, if they know about quantum computers, what they know is something that used to take 100,000 years to decrypt can be done in an afternoon. Right?
Not even in an afternoon, in like a few seconds. So what adversaries are doing is that they are downloading all the classical communication that is happening now because they are waiting for the quantum computer to be
so they can pull.
Yeah, they can pull and break that. Now, if you make that communication channel also quantum secure, then they can't do anything on that,
Right.
Yep.
Impressive.
Yep.
Well, if people want more information about this, how can they get it?
Check our website. If you are in CES, tomorrow and Thursday, we are at CES Foundry. We do have live demo in our booth in Fontainebleau, and would be happy to show you in real time what it means. There are different demos that we have prepared, and people can come and talk to us and see that. Check our website. You can also get access to the demos on your own, sign up for an account, and then get access to them and see what quantum can do for you, and get in touch with us. We'd love to speak with you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for coming up and talking to me today.
Absolutely. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
I appreciate it.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. You too.
All right, that is definitely cool technology. It's one of those things that doesn't appear to be consumer-facing at first, but it is from two different perspectives. The first being that the end result of the large format quantum computers is a change in the way we interact with, like you said, communications and encryption and security and privacy and all that. But then when we start bringing it down to the consumer level, being able to put it into a device, the whole world changes. Now we can do end-to-end encryption from device to device without having the middle ground be responsible for the encryption. Super cool. On our topic from before the previous conversation, I want to commend Raven for his camera angling. As I had somebody stop behind me and start semi-undressing, and Raven managed to keep it all off the air. Really, truly, Raven, I'm so glad you're here.
I'm doing what I can do.
I saw that happen, and my first thought was, uh-oh. Not at all great. And yet,
we don't want to see something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather have people just staring into your soul like that through the camera. That's the only thing we want to see. Like,
yeah.
Besides that, no.
All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Good to hear.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. Hi, my name is Kunju Kasharikar. I'm VP of Product at Pentaho. Pentaho has been around for last 20 years. It's a software company where currently we focus on using AI to prepare your data to be delivered into AI. With a strong heritage that we have evolved over time, we have gotten into new area and really focused on helping you optimize your data, optimize your processing, building trusted data foundation so that you can build your AI success story on top of the data foundation.
So, longtime viewers of our show know that I have a direct connection with Pentaho.
Yes, you do.
I was invited to, what was the event in Orlando? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I always forget the name. But you guys invited me to come moderate a panel.
Oh, yes.
In Orlando a year ago.
Yes, yes.
And that was a tremendous amount of fun. I got to learn a lot about the product and, you know, make friends with the team. I talk with Bryce all the time.
Yes.
Super cool platform and the kind of thing that is needed, right? The data integrity aspect of things is when you're starting to think about how AI might apply to your business needs. That data integrity and data, not sanitation, but certainly uniformity is essential. Computers are not good at chaos.
They are not. I think they expect you to give pristine data into a AI problem or to help solve an AI problem. And I think that's where a lot of failures we see happen in the AI adoption. Absolutely. And to drive some meaning out of the chaos that we all create with enormous amount of data we generate, whether it is structured or unstructured or generated in an IT system or an OT system. You need a methodology, you need a process, you need a strong foundation to get you out of it.
Yeah. I think this is something I talked with during the event. So my former business partner worked for the Tampa Electric Company in Tampa, and he learned two things as a co-op. The first was, if you've ever had a power outage, it was probably caused by a squirrel. And the second is, nobody knows how to spell squirrel. And so the technicians would go out and they have to log what happened. Why was this transformer blown up?
Yes.
squirrel.
Yes.
Almost always squirrel. And the number of different spellings for squirrel was insane. And he was doing the manual data sanitizing. He spent weeks doing nothing but sanitizing the word squirrel.
Yes. Yes.
People are chaos.
Absolutely. I mean, I can tell my name is not that difficult, but it's a long number of alphabets. And there are multiple versions of that. What you see here on my LinkedIn profile is just the shortened version. It's 11 characters in the first name, 11 characters in the last name.
Okay.
And you will get enough permutation combinations of that if you were to solve it manually, I can imagine it just like solving the squirrel spelling problem.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And so being able to have that stuff pointed out and cleaned before it goes in, because AI might not be able to figure out, when you're doing training an LLM, might not know that SQL and squirrel are supposed to mean the same thing.
Yes. Yes, it's interesting. One of my colleagues used to tell a story on data quality and challenges with that. Rented a car, I think spent 2 days using the car, and the bill included a mileage of 40,000 miles.
Wow.
Now, you can drive 40,000 miles unless you are a racing car, and even then, I don't think you can.
Yeah, I would
so now
imagine
that's
you have to have a rocket on the back.
Absolutely. I mean, you will go up and back. That's the kind of problem that AI won't be able to spot unless you train for it.
Right, right.
And if you are using wrong data to AI, you know what happens. Right?
Yes. Gemini tells you that you should put glue in macaroni and cheese.
Absolutely.
Right?
And it becomes very sticky.
Yeah. Yes, a very sticky situation.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, so I think so many permutation combinations, so much volume of data, and that's where AI is really powerful to help us. But it's also the Achilles heel of AI, where if you have lots and lots of issues in your data, your AI outcome is just going to be wrong.
Yeah.
And I think in Pentaho, we learned that the simpler we make it for an organization to understand their data, discover it, classify it, make it searchable, make it easy to consume and deliver into AI, the stronger the foundation and easier it is to adopt AI.
Yeah,
so going back to your squirrel challenge, if you build an appropriate data quality solution so that when you are consuming that data into your point of sale system, into your data entry system, you build enough filters so that you only accept the right spelling of squirrel, your friend would not be having to do all that work to manually correct it.
Right, exactly. Or you figure out that it should be a drop down to begin with, and
software engineers always learn how to make better UI.
Or it should default to squirrel, and you have to change it. Legitimately, he said it's unbelievable how many power outages are caused by squirrels.
I can imagine.
So, I think I understand that you guys have just put out a new version of the interface very recently, like in the last couple of weeks, right?
Absolutely. It was our Christmas gift. We released version 11. The big highlight of version 11 is a web UI. We have traditionally been very loud. We still talk to people who have used us 10 years back and have fresh memory, just like you do. And they have been looking for a web interface to make the adoption easier, make our upgrades easier, and that's where we focused a lot of time on, is to build that simple point-click experience, but again, easy to deploy. Don't have to upgrade 15 desktop. You upgrade your server and you get the browser to show your new UI. That is going to be a key differentiator as we see the momentum that we have seen in the second half of 2025, and is going to help us build into 2026.
It certainly seems like there's been a lot of momentum for you guys, because I am now hearing you mentioned outside of the context of knowing you guys.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm hearing it a lot. As a software engineer, I'm hearing companies talking about it.
Absolutely.
So it seems like there's been a lot of growth for you guys.
There has been a tremendous
and awareness.
Growth. Absolutely. And I think we have been building and expanding beyond our traditional expertise, right? We started as an ETL company. We grew into business reporting. But over the last 2.5 years, we have built a catalog. We have built a data optimization solution that brings in the power of understanding of data and then the power that Pentaho ETL has of moving data when you decide to move it. And then building with AI to make it easy for somebody to interact with our experience and make it really easily adoptable. And that's showing us that we can expand and that go beyond the data engineer into the business user, because that's where data is getting consumed even more every day, every month, every week. And that simplification, what we like to call data pipes, has got us tremendous adoption into the business community that allows us to, that allows them to move data very easily with 5 clicks at most.
Well, that's fantastic. Obviously, AI is
everywhere.
Yes, it's the 2 letters you'll see most behind us this year. So there's going to be people who are going to be interested in learning more about this or contacting you guys.
Yes.
How can they do that?
We are in North Hall. If you go through the entrance, you will find a big Hitachi booth. It's red. You can't miss it. We are with our Hitachi colleagues. We are talking about variety of different things, but we have a complete section just focused on AI. And that's where they should come if they want to hear me talk more. I don't know if they would, but I have sessions in the morning at 11:45. I talk about data for AI and AI for data. That would be a great place to find. I'm on LinkedIn. My name is pretty unique. You will just, if you remember a few letters of my first and last name, you will find me, and I'll connect you with the right colleagues in Pentaho that will help you learn more about what you should be doing to become successful in AI.
Well, fantastic. Well, I really appreciate you coming and talking about this. It's fun to have had this conversation from a different perspective.
Indeed.
Because obviously my last perspective was more in it.
Correct.
And I had to jump in real quick.
It's that inside in and outside in view. It gets you. It gets you a nice perspective into what we have been doing.
For sure.
Yeah. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me, Scott.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. It really is an interesting variation for me because legitimately my last interaction was more in-house. I'm going to take a break real quick, and I will be back in just a minute.
Help support our coverage with PureVPN, the fast, secure way to protect your connection at home or on the go. Get exclusive savings now at techpodcast.com/PureVPN.
Hello again. I'm back. Thank you for understanding there for a moment while I went and said hi to a friend. Welcome back to the show. We are here at CES 2026. We are in the Las Vegas Convention Center West Hall, not in the Venetian this year. And we are getting to see different activity. So we usually talk about the feel of the show. Unfortunately, our perspective is a little warped this year. We're used to being in a particular place, and that particular place is the place where most action starts on day one these days. So at the Venetian is Eureka Park. Eureka Park is where the early stage and mad scientist products are. The things that aren't ready for market necessarily, but are really interesting. A lot of this stuff will never actually make it to market, at least not in the form that you're seeing. What you will traditionally see happen is the companies, I suppose, will work with a partner, license the technology that their thing is based on, and it'll be used for something else, and you end up with a slightly different or sometimes dramatically different product. Sometimes you end up with a product that is exactly what was originally pitched. But they're all early stage, and in the early days of Eureka Park, it seemed like nobody cared, at least not from the perspective of the media. That has changed dramatically. In fact, Eureka Park has become a huge part of the show floor. Even on a percentage basis, Eureka Park is a huge part of the show floor. And a lot of the media, after we started focusing on them, seem to have followed suit, and they like to start their day over at the Venetian. I don't know what this building is supposed to look like. Certainly not on day one. We're on the wrong side of town. So generally what happens is people will start on the north side of CES and work their way south. So the Venetian, the North Hall, Central Hall, South Hall, West Hall. So we're on what is the end of most people's journey. So it feels in here a little slow today. If you've been watching behind us, you've seen the crowd shots. It does feel a little slow. It feels a little like 2022 in the amount of people in this building. However, this is not our normal building. I don't know what this building is supposed to look like on day one on a normal year. This could be perfectly normal. We have no frame of reference. But I can tell you, after having talked to people who have come out of Eureka Park to come see us today, Eureka Park is hopping like it always is. So, overall, that does suggest that CES is probably as well attended, or more likely better attended than ever. Based on what we've seen around town, traffic getting into the studio this morning, all that does suggest that CES is as big as ever this year as far as attendees are concerned. So expect as the week goes on this to get busier, not slower. Our normal experience is that it gets slower as the week goes on, but I think this building's going to go the other way. I think we're going to see more people as the week goes on. So that should be fun. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the broadcast. Day one is the day that we most frequently have no-shows because this is the day that the most number of people are here in the building. So it happens. So they get into conversations, they don't show up, and you have to hear me prattle on about statistics and show size and what all is going on. So if you're just joining us, the way our show works is we have 10-minute segments. Theoretically, every 10 minutes, we will have a new guest arrive. We will have a conversation about their company, their product, their offering, and then they'll leave. The next guest will come in, and we'll do it all over again with a reset at the top of the hour so that, you know, I can get some water or blink, things like that. So when we do have gaps, you know, they happen. It is what it is. After day one, we will try and have some fill to put in there so that you don't have to just hear Don or Marlo or myself prattle on. We will talk a little bit more about some other stuff shortly, but the good news is we do have a guest who is arriving now. So if you see things that you really like and you have questions, if you're watching live and you have questions for our guests, throw them in the chat. We will try to get them on air. From the control room, we'll try and get the questions to the guests while they're still here. If you're not watching live, still feel free to comment, because one of the things I can guarantee, especially knowing some of our longtime guests like we're about to talk to, a lot of our guests watch the chat and the comments on the videos later, and we'll come into the chat and respond to questions that maybe didn't get covered during an interview. So if you've got further questions, definitely put them in there, and if they don't catch them, I will tend to push the interesting ones to them later anyway. So, but our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello, hello. It's been a long time.
It has been, because I think the last couple of, when you've been on in the past, you've ended up with Dawn or Marlo, so it's good to see you.
Exactly. It's been amazing and incredible time.
Yeah, good, good. For those who don't know you, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Natalia. I'm the CEO and founder of Algorized. Algorized is a startup and a fast-growing startup. We built the sensing technologies for detecting people.
Yes. I seem to remember Chris Jordan saying, "You build magic."
That's what they say, and I hear that quite often as well. We, as the company, we believe that with the growing AI, we especially in the physical world, we need to find a way to protect people's lives.
Sure.
We need to find a way for the machines and humans to interact. We need to find a way for what does it mean to detect a true human life. And that's what we do at Algorized. We build foundation models that are capable to detect the human presence in any environment. Originally, we started, remember first time we met?
Absolutely.
Maybe you...
We were looking through walls.
We were looking through
finding
walls.
people on the other side of walls.
Yes.
Yes.
That's how research started. We started in Switzerland, and our original research was for the cause to help rescue missions to localize people trapped in the buildings.
Right.
And the major question there was, can you find a human life that's alive? And where the cameras cannot see, where there's no motion, where there's no heat, you know, that how can you find the true human life? And we spent time to understand what does it mean, actually, detect a person. And for us, we've got a heartbeat, we've got the breathing, we have some motion and energies that we reflect, and that's what we started to understand through the research. And the first case, yes, it was actually made for the rescue missions, which actually never kind of like really took off as a product, unfortunately.
Fascinating.
It's something that it's always there. It's also we actually build this. However, the magic really started happening in the other industries. We realized that every major industry is looking for people positioning and sensing.
Sure.
The last year we came to you is that where we had a lot of use cases for the automotive, the car manufacturers. And they said, hey, okay, you can see through the wall. I mean, okay, that's great, but we have people inside of the car, right? We want to know if the driver is doing well, if there is like a newborn child that left unattended in the car, can you do that? And we were saying, well, that's actually, from the data point of view, it's very similar. The AI doesn't really kind of know whether the person is in the car or in the building or an industrial floor, and And that's how we started building as a product. So that was the product we launched last year was in automotive. And this year we're doing something else. Somebody tells you that every time you present a new company. But we love this whole thing because we realize that foundation models for people sensing is really massively solving major pain points of industries and of the companies around here as well. So this year we're doing something really, really exciting.
Okay. Really, really exciting. We're looking through walls and finding people. But that's not the really, really exciting one. I mean, you've created a scale now.
Yeah, no, like now is we have to compete with ourselves all the time, right? So, you have seen a lot of robotics here. You have seen a lot of things growing, and we know that physical AI is there. It's actually here. But the reason why you don't see that physical AI here on the floor right now, because they don't sense people. They see the people through the pixels.
Right,
they see the pixels, through the camera vision to understand the whole thing.
Okay.
But they don't really see the true human life.
Right.
So what we're doing is that we at the CES here, we're showing the glass box. We're opening the whole thing of how the machines see us as humans. And, through being able to detect our heartbeat and breathing rate. So we bring that brain to the humanoids, to the factories, to the robotic arms, so they can detect the human life and they can create the distance and they understand our intentions.
Yeah.
So the challenge here is that it's not that, the robots are dangerous. No, it's that how we can make the true human-machine collaboration and how we can create that safety layer around the humans, right?
Okay.
So we can actually coexist with the machines.
Okay. Yeah. So in the case of Elon Musk's weird obsession with everything has to be done with cameras, it sees things and tries to hope that it knows what the thing is. Sometimes it makes mistakes, right? You're wearing something weird and all of a sudden you don't look like a person. But we know that your system knows it's a person even if it can't see it. It's on the other side of a wall. It still knows that it's a human being.
We see physics.
Yeah.
And we don't see pixels.
Right.
So that's how we can see people through the wall.
Right.
And the occlusion, imagine you're walking around the corner and I'm walking on the other side. You can sense that I'm here. You're a human. You can hear my pass. You know that I'm just, so you're going to slow down. The machines don't do it.
Right.
They don't see you around the corner.
Right.
So we're kind of adding this kind of the additional layer of the intelligence so they can see there's a true human, so they can slow down, they can not necessarily freeze, right? Because today, everything for the safety is that they freeze.
Yeah,
I see anything moving, I freeze.
There was the viral video that was going around last week about the Zeus,
Yeah.
the Zoox car on the corner of was it Flamingo?
Yeah.
That just froze in the middle of an intersection because people were passing it and it went, I don't know what to do.
They're confused.
And it just stopped.
And that is that's how you see these things, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the pixel side, that's what you see.
Right,
I see many people, I'm confused, I don't know what to do. That's it. I see so much stuff going on.
Even if you're dealing with LiDAR and things like that, you still
Same thing.
All you see is things, and you have to hope that you're identifying those things correctly.
Correct.
As opposed to you're seeing life.
We see life.
Which is totally different.
Yes.
Okay. You're using the Call of Duty stats, the same thing that we do when we're playing a game. And you're like, oh, there's somebody behind me, right? Because
exactly.
You're looking for the same thing that we'd look for.
It's interesting because I'm a gamer. Since a kid, I was
See, I knew I liked you.
And it's one of those things. Like that's how you think, right? That's how you really want that technology to look like.
Right.
So you really want that interaction things. You want anticipation. You want to. That's how you win, right? Like in a game, you need to have that type of the
situational awareness. Yeah.
So and the everything that goes through that kind of idea of how you can, and we continue focusing with the major core of the company about people's safety. We love that aspect. If you see every product we build, it's always about people's safety. We started from the rescue missions. We go into the
about literal people's safety,
physical, that there's a child alone in the car.
Yeah.
We don't want that to happen. Today we're focusing a lot on the first deployments of this awareness piece in intentions in the robotics on the industrial floors. So we are exactly training that machines not to freeze, and on the industrial floor. And so, and in 5 years from now, it's going to be everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, automation in robotics is only increasing. It's not it's not going to decrease over the next 5 years.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, and we really focused on the robotics this year, because we see there is a lot of build that's happening, and we see a lot of there's a big gap on how they perceive the perception piece, because they are made for learning and training certain tasks.
Yeah.
They don't really see a true human life.
Really, really interesting. I always love getting to catch up with you.
I know. It's
I know I haven't been the one sitting in this seat the last couple of times, but we always get to talk downstairs.
Absolutely.
And I love what your team is doing.
Thank you.
It really is. I love that the company has a mission focused on human safety.
Yeah.
That's a great mission.
Thank you, and that's something that excites us every day. Something that we are a software company. We build that brain. We build that foundation. We are not the hardware people, right? But we have today engineers that thinking. We have brains. We have PhDs in physics and neuroscience and robotics and different things, and we're all thinking about one and only thing: how to detect the life, human life.
Yeah.
So. And that's and we're all driven by the whole things. So the applications that are, and we're so fortunate to be able to have these applications on the market. We have the products deployed in the automotive. We see several cars already being in the market end of this year using our technology.
Nice.
We now started deploying in the humanoids. Here we have a real-time demo on the, we actually brought the arm, like a robotic arm to actually to do that. So, and we have large companies that kind of, using that technology. So we're super happy about it.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear the success. Because, I like you.
Me too.
And I like to see when our friends are doing well and are continuing to grow. So.
Well, thank you. So great to catch up and, to come here and you've been following the progress. And who knows, the next year
right from the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the very beginning.
Yeah. Well, for people who want more information, because I guarantee people are going to want to learn more about this, how can they do that?
Go to algorize.com and you'll find everything that you need to know, and just reach out to us, and we're happy to share what we're building, why we're building, and why is it so important for the humanity.
Well, I definitely appreciate it. We're going to have to catch up after CES, because I got a fun story about a project that I worked on that isn't exactly show appropriate. We'll talk after CES.
Sounds good.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Same here. Thanks. Thanks.
All right. One of the things that we regularly talk about, right, because we've been doing this a long time. I think, if I remember correctly, this is, for TPN, this is CES number 26. One of the things we talk about is that, we like to follow journeys. Some of them have been long, some of them have been short, and we tend to follow the journeys of people and companies that we like. We regularly go back to our friend Robbie Cabral from BenjiLock, but Algorize is another one of those companies that we've literally been following since the beginning. When she came on the show and she told Chris Jordan and I that that they were able to detect and show people on the other side of walls. And we went, magic, right? It was just short of, one of us pointing and shouting, witch, right? It's because it's so unbelievably cool and sci-fi. Like, not even, we'll just go with sci-fi. It's crazy. It's so cool, and I suppose there are multiple ways that this kind of technology can be used. Some of them are helpful, and some of them are destructive, and they focus their whole company and all of their solutions on the helpful. always about trying to help and protect people. And I just love that. And that's the kind of thing that I think resonates with our whole team, whether it be, in the old days, Andy and Todd, or today, Don Marlowe and myself. The idea of building something, not just to build something, and not just building something to be destructive or whatever, but specifically building things with the focus of helping people. In this case, literally saving lives. But we want to make somebody's life better, safer, easier, whatever it is. Those are always the products that connect with us the most, because I think it's the thing that we love to see. We like to see a focus on truly improving lives, not just building to build. So, who's back there right now? Is it Raven or is it Adam?
It is Adam.
It's Adam. That's what I thought. I thought I saw Raven moving about. So, you've been around for much of their time with us. I think their first time was maybe 2019. It's crazy cool technology, right?
It is.
I love it. I keep trying to think of new places that it would make sense. I like the robotics aspect of it, though. Because I think you and I were just joking about the Zoox thing the other day.
We were?
And if you've seen the video, legitimately this autonomous vehicle, they're right over here, by the way. This autonomous vehicle is like was it making a turn, like a right turn at Flamingo or something?
I can't remember.
But they were in the right lane for sure, and they're in the middle of not the middle of the intersection, but they're far enough out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And something happened and it just stopped. And that, if you've ever driven in Vegas, any unexpected stop is going to annoy everybody. So cars start, going around them, and it starts to go. It's like, okay, I understand. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to, and somebody cuts it off. And it just stops again. And that's what she was saying. Robots respond by panic braking.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't have that context of, what people are and whether something's actually a safety concern. And so I like it. I like it a lot. I think you guys have had more access to what's been going on out here than I have. Have you seen anything else that has, pricked your ears up?
I haven't got to walk around this area too much yet, but I don't know.
But anything from the show so far?
I think the lock with the wireless charging we saw it unveiled.
Yeah. I desperately need them to be here, because that's super cool.
I mean, the vein print's already cool enough as it is. Now we got infrared wireless charging.
Yeah. So if you weren't part of the show last year, we had a company come on, Lock-In, that the guy described the product as like being able to open the door with Harry Potter magic, right? You just wave your hand in front of it and the door unlocks. As it's tracking the veins in your hand, which apparently is just as unique as your fingerprint, but it doesn't require you to make physical contact the way a fingerprint reader does. And so this year, the thing that they have added that Adam and I both kind of, I think, locked onto was, if you have a smart lock, you know that there's a battery in it. The battery only has so much life. Eventually it dies. And you have to either replace batteries like mine, or you have to recharge it like my brother's. Neither one is ideal. And this has got this little puck that you aim at the lock. You put it, on a table. You can be up to 3 or 4 meters away. You just aim it at the front lock. It'll charge it wirelessly using infrared. And I said to the woman, I said, so far, pitch to the show. This This is the thing. I'm annoyed that it's not in other products already. Why is my front door not already doing this? Right? That's super cool. I want everything to be powered that way. It's as close to Tesla as I think we're going to actually get. What other interesting stuff did we see at Unveiled?
Oh, the machine that cooks meals for you.
Yeah, both of you just said it at me at the same time. It was so. What, a number of years ago we had. Oh, it was during the COVID year, so it must have been 2021, maybe 2022. We'd had a company on that you had meals that were not microwave meals, but think of it kind of like that. It was kind of all pre-packaged, and you put it in, and it had a refrigerator in it, and it could cook the meal and give you a fully cooked meal at the end. Not a microwave meal, but a fully cooked meal at the end. And that was interesting. But this took it to the next level. This is like a modular oven. And it had little compartments, and you could put your veggies and your protein and whatnot all in these little compartments. And then up top there was a big spice rack, and it had recipes, and it was able to adjust the recipe. If you were doing a low sodium thing or whatever, it could adjust the recipe. And you would basically just hit go, and it would do a one-pot meal entirely on its own with fully fresh ingredients. Really taking that concept to the next level. I like that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both of you nailed it literally at the same time. That was a cool product.
Yeah, I believe it's called Nosh.
Yes, that's what it was. Nosh. And we're hoping that they'll sign up to come on the show. Cause that was super cool. One of the companies that's coming on tomorrow, I think, Liber Novo, I think is the name of the company. They actually wanted us to use it in the studio. They've got these cool, like, somewhere between an office and a gaming chair, I would say. It's got massage and stuff built into it, which was cool, and it had several levels of recline, but not like normal recline that I really liked. Like normally with a desk chair, you pull the lever and you go back, and it's back, right? And if you want to sit forward, you either have to do the lever again and have it assist you back up, or you have to sit up and leave it back. This stays as a chair, and then you tell it where you want to go back to, and then you can push it back to that point, and it'll stop there. But then as you go to sit back up, it'll assist you right back up. I liked that. They're going to be on, I think, tomorrow or Thursday. That was a cool product. There's a lot of automotive stuff around us in here. There's a car alarm, for example. I don't know what that's about. But we are, so in the West Hall, there's a lot of the automotive technology. And this is where we are. There's a lot of automotive, but there's a lot of robotics as well over here. There's, across the show floor, not just in this building, I'm not trying to throw shade at this building, but across CES, there's a lot of normal products, everyday products, generally uninteresting products, like a backup camera that they're shoving AI into. Why? Don't worry about it. But try not to think about it, because it's AI. It's modern. But then you'll find stuff in here like the robotics company that was on a little while ago. I think it was Don's last segment or second to last. That it's funny. He likes to say that they're not looking for a sexy product or a sexy problem to solve, but an important one. And they're working on automating the detection of failures in product manufacturing, which I thought was pretty cool. And that's using technology, robotics, and AI for reasons, not just, here's a dash cam with AI. Why? It's all of the technologies there to solve an actual problem that has a direct consumer benefit. You may not think about the benefits in manufacturing when you think about, CES, but, it has a direct benefit to the consumer. When I was with Radio Shack, we always used to say everything, why doesn't this work? Well, everything that's mass produced has a failure rate. You have two options. Everything can be handmade and cost 10 times what it does now, or we can do a lot of automation, we can do a lot of robotics, and mass produce stuff and make it a lot cheaper, but know that it's going to have a failure rate on it. Everything will then therefore have a failure rate. But what they're looking to do is detect that failure before it gets into your hands, and do it without some poor guy whose job it is to pick up each part and do like this and look at it and go, oh no, there's a little line here. I don't know if that's going to be important. Let's put it to the side. Now somebody else has to look at it, and is this going to be a problem? No, we'll put it back into the thing. But yes, it turns out it is. They're trying to eliminate all of that with some robotics and automation that it's able to pick up the piece and look around, and it's compensating for the shininess of pieces like we were having trouble with the fidget device earlier on camera. Cameras aren't great at things like reflection and shininess and stuff like that. So they're working on compensating all that by being able to pick up the piece like you or I would and look at it and move it around so that you can get it out of the light or the shiny or whatever. Really, really a cool product. Like you said, not a sexy product. It's not flashy. It's not, Govee lights, right? It's not. But it is going to have a direct impact on people's day. So super cool. And that was here in the building they were on a little while ago. It really is an interesting show. If you've not been, it is a lot. Almost every year we have at least one new team member join us, and everybody always asks the same question: how do I prepare? And the only two things we're ever able to tell people are, there's nothing I can tell you that will prepare you for CES, and wear comfortable shoes. Because the place is huge. There are now 4 buildings for the complex that we're in right now. We are in the smallest of them, and this building is big. Central Hall is where all the big guys are, the LGs of the world, TCL, Hisense, companies like that are in Central Hall. The back half tends to be smaller but big name companies, Targus and Monster and companies like that tend to be in the back half of Central Hall. Then you've got North and South, which are all the other things, basically. And then you have the Venetian, which is Eureka Park, which is your unpredictable chaos building. And there really is a little bit of everything available here at CES. If there's electricity involved, it is here in one way or another. And not always electricity involved. But if there's electricity involved, somebody is exhibiting it here. There are thousands of companies exhibiting at this very, very large show. And we are we are certainly rapidly approaching a 250,000 attendees, I feel, because I think last year the official attendee count was somewhere in the 200 range. So, I mean, we are quickly approaching a ridiculous scale here. So I want to make sure that everything over there is okay. Okay. All right. But yeah, if you're into tech, any type of tech, whether it be automotive, like is here, smart home, CES really is a super cool place. Everything that goes on here is wild. Even the companies whose products you think, why? Even they're interesting. Like I'm looking at one right now. My general feeling right now is why. And yet, I'm really, really intrigued and feel like I need to go talk to them after I'm off the air because, well, partially I want the answer to the question why, but also I'm not going to say who it is because they might be in our shot. But sometimes that question is fun, you know? Why? Can certainly be fun. All right. Well, we're just about ready for our next guest. I'll talk about some of our direct neighbors when we're done with that, because our neighbors are different. Normally, we have certain companies, kind of consistently, other media companies around us. But again, we're in a different place, and so what's happening over here is very different and fun. It seems like the official CES setup is here with us, which I'm enjoying. But we will talk about that in a few minutes. All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Doing great. Thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Shahan. I'm the CEO of VenHub, a fully autonomous robotics store.
All right. So tell me about that. 'Cause I remember the pitch. I was reading the submission a little while ago. So tell me about that.
So the 30-second story is, imagine a vending machine getting married to a retail store and having a Genius baby.
Okay.
So this is our Genius baby retail.
I'm in so far.
2021, I reached out to my team. Majority of us come either from Amazon, Ecosphere, or some retail sphere. So I told them, I said, we've got smartphones, we've got smart cars, we're smart homes, but we don't have any smart retail. We need to reinvent retail. Retail is suffering. So they said, what do you have in mind? So I gave them our 8 pillars of customer friendly, fast, quick, easy to access, easy to install, low cost of entry, and highly profitable and extremely competitive pricing for the consumer.
Okay.
And they looked at me and they go, that had never happened before. It's probably not going to happen. So you want to think about something else? And I said, no, this is great. This is our day one. Let's go. So we started that journey that way.
Do you want to think about something else?
Yeah.
That's funny. So obviously you think, you know, autonomous smart store, we all think of the kind of a lie experiment that was the Amazon stores, which it turned out were never autonomous, was actually security cameras and a data center in the Philippines, which is hilarious. So are you trying to make that a reality and not a fiction, or is this a totally different concept?
It's a completely different concept.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that obviously I can't speak for other companies.
Sure.
But we're based on robotics.
Okay.
And the robots fulfill this store.
Okay.
The store is fully secured. People don't walk into the store. They order it via mobile app, and the store will recognize when they're getting close by, so get the stuff ready. So when they're there, they pick up the items. So the glass is bulletproof, and the framing is steel framing. So there's no employees, no humans walking inside the store. There's no cameras, nobody in the Philippines watching any of the stuff. We do have 2 robots, and their names are Barb and Peter.
Sure.
And if Peter's misbehaving, the system, the AI watches Peter's behavior, and we can tell Peter, sit aside, reboot yourself, Barb, take over the store. And if
go take your 15 minutes.
Right.
Got it.
And if he comes back normal, great. If he doesn't, then we'll tell Barb to take over the store, and we'll send the team to, just like a Formula car, one car, when they change the tires, we'll send a team to pick up Peter, put a new Peter in, we're back to action, but the store never stops.
Oh, okay. That's funny and clever.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
And so the idea is it's kind of like it's an autonomous picker system, right?
Yeah, we call them autonomous smart stores.
Sure.
So these are smart lockers, you want to call them. I mean, since most of us come from some Amazon sphere, started with books and then became the store of everything in 17 short years.
Sure.
Our vision is to become the retail of everything in 10 years. For all these years, we've worked for retail. And what we're invented, and we have created this live in the street, and people are using it right now. Retail should be working for us.
Yeah.
And that's what we've created.
Okay. So let me put in the pitch and let me make sure I've got it. So, physical thing. Glass, steel, robots. I, as a customer, grab my app. I go in, I say, I'm going to this store, and I want these 10 products. I do the entire thing through that as if it's Amazon or Instacart, and then I head to the store. Whoop. I drive to the location. As I get close, the system says, you're getting close. Time to go to work. Find the products throughout the store, bring them together, put them in a locker of some sort. I get there, maybe there's a code on the thing, I unlock the thing, and I have my product.
Yeah, actually, you'll see it live in action, and there are 4 delivery windows.
Okay.
So it'll notify you, go to delivery window number 1.
Got it.
And then you're the only one. I don't care how many people are standing by. If it's your order, you're the only one who can unlock the delivery window 1. So you pick up your item and you go, and if there's someone behind you, their order goes into number 1 or other unit delivery windows.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that simple, but it's obviously there's a lot of technology behind it.
Of course.
You want to make sure that you don't put the potato chips first and the Coke on top.
Right.
So we have hierarchy of logic of what products should be and how they should be placed. How we have quite a few, we have well over 20 patents, and our library of patents are growing. Can the robot pick up a potato chips with a gripper, or should it go to a suction cup? And if it goes to a suction cup, is it light enough to use a small suction cup, or should it go to a 4 suction cup because it's a box, or because it's over 10 pounds, it should go to a 6 suction cups? So there's a whole bunch of smart stuff behind it, and we have an incredible team, and they're continue perfecting it. But the experience of the folks when they add 1 or 2 items to the cart. So we had one young lady, she was a schoolgirl, and with her mom, she was walking by and drove by, and they stopped and they picked up some things, and they sat in the car. I guess in the car she convinced mom she enjoyed the experience so much, so mom said okay, I guess. So they came out of the car again to go buy some other thing from the store, and she ran towards the store and she hugged the store. So she's built an association.
Okay.
We had somebody come into our facility with his grandson. The grandchild was 8 years old. So this gentleman said, show me how to use it. And the grandson said, Grandpa, I'll take over. He goes, no, I don't want you to break it. I go, let him take over. So for that 8-year-old kid, for him to interact with the store, it was a normal, natural language. We didn't have to explain to him. And when he did the order on the store, The grandpa looked at him and goes, "Have you done this before?" He goes, "No, Grandpa, this is my first time." So that's the ease of use.
Okay.
The privileges of us having hundreds of millions of dollars in backlog of orders because people are just demanding it because they can't sustain the retail world the way this was sustaining. Those are all honors and privilege by us. But what I think fuels our fire, so in the early days, I used to take 1 out of 10 customer service calls just so I can get an understanding what the customers are looking for.
Wow.
So I had the privilege of having on one of the calls, a mom and dad were on the phone, and they spoke Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish. I asked them if they want me to pass them through a Spanish-speaking teammate, and they said, "No, you're okay." So I said, "Great." So within 30 seconds, mom starts crying, and I'm thinking, God, did I say something that got lost in translation? I apologize. The dad said, "Just give us a minute, we'll be right back." So they got back on the phone again, and I said, "I'm so sorry," and they said, "No, this has nothing to do with you." I said, I'm sorry if I caused anything. They said, "No, we have a convenience store. Our son was working in there a year ago, and mom was crying saying, why couldn't VenHub exist a year ago because their son got shot."
Yeah.
Thank God the son survived it.
Thank goodness
but
for that.
That tells you our solution is not only good solutions for the consumer, but it's also protecting the store owner from being in harm's way. And Barb and Peter don't steal, don't charge overtime. We had zero incidents of any crime events. So the store is solid, rock solid.
Okay.
So we're providing a lot of great opportunities and solutions.
Yeah. So what does it take if somebody wants to get into this? If somebody wants to implement this, what does it take?
Space-wise, yeah, you need just about 3 parking spaces only.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
So 3 parking spaces. It handles somewhere between 500 to 1,000 SKUs. So it's like almost a 7-Eleven or mini convenience store size.
Okay.
What you charge for your Tesla, the NEMA 1540, that's the power that it needs.
Clever.
And nothing else. And then you place the order. We deliver the store. We get it installed. And for the first time in history, you can get from the start to the finish within 7 days. You have a grand opening. You're a fully stocked up store.
Okay.
And it's not fantasy, by the way. It's real. It's live in the street. People think like some of it. We had some podcasts done, and people thought it was CGI. So I had to go in front of the store, and say, "Look, this is real," and they still couldn't believe it. So then we put a survey on the screen. So you order what you want. So you don't think we had rehearsed this. And then they started believing. And obviously we were in LAX, Union Station, Hollywood Bowl. So people are interacting with it, and they're seeing it's real. And amazingly, how many repetitive customers are coming back.
Okay. And what kind of cost would somebody be looking at to implement this?
It's about $275,000.
Okay.
Comparing to a regular store to open up a retail store is $1 million. And it takes months and months, permits, and all the construction stuff. Where this, you just need a vending because there's no human beings coming in, so it's a vending machine permit, depending on the municipality, of course. But with that, so within 7 days, when we get it delivered to your location, we get it installed, you have a grand opening in 7 days, and you're celebrating.
Wow. Really interesting. Yeah, so I remember in my Radio Shack days, a new store, I mean, even repairing a broken store was more than that. We had a store that the walls had been installed wrong, and it was more expensive to repair than we were ever going to recoup. And so we closed the store. And the cost was close to that just for the repair on the store fixtures.
Right.
So $270, and you're off and running? That's easy.
And that's why the backlog is so high.
I bet.
And our company is working hard to continue meeting the demand. And that's just the consumer division. That doesn't include the enterprise division and the municipalities and the schools and the governments So the numbers I shared with you, the rest I can't share. Obviously, it's not public knowledge, but what I shared with you is the consumer side only.
Sure.
You can imagine how many X is the other side of it.
So, how many customers can something like this serve in a hour?
On a very conservative level, at least 80. But if you dial it up, so we can serve substantially more than that.
Okay.
And the experience is that if you go to a regular convenience store, by the time you park your car, even if it's a regular convenience store, you go in, pick up your 5 or 6 or 7 items, you go to the cashier, stand in line. First, you're in harm's way because you don't know who's in there, what's about to happen. And then by the time you go back and sit in the car and get out, that's historically we've been told, and there's studies, somewhere between 12 and 14 minutes is where it takes. Imagine that entire experience can be done in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah. So you can be in and out and not dealing with the convenience store anymore because it's convenient, but it's...
And you've got
you know
security cameras surrounding you. You got lights all around it, so you know it's comfortable. That's why moms are coming. They know where their kids are on the kids' apps. If they're allergic to some peanut, they can eliminate those products instead of putting the kids in harm's way.
Yeah. All right. Really fascinating.
Thank you.
We've gone over, but because this is a really interesting conversation. If people want to find out more, which I guarantee people are going to want to find out more, how can they do it?
If you go to www.venhub.com, VENHUB.com, come join us, come see the site, look at it. We have some cool stuff in there. Reach out to some of our teammates. Would love to talk to you.
Well, fantastic. I really appreciate you coming and talking to me. I know you were speaking or something a little while ago, so I'm glad we were able to shift you around.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate
Absolutely.
the opportunity. Nice meeting you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Take care. Take care.
Interesting. So it's to simplify the concept, make it simpler than it really is, but it's a overly scaled vending machine, but without all the things that vending machines come with, right? We've all bought chips out of a vending machine only to have them crushed because they pushed them off the top and fell down, and and then the candy bar you ordered all came down second and smashed it. All of that's being taken into consideration on this, so you don't have to worry about putting something heavy on top of something fragile. It's really interesting. He talked specifically in the convenience store world. I wonder if it matters, Adam, like the product that's in it. I wonder if it matters. If you could do an electronics convenience store.
I feel like the sky's the limit on this one. Like, you can put anything in there.
Yeah, because if you can do eggs and milk and potato chips, and not have to worry about things getting damaged, a claw, like he mentioned, a claw would be fine for picking up headphones. You might struggle with a laptop or something. That might not be part of your business model, but certainly smaller stuff would be no problem. Headphones, and I'm seeing like the little electronic stores that are in, say, the airport, right, where you've got a bunch of aftershocks. I know they're not called that anymore, but in my mind they always will be. There was one when we were flying in. There was a whole bunch of shocks, headphones, and there were neck pillows and things like that. You wouldn't need that actual store. You wouldn't need the employee, and you wouldn't need the hassle of the employee having to be like TSA scanned to come and go, to come to work, and all the annoyance that goes along with that. That's really interesting. Now, the customer service experience is going to be an important aspect of it, right? One of the things that is a make or break for most retailers is the way they interact with their customers. The better your interaction, the better people think about the brand. But then there's businesses that have none of that, or a limited version of that. You know, we use Instacart, we use Uber Eats. We don't really interact with those people. So long as we get what we've asked for, it's in working order, whatever working order means. A laptop and potato chips working order is different, but so long as what we order is in working order, I think people be okay with it. And we order stuff on Amazon all the time and see no human beings, just a box show up at the door. So this has the kind of the convenience of ordering stuff on Amazon, but the speed of going to a 7-Eleven. Really interesting. All right. Well, we are just past the top of the hour. We're going to take a moment for a quick reset, and we will be right back. Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now using promo code QZZ2J. Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live, and I am back here at CES 2026. Today is a special day. We haven't talked about it enough today. Today is a special day. It's not just the first day of CES. It is also National Technology Day. Our good friends and partners at the National Day calendar. Those of you who are watching through the National Day calendar, welcome to our Tech Podcast Network CES 2026 coverage. Today is National Technology Day, and it's appropriate because we are here at CES. It's the beginning of what is really kind of Christmas for those of us in the technology world. It's a bit of a party. We love CES every year, and so it's only appropriate that the first day of CES 2026 and National Technology Day line up. This is not the only time it's going to happen. Next year, CES 2027, the first day, is also going to be National Technology Day. So we're going to get to do this again next year. We've got some ideas about what that might or might not look like. We're pretty excited about that. We'll have more information in the future. But it's a great way to celebrate, right? We're always looking, the motto of the National Day calendar is celebrate every day. We're always looking for the way that we can celebrate, you know. We've talked a couple of times throughout the day that, you know, we lost Todd Cochran a couple of months ago, and a couple of us went to the funeral, and it was... The day of the funeral was National Guacamole Day, I think. And so Marlo and Alice were there, and so we decided we were going to go out and we were going to have guacamole because it had been a hard day, but we wanted to celebrate the national day that it was. And so we did. We went out and we celebrated. And, you know, finding a way to celebrate the national days is always fun. And, you know, there's no better way to celebrate National Technology Day than to be right here at CES, and we're going to get to do it at least 2 years in a row, which is fantastic. If you are joining us not through the National Day calendar and through one of the many TPN partners, then also welcome. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for helping us to celebrate National Technology Day here on our broadcast. It has been a great first day, a little more subdued in this building than over at the Venetian, which I don't know, I think might be better for us than starting out super high energy and feeling like we're slowing down as the week goes on. Because then you start to feel a little sleepy. I feel maybe as we lose energy and the building goes up a little bit, it'll help raise us up, and we won't actually feel like we're dying by Friday, by day 4. So that might be nice. We'll see. But it's definitely a little more subdued in here than, well, a lot more subdued in here than we're used to. But that's okay. We've got some really cool neighbors around us. The thing that you guys don't usually get to see is the structure of where we are. In the Venetian, our structure has been fairly simple. 1 platform, 2 towers, and 3, they call them, I don't know what they call them. We call them closets because they're not very big. They're enclosed, and they used to put halogen lights in there, and it would get to like 120 degrees real quick with the equipment and the lights. Over here, however, it's very different. We've got a big stage to my left. We've got our stage here. There's another stage to my right that's a little bigger than ours, but it's actually kind of 2 stages because there's 2 broadcasters that have been using it. And then there are towers we usually have 2 at the Venetian. I am looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tower studios, and then whatever number of closets that ends up equating to, plus on the backside of this infrastructure, there are additional studios, enclosed studios, that I didn't know about until this morning. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. For example, I am watching a man in a shiny gold jacket walk around one of the towers right now. I don't know who he is with, which is funny because I talked to him this morning. We've got Las Vegas PBS immediately next to us today, but only today. Tomorrow somebody else will be there. I was told who is to my left, but I don't remember who now. But it's a lot of fun the way they do this, because generally production people are all the same. We like each other. Production people like production people, and so putting a bunch of us together makes for a lot of fun. We've all been kind of helping each other out today and trying to keep track of whose camera angles are going where, and we're trying not to step into the shot of interviews for PBS, and PBS is trying not to step into the shot of our interviews, and it's compressed, but that energy, I think, appropriately matches the energy of CES in general, where there's a lot of trying not to bump into people, and I want to talk to these people at this booth, and you might have to throw a little bit of elbow to accomplish it. So it all feels appropriate to where we are. So it really is a good show. I'm having fun so far. Serge, you having fun so far? I'm getting a thumbs up. I think Barker will agree that it's been a good show so far. I kind of like where we are. It's growing on me a little bit. I'm not big on change necessarily. But if you throw a bunch of it at me all at once, apparently it can work. I know some people in the back have been on and off keeping track of chat. Have we gotten any interesting questions today that we're aware of? I don't know. I'm looking on LinkedIn right now. I don't see anything over there yet. Raven's been keeping track of, I think, YouTube. Has he seen anything?
He's looking right now.
He's looking right now. Excellent. I'm going over to Twitch to see if I've missed anything over there. I don't see any misses over there. I know that skip. I know that Kirk Corliss, who is not here with us this year, has been in the chat room on YouTube today, which I appreciate. Thank you, Kirk. We miss you. We've got some other people who are missing this year, obviously Todd, but we also don't have Chris Jordan. It's always sad to not have Chris for this event. We love having him. We do, however, have Marlo, which we weren't sure up to and including yesterday. We weren't entirely sure if we were going to be seeing Marlo this year, and they're here. We're very excited about that. We will see him, I think, Thursday on air with us. But we do have a lot of the team here. We thought it was going to be a very small, compressed team this year at one point. But we're generally back to about where we're used to. So that's a great thing. Did we find anything? Any questions? Please, people, ask questions. We want questions. Not only because it gives me something to do right now, to respond to questions.
There was nothing in the YouTube chat.
Okay. I'm over on the National Day calendar right now. I see a bunch of people. People are talking about how CES is amazing. Agreed. We've got somebody on National Day calendar watching from here in Vegas, but not at CES, it seems like. All right. Well, hopefully our next guest... Oh. I don't know if... Oh, yeah, there's Eli Health. That's a good sign. All right, we're getting them checked in now. We were talking earlier about companies that we have been following their journey for a little while. This is actually one of them, both on and off air. We've been following this company for a little while, so that's great. And they are coming to us by way of one of our good friends, so always a good thing. One of the big areas of interest at CES over the past, well, 10 or 15 years in particular, but, you know, in general, but the last 5 years in particular has been on digital health. There's actually a whole segment of the show and a whole track to CES that is all about digital health. And, you know, our friends at Withings, Eli Health, a number of... You're good. Anyway, you know, good companies focusing on health, but not like health and wellness. I think wellness a lot of times is the more appropriate word to use to describe what these companies do, because it's not, you know, it's not for doctors and things like that. It's for your use at home to maintain your wellness, so that you don't get to the point where you're having to spend time with doctors and things like that. I like products like that for a whole host of reasons, but CES has whole tracks based around digital health because it has become a big part of the tech industry. And we're going to get to hear about what this company has been up to recently. I'm seeing some products come out, so that's a good sign. All right. Fantastic. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Good, and you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
I'm Marina, co-founder and CEO of Eddie Health.
So tell me about what you guys are up to.
We're building instant hormone monitoring. So last year at CES, we unveiled our instant cortisol test.
Yes.
And this year, we're expanding the platform with testosterone and progesterone, both in a format that enables you to test your hormones in minutes from saliva to phone. So it's a saliva test that you put on your tongue for a few seconds. I have some here.
Okay.
So super simple. You put one extremity on your mouth, in your tongue for a few seconds like this. Pull on it, and lines develop. You take a picture and receive the results directly on your phone.
Wow. That's really straightforward. Did you have it in for the right amount of time?
No, usually you would
a
put
little
it
longer?
a little longer.
Okay.
1 minute we recommend. When you're
Okay.
used to collecting the saliva, you can put it less than that. But what's really important during that 1 minute is to generate saliva, put it enough on the pad so that it collects the right amount.
Okay.
And in 1 minute, it's more than enough.
Okay. So sit there and think about your favorite meal at Hell's Kitchen and really get the saliva going, and then take it out, take the picture.
Exactly.
So how does the picture work? What is it that we're taking a picture of?
We're taking a picture of the lines that develop on the test. So once you collect the saliva, you pull on the other extremity that releases the saliva on what's called the assay, so the piece inside the product where the chemistry lives, and the saliva binds with the chemistry on the test. And depending on the concentration of hormones, there's different levels, and that's the computer vision algorithms in the app that detect those hormone levels.
Okay. So it's a fairly it's got a regular chemical readout on it, right? And then your app knows how to deal with all the things that it's showing, which I imagine is not a small amount, right?
Exactly.
Because you're pulling saliva across a variety of tests is basically what's happening there, right?
Exactly. So there's one test per hormone, and those tests are proprietary. We've developed them over 6 years of R&D. Wow. And for each hormone, we're doing that detection, and it all lives on the app where you get your results for those different biomarkers.
Okay. And then we take the picture. The app knows what all of the colors and whatever mean, and then it's able to give you a human readout of what's going on.
Exactly. So very similar to
last year.
Yeah, and to wearables that people use, like the Ouras, Whoop, Apple Watches, where exactly you get different data around your health, whether it's sleep, exercise, and you see how your body reacts to different things. It's a very similar concept, but for hormones. And of course, it's in saliva instead of being a wearable. But the idea of being able to have that data continuously over time and to adapt different lifestyle decision based on that is what we provide.
Okay. So what kind of information are we learning based on this test?
Yeah, so hormones play a huge role across all areas of health. And sometimes we think hormones, we think women's health. And it's true it has a major impact for women, but it's also the case for men with hormones like testosterone that plays a huge role. And so it touches how people feel, how they perform, even how they age, very much in line with the longevity trend that we hear a lot about recently. So when we have access to those hormonal results and that we can see if they're in range or not, which patterns they follow, the app is also able to provide different recommendations around what you can do to optimize those levels. And most importantly, once you've taken those actions, to see which one actually has an impact on the hormonal levels to create that feedback loop over time.
Okay. Low T is one of the things we see on TV infomercials all the time, right? You watch the cable news or whatever. That's something that's talked about, I don't know so much this year, but in the past it was certainly big on television, but stuff like that always felt kind of, because there was no way of knowing what was happening.
Exactly.
Right? When you're being pitched on concepts that are not untestable, but certainly unknowable to you, somebody else has to tell you. Then you start thinking, I don't know. I'd kind of like to know for myself.
Exactly. And it's the same with other hormones like cortisol that are extremely popular on social media. There's a bunch of different advice on what you should do to lower your cortisol, what you should do to avoid the cortisol phase, and so on. Some of it is sometimes true, often it's not.
Yeah.
And what's a shame in all of that is that people who want to take control of their health want to feel better, adopt those recommendations, And sometimes it just doesn't move the needle at all versus being
or
able
it goes
to
the wrong
see.
way.
Exactly, or goes the wrong way, instead of first being able to have recommendations that are evidence-based and to see which one really has an impact on you and move the needle when it comes to optimal hormone levels.
So you mentioned the health advice that you find on, particularly on social media, around cortisol. You single-handedly affected my algorithm on social media last year, because all of a sudden, after you were on the show, I started having a totally different type of video show up in my feed, and it was all around this. I had never encountered it before, but it was all around this, and I'm thinking, yes, this is what we were talking about. This is the nonsense that the product was kind of set to alleviate.
Exactly, because ultimately those trends and those influencers, there's truth in this, in the sense that there's hundreds, if not thousands, of studies that show the impact of cortisol on health. So there's scientific basis in that, but it's how they extrapolate it sometimes.
It's the grain of rice in the pile of information, the little bit at the bottom that's correct, but either misunderstood or purposely distorted, because it's not simple information that we're talking about here, right? It is medical information that we're discussing. It's the way our body works. It's not a simple thing. We do have to interpret it, and people can interpret things wrong.
Yeah, and there's a lot of myth. For example, when it comes to cortisol, very often we think that it's all about lowering cortisol, and sometimes it's true. But also some people that are under chronic stress for a prolonged period of time can end up having cortisol levels that are too low, and then start adopting evidence-based way of reducing their cortisol when they need the opposite. So that's why having a first-year pattern is really critical before taking any actions.
Yes. Evidence-based information. We can only make good decisions when we have accurate information.
Exactly.
Exactly. For people who want more information about this, how can they get it?
They can get it at our website, eli.health, and that's where they can get all the information and order the test directly.
And is it available now, the new ones?
Yeah, so cortisol is fully available, shipping in the US and Canada. And cortisol and progesterone and testosterone are available in pre-order as of this week.
Okay. And what kind of price point are we looking at for this?
It's starting at $8 per test.
Okay.
And this is when we put it into perspective, most often to get a hormonal reading, it starts at around $150 per test. So our vision there was to have a test that would be as affordable as a cup of coffee or close to it, so that people can do it often.
Got it. And how often do you think is recommended for an average person, not somebody who already knows that there's a problem?
So there's different protocols for each hormones. For cortisol, we'll recommend to do one in the morning, one in the evening to have your baseline.
Sure.
And to repeat that curve about 2 weeks later in order to see how it evolved.
Okay.
For testosterone, we recommend to do it on a weekly basis.
Okay.
And progesterone is very linked to the menstrual cycle.
Sure.
So it will be 4 times throughout the month, and again, based on that cycle.
Okay. And then if an unusual situation is then detected, we can figure out how we should be testing based on how often we should be testing based on how we're responding to it.
Exactly.
Got
we
it.
have some people who test multiple times per day, others that test at frequencies that are similar to the ones I've mentioned, and that's really what we wanted to offer too, that flexibility in terms of timing, because there's different needs in terms of protocols. So we have the possibility to go the more intensive route and test very often, or to have that ongoing approach.
Well, very cool. This is really interesting. I love the continued growth and expansion that you've seen over the last year. It's super cool.
Yeah, it's been exciting times.
I would imagine so. Well, thank you for coming up and talking to me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you
Absolutely.
for having me.
And have a great rest of the show.
You too.
All right. So, like I said, we like following companies and their journeys that we at some point had started with, and we had talked. I think it was Marlo last year, but we had discussed this last year, and I'm not kidding. My social algorithm was changed based on the conversation, almost certainly because my phone was within earshot. But it really is interesting how the health and wellness influencers really do take a small amount of information and go nuts with it. And they'll take a small grain of truth and expand and distort around it and all that. It's unfortunate, but, that's just kind of the nature of the internet in general and kind of the nature of people. The internet probably just amplifies it. But being able to have information, to be able to prove certain data points, have those data points, and know what they mean and not have to interpret them. The software does the interpretation for you and is able to get you to where you need to go. Really, really cool. I like seeing I always hate this phrase, but I'm going to use it anyway, the democratization of health information. I like that idea. It costs $150 to do this test in a doctor's office. It costs $8 to do it sitting in your chair. That's great. I really, really like that. I hope we continue to see more products and services come about that, again, are designed to make life better, easier, and safer. So, well, we are coming up on the end of my block here. Serge is going to be taking over here in a few minutes. For those who weren't here, I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live. It has been an absolute pleasure to spend the last 3 hours with you, and I will be back for most of the rest of the week. And until then, ciao. Help support our coverage with PureVPN, the fast, secure way to protect your connection at home or on the go. Get exclusive savings now at techpodcast.com/PureVPN.
Good afternoon. This is Sergio coming to you live from CES 2026, and we're with the Tech Podcast Network. And I'm Serge with PLUGHITZ Live. We have something really interesting for you. We got a Moto Connect with Nicholas. I'm going to say Rashomon. I'm going to ask him his name when he steps on stage here. But he has some exciting technology he's going to show us. This is my first time hosting, and I'm super excited. Second time at CES, so not the inaugural season. First time I was doing a little bit of PA work, helping set up some cords, helping get the cameras in play, lights in play. But today we came back live and we're hosting. I got Nancy over there with a gorgeous smile. She has what we call a 10,000 watt smile. 10,000 watts, okay? Actually, if her smile was any brighter, we'd have to put her on the beach and make sure boats don't come by and crash into the land. So she's got a lighthouse smile, you know. So speaking of Nancy, we have an amazing team that we came with. Amazing team, heavy hitters. All these guys are just, they're giving. They have a lot of integrity. A small but mighty team we have. And it's beautiful because we have this conglomeration. We have Celebrate Every Day here. And several other organizations that come together to make this podcast happen for you, the people at home, for you, the consumer. We're just another way to help people connect to technology. And sometimes people are really good at making the tech and selling the tech, but sometimes they have a problem with telling the tech, telling the story of this technology and what it can do for you. And pretty soon we're going to have the CTO, Chief Technical Officer, Mr. Nicholas at Moto Connect come on. And he's getting set up right now. And if you're looking behind me, we have this massive, just over 250,000 people coming out to CES 2026. Yeah, give me a second. We got Mr. Nicholas getting seated right now. Hey, Nicholas. Hey, bud, can you hear me?
I can hear you. A little loud, but it's okay.
So please give us your name, your company, your position, and go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay,
Nicholas.
so welcome to get me. I'm Nicolas Rochelemagne. As you can hear my accent on my last name, I'm French.
Yes.
So we created Emoji Connect in Paris
Okay.
with the main goal to help you understand better the feedback of your customers online.
Okay.
We have like thousands and millions of online reviews about product, about branding. And the idea is, could we help you identify what really people think about your brand or your product and how your product is different than your competitor? So the idea is we gather all of that data. It can come from social media, it can come from Google Maps, it can come from any online platform, or it could be your in-house data if you have already collected data like even paper form or any other form of data you provide us. Then we have trained model using AI. We spent a lot of time to be able to train and detect emotion.
Okay.
And emotion are divided into 8 components, from fear to sadness to happiness and that kind of things. And we have different levels. Is it a very strong emotion? Is it an average one, or is it a very low one? And we came back with some rules about classification, because AI is all about learning how to convert the expertise, the human expertise, to something we could not define, that the machine will be able to define common pattern. And then we train our model to be able to detect this emotion. And by having these models, we are allowing you the ability to have what I will name a discussion starter on your data. On
Yes,
millions
sir.
of data that you could not manually process with your brain, we provide you a static report that will allow you to understand why people like or dislike your product, what makes them happy, sad, and why. And as an addition, as I said, it's a discussion starter. You could go further by chatting with our bot. And our bot will be able to analyze and use the data we collected for you. So then you will be able to ask questions. Why the people really do not like the electronic of my car? Why the people do not like the food at the stand here? And understand every of these problems that matters for people, and that could help you improve your product, improve the perception of your brand online.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. One question that came to mind is, so is this language sets? Is this language sets that we're looking at to put out this to gather emotions, to collect this data of whether this person is angry or sad, or is there any facial recognition software?
So right now it's only text-based. It's a very good question. We just start working on voice, like for support, phone or conversation that you could have with your support. Most of the time you have a bot replying for you. The idea is if we could identify earlier that the people that is talking to your bot start to be angry and unsatisfaction, and switch that person to a different treatment, either a different bot, either a human behind. So we just start with speech, but mainly speech to text, and mainly it's all based on text analyze, not keywords. This is very important. Keyword is what people were doing like 10 or 15 years ago. I would say nowadays, typo is part of the syntax. Okay. And if you analyze a keyword, not only you will have this typo you will have to handle, but you will also have the verb on the context, because the same word can have a positive or negative emotion. So the idea is we really train hard some AI model to be able to detect this human emotion and teach them what makes us feel good or bad about a product. And that product can be anything from a baguette to a car to anything.
Yes, sir. Now, another question that just populated. One of the things you said was context, and you said you're from France?
Yes.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Serge.
Yeah, bonjour.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Nicolas.
Okay. But so one of my things is, how does context work across nations? Because something that may be sarcasm in American and in US might be considered funny. And
this is a very, very good point. It's sometimes emotions are not expressed the same way depending on the culture.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes,
right
sir.
now, we are mainly working with a base of customers from Europe and US.
Okay.
There are some slightly different, but it's pretty common culture, I would say. You could probably identify different groups. I would say Asia, South America might have different way to express their emotion. We have not right now focused to train our system in that way. We are mainly, so our product is working in French, English, and Spanish, which is already a pretty big market.
Yes, sir.
We could increase, but right now it's mainly focused on the Occidental culture, I would say.
Okay. Do you see any, what do you see what will it take to go to, it sounds like those are a lot of Western markets, Britain, USA. Is there any difference when going into an Eastern market, again touching on context and how people emote and how people express themselves?
Yes, and even the website design are not the same way, social network, and obviously we have emoji. Now, could you feel emotion from emoji? Probably not. One of the challenges we realize with many accounts is, I would say, the young generation. When they react on Instagram or other social platform, they trend rather than leaving a comment. They use emoji feedback. And emoji are universal, but outside of this, to reply to your question, this will be dedicated training that we do not work today with Eastern culture. We can do that. We can train our data set based on that. This is not our main part.
How did you think to create this? Why did you create this?
Oh, why we created? Because we think mental health is also important. We want, our brand wants to have to keep their customers. And the idea is we want to provide them the understanding why these people are unhappy, why they do not come back. We work from very different business. I was saying earlier, but hotel, for example, they want to understand why this customer will not come back. Was it the breakfast? Was it the room that was not clean? What was the issue? Why these people will not come back? And when you have thousands of review, you either need a full team to processing this review. So the idea was to reply to that about what could make your customer and your brand happy.
Okay. Okay. And is this a software? Is this just a software? Is there a team of consultants with this? Is it I just pay you one time or?
Yes. So at the beginning, we provide you a report with an access to our SaaS platform. With our SaaS platform, you will be able to chat with our bot. Jacqueline is there to help you to go into details why the people don't like the windshield or the electronic of your car. So you can really understand and ask our bot, Jacqueline, what's going on. This is so these surveys are one shot, but we have subscription with like multiple reports across the year. And obviously, we do a lot of custom analysis depending on your business. So the cost is also depending on how much data we have to process. It's very different if I have 2,000 review to process or 20 million.
Yes.
So that's the.
So how do you think in 10 years, what is your desired impact of Emotica Connect?
One, we really wish we could also help with mental health. In one way, people are going into burnout a lot. We wish we could have an impact on also helping this AI bot to understand our emotion better, because all of this automatic process, they are completely ignoring the fact that we are human beings and we have emotion, and it can be up or down, and there is no rule. And we want to take care of people. We want to be able to detect burnout also. We want to be able to detect and help people feeling better in a modern world. If I could reply to that ambitious question, what it will look like for the next 10 years.
Yes, I like that. And then what's your favorite part? What's your favorite part of this, your program, your business?
Oh, the favorite part is every customer is different. Every customer is a new story. We have to adjust, we have to understand them, we have to understand who they are, what message they try to get to their customers, what is their product, and help them. Certainly we provide them some advice, and we could check over time how their social media react to the action we put in place together.
Heard. And last question, Nicholas, is how can we find you? Do you have any social media?
Yeah.
Are you in any TED Talks coming up?
So you could find us on emoticonnect-technology.com or Googling Emoticonnect. We are on LinkedIn. Also, you could find Emoticonnect on LinkedIn. And I think we are pretty visible once you... So Emoticonnect is about emotion online. That's what it means behind. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Nicholas.
Thanks
Have a great one. And wish you the best of luck. Not that you need it. Not that you need it, but yeah. Yes. Okay, and that was Nicholas, the CTO, Chief Technical Officer of Emotica Connect, and he had a really cool device that it analyzes data sets, language data sets that they get from your social media posts. So say you post something online and you get 1 million views. Well, how'd you get 1 million views? And vice versa. You post something online, you get 0 views. How come you only got 0 views? What's up with engagement? What's wrong with engagement? The pros and the cons. So they take all that data and then they give you a treatment, basically a consulting, saying, hey, if you do this, use this type of language while you're trying to communicate with your consumer, you're going to get more attention. You're going to get more brand recognition. So I do appreciate Nicholas from Emotica Connect, and we're going to get ready for the next interviewee coming up. And yeah, I'm super excited because we're live here at CES 2026. Now back before Nicholas came up and kind of got got in the middle of my flow there. I was talking about the amazing team of hard workers I'm with. These guys have been at CES year after year after year, serving nearly. So CES has a little bit over 250,000 people who come every year, several sites across Las Vegas. So a huge paw print. And we have this this team of just under a dozen people, small but mighty, because we're here to service all 250,000 people for CES. We do these interviews for not just CES, not just for our interviewees, but for you guys at home who can't get out here, who can't take a flight from Puerto Rico, who can't take a flight from China. Our team flew out from Tampa Bay, Florida, several hours on a plane, 2 hours to North Carolina, 5 hours to Vegas, and it wasn't without a hitch. I mean, I accidentally sat in the wrong seat. And the flight attendant looked me in the eyes and said, "Hey, sir, you can't do that." I said, "Hey, I'm with Scott, okay? I do what I want." Nah, I'm kidding, Scott. I'm kidding. I'm joking. And now Nancy's kind of pointing at me because, yeah, Scott said I was telling him about the flight. I was telling him about the flight. And, yeah, so Scott Ertz is the man with the plan. He brought us all together. He's a sticky piece of gum or glue that keeps this family together. And then we got Mama Ertz here. She is the mama hen who also, not trying to get into it, but she knows how to cook. She knows how to throw down in the kitchen. So whenever she's in that kitchen, you step away. And since we're all together, we're all staying together, you know, getting our equipment ready, making sure our shirts are prepped for you guys. We're one team, and we kind of live together. So, you know, we cook breakfast in the morning as a team. And if you know, it kind of reminds me of my own mom. If you don't know how to cook, step out the way. So that's Mama Earth. And then we have Ravin Ford, coming from Tampa, Florida. He has years and years of production experience. Recently won an award for one of his productions. I'm not going to shine on him too much because he's very humble, and I definitely respect him for that. But he's a award-winning filmmaker there, and he's out here trying to play some hardball with the big boys. You know, next to us is PBS. Down the road might be CBS right on this one row, and we are the largest independent podcasts network at CES. So, you know, we're staking our claim here. And then in the back as technical director, we have the brilliant Mr. Barker, Mr. Adam Barker there. And he's silent but deadly. And he's like, have you ever seen The Wizard of Oz? He's like the Oz behind the podcast network. So definitely do appreciate him. Hey, Adam, do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I heard him. I don't know if anybody heard him when he just said, you know, he could hear me, but that's probably all you're going to get from him all week. But rest assured, he definitely helped set up the cameras. He definitely put up a few lights, and yeah. So this is my second time at CES. The first time I was here, we were at the Venetian, and honestly, I am still shocked and in awe at the size of this event. And we're at West Hall right now, operating, and it is equally massive. Thank God this is the first CES I have not got lost. When we were at the Venetian, I would try to go to get a cookie and come back with a bunch of like, you know, I don't know what you call them, but whatever they give you at the booths, swag, but no cookie. And I'd be gone for about 4 hours. It's called the CES fog that you get into over here. If you don't know what you're going or you don't know what you're doing, just stay put, okay? Because you will get lost in the sheer size of it all. There are several sites. I have no idea. How many people do you think are here in West Hall? Just this alone. So a lot. I'm going to just say a lot of people. Just place numeric X. So, yeah, so spread across several sites, 200,000 people, vendors. We have some heavy hitters. We have Amazon right behind us. We have TiVo, DTS, IMAX, Radio, AAW. Every type of technology from medical to simple grooming devices. Just everything new under the sun is here. And we're glad to be here at the Tech Podcast for you and be able to present all this technology to you. And once again, I am super excited to be here. And I'm super excited to be here with amazing people of esteemed people. With an amazing group of esteemed people. And we're going to get our next interview on in a little bit. But we're just waiting for them to kind of deal with a little bit of, I think they're, no, I don't think that's our next interview. Nope. Let's see. So, my favorite part of CES, the food. A lot of people come for the tech, but my favorite part so far has been the food because it is shockingly delicious. These guys in tech know how to cook. And also, we did get a chance to go to Hell's Kitchen, which was pretty astonishing. My mind was just blown. One, it's absolutely gorgeous. And then you have a giant holographic of Gordon Ramsay when you first walk in. I'm surprised it doesn't yell at you. I feel like that's a missed marketing opportunity. But it is what it is. I'm not judging Hell's Kitchen. Shout out to Hell's Kitchen. 5 out of 5 stars, okay? Last night I had the strip steak, New York strip steak, and it was aged and delicious. In addition to that, I had macaroni and cheese, right? And people think, hey, man, why would you go to this 5-star restaurant and just get macaroni and cheese? Because that's exactly what you get when you go to a 5-star restaurant, okay? Because I know how to cook mac and cheese. I've eaten mac and cheese all my life. But if your mac and cheese is somehow better than mine, then I have to give you kudos. So with mac and cheese, I had the New York strip steak. We also had some oysters that were phenomenal. In addition to that, we had, I forgot what that was. What was we had beef tartare. Steak tartare. We had steak tartare, and it had caviar in it too. It was astonishing. Now this is the first time I've ever been to Hell's Kitchen, so it was absolutely a moment. And in addition to that, I had it with a good group of friends, and it was a nice family meal before we got to the roller coaster that is CES. Understand that we were here Saturday setting up, right? Saturday setting up, Sunday setting up. No, we didn't set up Saturday. So several hours on a plane Saturday, setting up Sunday, setting up Monday, and today's our first day live. And we've already had dozens and dozens of interviews. And so just to end cap the travel and end cap getting our studios together, we treated ourselves to Hell's Kitchen, and that was absolutely amazing. I didn't want any dessert because I was full. I had decaf coffee because I love coffee. Coffee's absolutely delicious. I grew up drinking coffee. But our good friend Nancy had this weird this coconut concoction. And when the gentleman brought it over, I don't know what he did. I wasn't paying attention, but smoke started flying out of it and all over the table. It's kind of shocking. Scared me a little bit. Thank God we had it on camera. I thought I was hallucinating, maybe because of the sleep deprivation from the flight. But and we got it on camera, folks. Weird coconut ice cream conglomerate thing. Water poured over dry ice, but it looked like the coconut was floating over a volcano. And I didn't know such a small object can generate so much steam. Very surprising, highly surprising. And I had a little piece of it. It was absolutely delicious. But I'm not even a sweet guy. I'm not. That's why I got coffee. Decaf coffee. Yeah. And then I forgot, Ravin, what did you get for dessert? Dessert? Did you get dessert? Toffee pudding? He got something delicious. I don't know what it was. He forgot completely. Coffee pudding? Sticky toffee pudding. Okay. It was absolutely delicious. Yeah. Mama Ertz, Mrs. Nan, I call her ma'am from time to time. She said sticky toffee pudding. You got to get her right, okay? When she speaks, you listen, or there'll be consequences, dire consequences. And I'm just kidding, y'all. Nan is one of the kindest people on the planet. Please don't. She's very kind. You got to be a kind person to have to deal with me. I'm like a German Shepherd. You got to tell me more than twice, you know, and preferably leave snacks out. And another thing besides the food at CES, we're going to unveil tonight, which is kind of like
was last night.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry, Adam. What's tonight? Showstoppers. Excuse me. I do apologize. Unveiled was last night. Showstoppers tonight, and the food is absolutely delectable. The last time I went, it was one of the highlights. I consume technology all day, so it is a nice reprieve to step away for about 5 seconds and just enjoy something different. And they here at CES they really do take care of the vendors here. But at Showstoppers you're going to see some exciting technology. The last time I was there, they had a standalone Wacom. Am I saying that right, Adam? Wacom.
That's right.
Wacom tablet or a Wacom system where you can digitize art. You can freehand it. So like drawing on paper, you're drawing directly a stylus to screen. And you can generate all types of images, all types of colors. It gives you a level of access. And as an artist, I definitely connect with that. I have my own Wacom, not the tablet, but the stylus, and it's like a piece of paper that you press on and it digitizes on the screen, and I absolutely love it. So, and it's been several years of me thinking about getting that tablet specifically, but I have not got it. We're going to get another tablet and stylus. I'll tell you guys later, because that's kind of like my personal preference. But I've looked at the series, and I've had a Wacom, I've had a Huon, and I may be going into the Apple tablet space to digitize some artwork. That was pretty exciting. In addition to that, the first time I saw some functional bone. And Adam, can you correct me if I'm wrong? It's bone connection.
Bone conduction.
Bone conduction earbuds. Bone conduction earbuds. So, me, I use the over the ears. I rarely use the in the ears because I have small ears and small ear canals, and the over the ears are actually, they support me very well. Like what we're wearing now, since I have small ears, they cup my ear. They're very comfortable for me. But when I exercise, I used to try to do the smaller earbuds, but I couldn't. And I couldn't use them because they kept falling out of my ears because I have very small ear canals. But Scott, besides the Showstoppers having the bone conduction earbuds, that was kind of my first use of them, and the first time I've seen them and actually felt them work, because I tried to get a Walmart bone conductive headset, but they just couldn't fit around my head correctly. But the ones at Showstoppers, it looks like Marlowe has emerged.
Emerged, I have.
Yes, and oh, there he is. See, the media magic. He just appeared on screen. He was actually here the whole time, y'all. And yeah.
Well, it is National Technology Day. I should probably at least show up for like 2 minutes of the, event, right?
I dig it. I dig it. I love your shirt.
Celebrate every day.
Celebrate every day. www.nationaldaycalendar.com.
That's it. That's it.
And
so
what day are we celebrating, sir?
it is Technology Day today.
Yes, sir.
It truly is. Which is so we have our audience as well. Thank all of you who are joining us on National Day Calendar's platforms, and as well as the TPN network. So this is a lot of fun that we have a dual audience today. A lot of stuff. Have you been out like browsing, or have you been stuck here the entire time?
I've been stuck here the entire time, and every time I run to the restroom or to get some water, our next interviewee appears out of nowhere everywhere I go, and if they get lost exactly where I am.
Yes. So are you into agriculture at all?
I love agriculture. Yeah. I'm from Florida. Yeah.
Of course, my nose has to itch now. Somebody obviously is going to give me some money. Yeah, so I was over at John Deere.
Okay, let's go.
Earlier.
Let's go. Yeah, yeah.
That is so awesome what they have going on.
I passed by their massive machines they have.
It's so interesting to me that like Bobcat and John Deere are at CES. You would not think that these type of companies would be here, but the kind of technology that they have built into their, like the combine that they have here is pretty amazing. They are actually now taking, in their new combine this year now, they are taking satellite imagery. They feed this, and by the way, they have a satellite link built into the combine. It takes that imagery, looks at your crop, and says, there's more to be had in the next 5 feet, so we're going to slow down a little bit so we can do a better job harvesting the crop, and then as we go along, there's a little less right there, so we can speed up. The idea is to try to get the machine to be as optimized as possible and get as much crop as you can off of the ground or out that they're harvesting. And there was actually, when I was over there and I was interviewing Julian, who is with John Deere, and one of the farmers that is using this technology on a beta just happened to come into the booth as I was doing this, so I got a chance to visit with him. He figures that they're getting about a 30% increase on their harvest simply because of using this new technology.
100%.
That's just unbelievable.
I believe it. I'm in Plant City, Florida right now. Across from me, we have a school, and then to the right, we have strawberries, watermelons.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on farmland. There are farms ubiquitous around me. So when it comes to yield, not everything grows at the same rate.
Yep.
Depending, and each year's conditions change from year to year as far as how much inches of rain you get, how much light you get. In addition to that, say you have a crop that was overgrown and it has more potassium or something that this particular plant needs, so it grows a little bit slower. So that just sounds like you're making a more intuitive machine, and that's going to help. That's going to help take a lot of pressure off of the farmer there.
So have you seen, where you live then, have you seen like the robotic pickers out there yet picking strawberries?
I haven't seen robotic pickers. Okay. What I have seen is around the farmland. They have a lot of land. I've seen the robotic mowers.
Okay.
Robotic mowers, and I might be mistaken on this. I think I've seen drones do either seeding or some type of.
They're probably spraying for insects or whatever as well. So the robotic pickers though are really interesting because they can you're spot on, like strawberries all mature at different times, right? So you can pick today and you can go back out tomorrow, and off the same plant there's another one that's ready to go, right? So robotic pickers actually can tell which ones are ready to pick, and they leave the rest of them to ripen some more, which I think is interesting. So you don't have to they're very, very good at telling when it's time to harvest a strawberry. And I'm just fascinated. I'm fascinated with robots within the agriculture space because I think the goal with them is this ability to use less chemical on our food, right?
Okay.
So think about weeds, for example, right? So right now we will spray a whole field, like a drone will go out, or you'll see airplanes that back where I live in North Dakota, you will still see the crop dusters coming in, real low over the whatever and over the field to crop dust for insects and possibly weeds as well. But imagine if there was a robot that could tell that this is a weed and that's a stalk of corn, and it can actually remove the weed and not use any chemical. And just like your autonomous mower, it just goes and nests, and then when it's charged back up, it just goes to a different part of the field and starts. There's one of them that I've seen actually zaps the weeds with a little bit of an electric charge just to kill them that way. Another one is designed to pull them out of the ground. So there's a couple different options that are going on right now, and again, there's no chemical being put down on to kill the weeds then. So we as humans are not consuming all of these pesticides and weed control chemicals that they're putting down on our crops.
That's mind-blowing. That's mind-blowing.
And it's great for us, right?
I think it also cuts down on the personnel needed to pull weeds.
Well, there's that. I don't think you see a lot of that going on anymore.
Yes.
You see mostly the chemical that's being put down on it. But for sure, like picking strawberries.
Yes.
I think it's hard to find people to do that type of work.
Yes, definitely.
So if you can replace those type of positions, because this is the challenge you have. If you're a farmer, you probably have a week to pick the strawberries, right? I mean, they vary in the time that they're ready to harvest, but over the course of a week, if you don't get that crop off the field, you have no dollars coming in, right? So you have that time, and if you can't get people to your place at that particular time to help you with the harvest, you have a challenge going on.
Yes.
With wheat or corn or whatever, the window is a little bit longer. If you miss harvest by a day with wheat or whatever, it's not a big deal. But with strawberries, it's a huge deal because they'll overripe and be done. So you have to get out there and pick them right away. So automation like this, it makes a lot of sense to me.
I love it. The large John Deeres that I saw on there, the massive, and I think those were for harvesting corn, I believe.
So they had corn and wheat. Yep.
So what's the price point on one of those? One of my friends said $20,000.
No.
I said no. I said that's probably a house.
Well, it depends. What do you consider the price? The price of a house varies across the country.
$350 to $500.
Not even close.
No. We're looking at
I'm sure you're talking seven figures.
Seven figures.
Yeah,
so
for the machine.
Low or high?
Oh no. I mean, you're probably. I mean, it's not unusual to spend $1 million for a good combine, which is why you don't see a lot of farmers actually buying combines unless you're a big operation. You just do. There are. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired. I can't even get the thoughts in my head anymore. Oh my goodness. They go out from field to field, and they'll start in Texas, and they work their way all the way up to like North Dakota, and they just bring their combines along, and then you rent them. They'll just take so many dollars a bushel or whatever, 50 cents a bushel, whatever, to harvest your crop. And that way you keep the machine busy the entire harvest season, not for 3 days to harvest your crop, and you got $2 million sitting over there and 2 combines that work 3 days a year.
Now I was just briefly by there. I didn't see. Were those? Are they autonomous yet?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
That's yesterday's news. Are you kidding me, dude? No.
Whoa,
no, I'm just kidding.
Whoa,
I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
Yes, totally autonomous. See, this is the difference between what can happen on our roads and what can happen on private land.
Yes.
On private land, you don't have the kind of regulation that you have on roads, and you don't have the safety issues like you would have with a vehicle that's driving on the road at 70 miles an hour. So even though the technology is probably there to convert our entire fleet of vehicles in the country so that they would be autonomous, but people are concerned about safety issues, and there are just so many variables that can happen. On private land, probably the only thing you really have to worry about is if a deer is going to jump up in front of you, right, or a pheasant or something like that, right? So the variables within that confined structure are a lot less, and that's why autonomous vehicles on private land have just accelerated. And in the farming space, the self-driving scenario has really helped with the added production the ROI that they have, because they're able to harvest better. They can, they don't miss any crop, and even when they're planting the same type of thing, there's every piece of land is utilized. Where when you're driving by hand, especially these big machines, you might miss a half a foot or 8 feet here and there. You don't have that going on with GPS-driven vehicles. So, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Logistically, how do we move one of these things?
What do you mean by that?
We buy one. It's in Plant City. We need to go to North Carolina with it. We need to go over here with it.
I'm guessing that they train most of them. And then when they get close, I've seen semis with a harvester with a combine on the back. So
it's not driving itself at night.
No, when you're on regular roads. Oh yeah. Well, you'll see them harvesting at night. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. 3 o'clock. I've seen them out 3 o'clock in the morning going.
Jeez.
Yeah, absolutely. When it's time to harvest, man, you got to harvest.
Let's go. I love it. I love it. Anything else out there you seen? That's awesome. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just interviewed. I forget the name of the association, but they are basically advocating to stop throwing away batteries, and it's something that I've talked about for years. I'm not big on recycling, just so you understand my point right now, because I understand recycling, and recycling actually doesn't really recycle. I mean, there are some things like aluminum. It's good to recycle. Glass, if you have a glass recycler that's close to you. Where I live in North Dakota, all glass has to be shipped 400 miles, and it's not green. It's not carbon neutral at all, so it's not advantageous. Paper and all that stuff, it's almost impossible to come out on that. I mean, and there's a lot of stuff that's utilized in the recycling of paper and things. So I just don't believe in a lot of the recycling that goes on right now, because it's just so costly and whatever. However, with all that said, batteries is a challenge. So have you ever thrown a battery away?
Yeah,
of course you have.
Yes,
I have too. I'm not saying that I throw them away all the time, but they're dangerous. And when you get a bunch of them together, they can be very, very dangerous. And I guess with visiting with them, I guess the increase of fires in all kinds of situations it's just in landfills and in homes and everything else has gone up a lot, because people are not disposing of batteries properly. So they have a website that you can go to that shows a list of the places that you can drop off batteries, and they actually can recycle them, especially if there's lithium in them. And that's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of our rechargeable batteries that we use have lithium in them, and you're not supposed to throw those things away. They get a little hot sometimes.
In Rochester, New York, they have this thing called, this is where I'm from, Rochester. They have this thing called the Devil's Bathtub, and it's like a pool of acid. It's a natural pool of acid. And people go and they check batteries, and poof.
Really?
So I could understand how lithium batteries can be very combustible, given the right environment. And if you're throwing something in a landfill, and some landfills do catch fire.
They do. And the other thing that happens, of course, is if you're throwing them away, and I'm sure you've seen the big garbage trucks come by, and they squish all that stuff down, and you're bursting these batteries in this. So it's just a thing. So I'm just bringing this up, and I'm going to be doing a story about I don't remember the name of this association. I thought it was impressive that they are here to talk about it, because batteries are becoming a bigger challenge all the time. Of course, we have the big issue of electric vehicles. And these are massive batteries that are inside these, and they're lithium, of course. So and they do, when they catch on fire, they melt the road. That's how hot they get. So it can be a challenge, and they need to have special firefighting equipment to fight those fires and things. So I just ask people, please take time. Don't just throw batteries into the trash. But this is the other thing, and I can tell you from personal experience, don't throw all of your used batteries into like a plastic Ziploc either, because you can have, they'll start touching each other, and sometimes you can cause things. I mean, I remember one time I grabbed my bag of bad batteries, and it was too hot to touch. And because they're not totally dead. Dead batteries can burn a house down. So just be careful when you store your batteries as well. So, so that you don't have the contacts touching each other.
So can we pivot to celebrate every day again?
You're
How
just
did you think
fascinated
about
about this.
Well, honestly, if you just say the name, celebrate every day.
Yes.
That's an amazing method. That's an amazing message. That's an amazing message. And then, and I'm new to it and still new to it. But you literally have a day on the calendar that is celebrating something different every day.
So we have about 1,700 national days right now. So the short story is, you know, this coming up on 13 years. January 19th will be our 13th birthday. We launched on National Popcorn Day, and I was just, and at the time there was, I don't know, 20 or 30 national days that were being celebrated, and one of them was Popcorn Day. And I was just surprised that there wasn't a website out there that wasn't dedicated to the story behind them or whatever. So I started to write about the national days that were out there, and then started to find that there were a bunch that had been forgotten over the course of the country. All the way, so we have national days that are just as old as our country, which is now 250 years old. So Congress used to pass like a national day. They'd be lobbied for something or whatever, and then it would just be forgotten. And then, you know, 240 years later, this random guy in North Dakota started to research and write about them, and then it got picked up by the press. And before you know it, you know, we had millions of people going to our website and a massive following for a hobby, you know, and it almost bankrupted our company at one time because we had, you know, we were not making any money on this, and all it was just, you know, hundreds of phone calls and thousands of emails that we're dealing with, and a website that kept going down because we had too much traffic. And at that time, it was very expensive to have. And it still is a little expensive, but it's gone down a lot. Storage costs have gone down, and bandwidth prices have gone down. But there's significant costs in maintaining a popular website. It's not a $10 a month type of scenario. You know, when you have 1 million people a day that come to your website, there's some, you know, you got to have the infrastructure behind having that happen. So anyway, there was a couple things that happened over a course of a few days that made us decide that, wow, we're going to take this from a hobby to a business, just because we didn't want it to go away. We had to make money with it, or we had to shut it down because we were going to go bankrupt on it. So that's kind of the story. And then since then, it just continues to evolve and become a big deal. And I think it's 8 years ago at CES, we actually declared National Technology Day. We had just right outside the Central Hall, we're in West Hall here, but outside Central Hall, we had a huge ribbon cutting ceremony. We had, you know, I don't know how many people were there. It was a big deal. And we had, you know, the big old proclamation and the whole bit. There's some photos around there about the new National Technology Day. And today was picked because it would, I think it's 5 of every 7 years, CES will be within that date of January 6th.
Okay.
You know, there are some years that CES starts on the 7th or the 8th.
Yes.
But there's some years it starts on the 5th. It just depends on how the week falls, you know. So, but generally speaking, National Technology Day is within the realm of CES every year.
What are your top three? What are your top 3 day holidays?
This is a great question.
Yeah.
Everybody always asks me what my favorite one is. Nobody ever asked me what the most popular one is. So, what do you think it is?
Give me a second. National Bacon Day.
Bacon Day. Not even close.
So something food related.
So that's generally where people go.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad guess, but you're not even close.
I feel like you're lying to me because bacon is absolutely delicious, sir. It's a hallmark, and you are in the U.S. of A., sir. Okay, we like our bacon.
So National Girlfriend Day is the biggest day.
National Girlfriend Day.
So the day was established so that girlfriends could go out and celebrate together. It's become a quasi Valentine's Day as well.
What day is that, National Girlfriend Day?
It is August 4th, I believe it is. And then Boyfriend's Day is the first part of October, and it's not even a close second. But it is in the top 10. National Boyfriend Day is in the top 10. Siblings Day is number 2.
I do not even like my siblings. What? You want me to? You couldn't pay. I barely could live with you when it was free, okay?
So
I barely could live with you when it was free. You're not going to, you know.
So are you starting to notice a trend here, though?
Connectivity.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So for whatever reason, I've always thought the same thing too, that food, like you would think pizza and coffee and those things would be just in
Coffee.
that top 10. Yeah, coffee does well. Coffee is a big day.
Every
Donut-
day is coffee
That's
day.
right.
Yeah.
Donut Day is a huge day. I mean, if you go up by 10 o'clock in the morning on National Donut Day, good luck finding a donut at any place in this country. So those are
Bagel
big
Day.
days. Bagel Day is big. That's actually January 15th, coming up in here in just a week or so. So any of those days are big.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, this connectivity thing that you're talking about is what drives the biggest days. Yeah.
National Girlfriend Day, National Sibling Day.
Yep.
What's the third?
I do not know.
Okay.
And
cool.
it does
I
change.
respect that. I
Every
respect
year, it does change a little bit, you know. So, you know, some day or some year, Bobblehead Day, by the way, which is tomorrow, is huge.
Okay.
And that might be number 3. It's certainly in the top 5.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting story, too, because what happens is, and you'll start seeing it on social media probably even now, even before, because it used to be like for about 40 to 48 hours, Bobblehead Day would trend number 1 worldwide. And what happens is you'll get teams like the Minnesota Twins that will post their bobblehead team from or the World Series team from 1987, right, in bobbleheads. So all these national football and baseball teams take big advantage of Bobblehead Day. And, of course, they all have massive followings. So those people start sharing it all over the world, and that's why Bobblehead Day is such a big deal.
One of my first Rays games, it was a long time ago, I believe.
Like
Evan
the Devil Rays?
Yes. Evan Longoria was playing.
Okay.
And we got a bobblehead of him.
Okay.
Now, I lost a bobblehead, but it was the coolest thing when I got it, and I can see how they're all the rage. Plus, my cousins, they have mountains of bobbleheads. Harry Potter, Pokemon, Hunter x Hunter, all from anime to Magic the Gathering.
They are very popular. There's no doubt about it.
The little, I don't know what you call them, but the little boxes, they do like every bobblehead.
Oh, you're talking about Funkles?
Think Funkles. And I guess if you cut them open, they have something in their heads. Like they have a
I have
prize.
no clue.
I would never
so they're
open one
they're
up.
not Funkles, though. At least I don't think they are. But I do have a couple of those as well. But interesting.
Cool.
And then, so Rubber Ducky Day is this month as well.
Oh, okay. I like that. I have several. My job gives out rubber duckies.
Do you work for Jeep or something?
No, I work for an insurance company, and that's the thing. They just a bunch of. One of our systems we use is like, it has a duck in the name.
Okay.
So, and they give out ducks. When we graduated from like certifications, ducks, and every couple of weeks they give us new ducks. There's people with hundreds of ducks. I might have to send you some pictures.
So with all of this, I'm just going to circle back to what we're supposed to be talking about. No, that's okay.
Yes.
National Day calendar does not exist without technology.
Hurt.
So I'm just telling. I mean, this is all driven because of social media and the ability for a website. And you know, we don't have a lot of dollars that come into National Day calendar, even though we're the biggest trending topic of all time. I mean, we're a stealthy team of 12 to 15 people, and technology allows us to work like we're 50 to 75 people.
Let's
right?
go.
So I'm just, and what I'm saying, why I'm saying this is people always seem to be so concerned about job loss because of technology. What you have to think about is the things that don't exist if we don't have technology. National Day calendar doesn't exist because we don't have, if we don't have the technology we have. So first of all, we don't celebrate every day with National Day calendar, right? We can put this on and have this stealthy team of, because we could never afford to have 75 people working for us. I'm just telling you the truth. We don't bring enough money in to have that, but we have enough money to support, you know, I forget how many people we have, but it's 12 to 15 people. You know, and within that, we're able to, you know, print a calendar and all the things that we do. So, and there are many examples of that in the world where, you know, maybe some jobs are disappearing because of technology, but you do have so many other things being created that could have never been created before that actually create jobs. So, I don't think that we'll ever have to worry about. If you want to work, you will find a way to work.
100%.
Yep.
100%. And technology is going to branch off new jobs.
100% agree with that.
So we now need some more. We need more sophisticated jobs. So as opposed to somebody picking the fruit, we need somebody who can fix the machines that break. We need somebody who can interpret software. We need somebody who can interpret larger data sets. So we need, and if the food is produced more efficiently, then the food becomes cheaper. So less people need to work. And those that need to work, looking at technical certifications and being able to understand how these worlds exist, how logistics connects to software, gas prices. It could create like all the examination of data sets, and it's just a more complex job that you're going to need. You're going to, so yeah.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. Somebody's going to have to fix the robot that picks the fruit.
So there was a few different medical devices that are going around that can kind of bring more medical services in-home. But with that being said, you're going to need more technical people in-home.
Yep.
So one of the exhibitors we had earlier, one of the attendees we had earlier, they had a company that does quantum computing, and I guess moderate-sized data sets. And one of the things they said they can do is take a blood sample and see what type of medication this person would need, and design the medication to if they have a chemical imbalance. So using quantum computing to look at your DNA data set to make a proper medication for you. Okay, so now medication has just become cheaper, but we still need people to manage that medication. We still need somebody who's a pharmacist or a pharmacy tech. So now we need more of them, because now we have now we have this technology that allows these life-saving product. It brings it to your house, but now we need to deal with getting that to you.
Yeah.
When you're looking at let's go to the back to the John Deere and autonomous vehicles. Oh, well, now we need paralegals to talk about liability, and now we need people like myself who do insurance, because this needs to be insured. And since this is more affordable, we're going to have more machines on more fields, so we're going to need more. So, like you said, I don't think technology is going to eliminate jobs. It's going to change the type of job.
And we've always been changing. I think that's the thing that, when people talk to me about how many jobs are going to be lost because of AI, they're just changing. That's all it is changing, right? Because everything around us is changing, and it's just changing at a quicker pace. I mean, I love asking this question to people. I've never asked this to you before, so I'm going to ask you. Maybe I'd ask you this the other day. How many hours has it been since the horse was our major form of transportation? Hours.
How many hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give me a guess.
Are you saying major?
Since the horse was our form of transportation, how many hours?
Okay, so wasn't Ford made automation for war and whatnot? So 365 times 200. I'm going to use round numbers.
You're putting I want you to just give me a number.
A lot, sir.
All right.
A lot.
What's a lot to you?
A million?
A million?
A million.
You're the only person, and I've asked this to a lot of people, that is really, really close.
Let's go.
That's impressive. You ask kids, I ask kids this all the time when I'm speaking in classes about how many hours. They can't even fathom it. They'll say billions of hours, right? The thing is you and I will have a conversation now that takes an hour. We don't even think anything about it, right?
Yeah.
It has not been a million hours since the horse was the way we transported in this country. I think there was steam engines and things too, but you and I got around on a horse, right?
Yes.
So a million hours. It's only 100,000 hours since the smart device became a thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And yet the smart device displaced 50 to 100,000 people for jobs in this country. But now we have 2 million apps that work on smartphones that have created 50 to 80 million new jobs. So this is the story of technology, and we are always evolving, always, and things are always changing. I mean, who would have thought 10 years ago or 15 years ago that you'd just be buying stuff on Amazon and having it delivered instead of going to the grocery store to pick it up, right? And retail centers are closing down all over the place because you don't have to go to the store to buy stuff anymore. You can just get it online and have it shipped to you. I mean, this is like mail order catalog stuff all over again. But this is the thing. It's like mail order catalog stuff all over again. Sears built their company.
Oh my gosh! And then
a
Sears
ton of
fell
years
through.
ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They literally were replaced by their own thinking, right? Because they built their company on the mail order catalog 100 years ago, or where they'd send the catalog out, you'd send the order in with your check or whatever, and then they'd send you the washing machine or whatever it is that you ordered, right? And then they started building stores. And then all of a sudden there were Sears all over the place, right? This is how it worked. And now Amazon comes along and basically has a mail order catalog online.
Yes.
You can go pick your stuff out again and we'll ship it to you, just like Sears did 100 years ago.
Yes.
This is just all being rehashed, just like the disco jeans that you had from this. Well, that would be me in the in the late 70s and early 80s.
They're coming back like the McRib.
That's the whole point I'm getting at, is that now bell bottoms are back in style. So it just got a little different flair to it because we have a little different technology. So anyway, I'm getting on my high horse.
I like
here,
that. I like it. Get on your high horse. That's what we're getting about
right.
technology. You can stay on your high horse all day. That's what we're here for. That's what the people are here for. Not everybody can absorb this energy right now, so they're going to vicariously experience it through you.
Appreciate that.
So no, I mean it. I definitely mean it. I love the questioning. I love the thought process, because there's a little bit of fear in the future with, technology is going to take over what you do. And it's like, well, you know what? 100% of us were hunter-gatherers. It's not like we all disappeared.
That's correct.
When we stopped hunter-gathering.
Yep.
So
we just gather differently now.
We just gather differently.
Yep.
In addition to that, nobody talks about the social media jobs. Nobody talks about these weird, obscure jobs that kids have now.
Can you imagine, and I'm just throwing things out here, can you imagine the fear somebody had when they got in their first vehicle if all you did for 60 years was ride on a horse? What do you mean? Or stepping on an airplane for the first time, and because in the 20s, like where I come from, you would be riding a horse to go to town, and in town there might be a few cars, and yet there's an airplane flying over the top of you. How crazy was that when you think about it? And yet you don't even have running water and electricity at your house. But yet there's something flying over. This is what was going on at that time, right? So, and I just equate that now to a person who's driven their entire life, and now you push a button and the car drives by itself.
Yeah.
How fearful is that to people?
I'm going through that now. Us and the team were going to drive. Was a Zoox?
Zoox, yeah.
We were about to get on a Zoox, and I was like, there needs to be a prayer. I got my prayer beads on me, so. And I guess there's stop buttons in there or whatnot.
Did you not take the ride?
Oh, it was the same time the Zoox was there, the fountain was about to go off.
Oh, okay.
So we wanted to see the fountain show.
Gotcha.
But I think we might be on that before this endeavor
is
over.
Yeah, you need to do that.
But it is terrifying.
Well, and it's interesting, right? I mean, there's no steering wheel, there's no nothing. There's two benches that people sit on looking at each other. This vehicle just drives up busy Las Vegas Strip.
So those things, right? They go 50, 60, 70 miles an hour? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I don't know if they'll go that. I'm sure they'll go that fast.
How heavy are they?
I don't know. You and I can lift one, I suppose.
But it's it's a dubious proposition for me. I'm honest. I'm fearful of that. But then again, when I first started driving a car, I was terrified. When I was like 17, just slamming on the brakes, and my stepdad just wearing out his brakes. And I think it was a manual. So I'm destroying the transmission. I'm ruining his brakes, and I'm wearing his car out in this little parking lot. He's like, "You need to calm down," and I'm just white knuckling the steering wheel. But now this is a complete opposite. Same fear though. Because there's no steering wheel.
And you're a young person.
It's just a lot.
What I'm just saying is that you just take that. We, as an older person, expect you to not be as fearful of technology as me who's been driving for 50 years, and all of a sudden you push a button and your car just drives by itself or whatever. That is a fearful thing.
Yes.
And people have that transition. I mean, there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, if you're 75, 85 years old and you're looking at these cell phones. Are you serious? I been dialing on my regular phone my entire life. Why would I need one of these things? You know, I understand that. I mean, this transition to change is challenging, but anyway, this has been fun. I think I'm getting booted here.
It's okay. Well, on that just counter, have something make me a cheeseburger. Not drive me around. I know they do, but
Flippy, have you gone to see Flippy yet?
No, I have not. I will go see. Is it in here?
I don't think Flippy is here, but there is a restaurant in California someplace that has its name is Flippy. It's a robot. It'll sit there and make hamburgers and cheeseburgers for you all day long.
Let's go. Let's go.
Flippy.
Flippy.
The restaurant was about to close its doors. And then because they couldn't hire enough people to
24/7.
And then they put Flippy in place, and now it's become a tourist destination for people. They want to go have a hamburger that's made by a robot, you know. So
like
there you
that.
go. So sometimes fear can translate into something like Flippy, and people want to go see it and have a hamburger.
We'll try it. We're gonna try the Zooks.
Okay,
Zooks.
you should go try the Zooks. Yep.
And can you text Steve Flippy so we know to go get some before we head
out?
Yeah,
you should go do that.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I was getting booted or not. Maybe I'm not getting booted
not.
yet. So
they're probably in maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
In addition to that, I might be the one getting booted. Depends on how complex the situation here. It looks like a 3D printer.
Oh. So I am getting booted.
Looks like a 3D printer.
I think you're about ready to have a lot of fun, is what I think you're going to have here.
Let's go.
And they're figuring out how to hook it up here, is what they're looking at. I don't know. I think it's just going to make you hot dogs.
Shoot.
I think it's a hot dog steamer. No, it's a 3D printer. I see the filament now.
Yeah, it has a lot of colors on there, so it's a 3D
it's a
printer
snap maker.
with a little.
It is a 3D printer.
It looks like a lot of different
I
colors.
have to turn around and look at the box now.
Yeah. So SnapMaker U1 3D printer.
Yes, yeah.
So
multicolor 3D printer.
Yeah. So the 3D printers that I've used are all singular colors. So that's multicolor.
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool.
Should be fun.
And it's pretty small. Small. What do you call that? A form factor?
Yes.
Form factor.
Yes.
So
multiple.
And
One,
then you
two,
got
three,
multiple.
four.
Yeah.
You know, I'm making. Oh, and I see. So this is cool. I'm giving. You know what? I'm going to stop talking about it now.
Let's go.
Because I'm going to take away all of the fun stuff that they're going to have.
My name is Serge. I always have thunder. You can't take it away from me. That's why they call me Serge, like lightning.
Serge, it's been fun.
Let's go.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll be back sometime.
Of course.
I think Thursday I'm on from noon to 2 or noon to 3 or something like that.
Bring some snacks, Marlo. Bring some.
I brought you some Cheetos earlier.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. We're on air. Apologize. The people, technology, snacks. These are snacks made with science, okay? They're scientific snacks.
I bet you there's a lot of stuff in Cheetos that is science, actually.
The crunch.
The cheese.
The bag.
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to go. All right. See you, Serge.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Will do. It's Zippies.
Flippies.
Flippies is a burger joint that there's a robot that makes your burgers for you. It's called Flippies. It's in Vegas, right?
I think it's in LA someplace. But we're going to find out. We'll
Thank
find
you.
out. All right. See you, Serge.
Thank you. And that was Marlo. Celebrate every day.
We're going to take a quick break.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to reset here.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now using promo code QZZ2J.
All right, we'll be coming back here.
So we're going live, G? And good afternoon. We're back with CES 2026. This is CES 2026. This is the Tech Podcast Network. I'm Serge with PLUGHITZ Live. Today we have a SnapMaker. We have Blaine Sapelli, the marketing manager. SnapMaker is an engineering-led company redefining desktop fabrication through precision. We have well, you know what? I'm gonna let you explain your device, Mr. Blaine.
Sure.
Can you please give our audience a little bit of a rundown of who you are and what you brought to the table?
Sure, a quick rundown. Hi, my name is Blaine Sapelli. As you mentioned, I'm a marketing manager with SnapMaker.
Let's go.
SnapMaker is famous for our 3-in-1 3D printers, if you've heard of us before. But more recently, we raised $20 million on Kickstarter to over 20,000 backers for the SnapMaker U1. And you might be wondering, what's so special about this new 3D printer, right? Why so many backers? Why are they putting their money and trusting us? And the answer is because we have come out with an amazing tool-changing 3D printer.
Okay.
So do you like to waste your time and your money?
No.
No, everyone hates that.
No, yeah.
So what we have invented is, we've built here, is a tool-changing 3D printer, which means right now, normal 3D printers run multiple filaments through one nozzle.
Okay.
And every time you change a color
Yes.
or you change a material, it like cuts off several inches of perfectly useful, good filament and just wastes it.
Let's go.
So what we've invented is we call it poo in the industry. It's a technical term. And so you can make these things with, you can now make your 3D prints with almost no poo.
Okay.
They go way faster, up to 5 times faster, with 5 times less waste.
Okay.
You save electricity, you save money on the filament, and you can make radically cool things that you can't make on the competitor printers. For example, this guy.
Okay.
So, here you have 3 different types of flexible soft filaments, which don't really run on the single nozzle ones, because you have to, it has something to do with the mechanics of it. You have to pull back filament in order to swap it out. You can't pull back soft filament. You can only really push it. However, with 4 tool heads, you can now have 3 different soft filaments, and there's a 4th missing because it was like support material that was removed.
I'm super excited right now. I'm
pretty
super
awesome.
excited. The medical applications for this. Obviously, if you needed a cast that, one, you can make quickly, deploy quickly, make it cheaper, make it faster, and it seems to be fluid, structurally sound, and unique to the person.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, my mind's blown by just how it operates. But let's get back to the poo. Or
Sure, the poo.
Getting rid of the
Let's
poo.
talk about poo. Get rid of poo. No more
what,
poo.
What got you into this? What got you guys like, hey, this is a problem. How can we resolve this problem? How did you find the answer?
I think the SnapMaker story is actually a little bit of a comeback story. You've seen Rocky Balboa, right?
Give me 1 second. We're going to just adjust this.
Sure. Testing.
We're
1,
good?
2, 3. A little more clear now, yeah?
The Rocky story?
The Rocky story, the comeback story.
Yes, sir.
So we had been around since 2016. We've been around for a while with our 3-in-1 3D printers that are very innovative and cool and let you switch between lasers, CNC, and 3D printing. However, the market changed in about 2022. We were caught flat-footed by a real great, honestly, for the consumer, an awesome revolution in like the ease of use and the ability to do the multicolor stuff. But with every piece of progress, you also encounter new problems. So we saw stuff that we really liked, but we also stuff that we really didn't like in the new products. So every other company, it feels, was chasing just doing what the market leader was doing in terms of the color changing with the filament cutting and swapping, the poo making method. And so we took a different route. We did a lot of user research, and what we found was people love the multicolor stuff. They love all kinds of aspects about it, but they don't like the poo. So in solving the poo, we also unlocked this ability to do multi-material, because with multiple tool heads, you have different materials.
We pulled out with STL Buddy, so we have
how good the end quality actually is. So what we've unlocked is faster, less waste, less money spent, and much better multi-material handling than just about anything else in the market that can do. And our printer also, I think very importantly, comes in at an amazing price point. $999 MSRP. Available now for pre-order, $849 on snapmaker.com.
Let's go. I was going to ask you what was the price point.
That's right.
Follow-up question here is, where do you see the SnapMaker? Where do you put where do we put our machine here?
Where do you put your machine?
Yeah.
That's a great question. The most common place is going to be in like your little workshop,
okay,
in your garage,
okay,
right? So it depends on how technical you want to get. But I think we are looking at more and more adoption by mainstream consumers, right? So I want to see this in like a teenager's room.
Let's go.
Where they're going experimental,
Yes.
and they're building their own stuff.
Yes.
And they're not just playing, not just printing toys, but they're learning. And
Yes.
maybe they are playing with toys, but they're designing them themselves. They're getting into the CAD software.
I love it.
And they're propelling themselves into the next generation of like brilliant engineers.
Of course. Yeah. Now we need to develop the infrastructure. So we got Thingiverse. We need Thingiverse 2.0 to deal with the SnapMaker here. We need to now we need to up the ante.
I agree.
So the gauntlet has been thrown down. Let's see. I'm going to let you. How do we get in contact with you? Do you have a website? Do you have, how does somebody say, hey, I want a SnapMaker? How do I get one?
Sure.
How do I get in contact with you? You have social media. Please just give our audience that.
Absolutely. Snapmaker.com. Really easy. And that'll redirect you to the EU store or the US store or the global store, wherever you need to be. If you're on social media, you can just type in SnapMaker. You can find SnapMaker Inc. on Instagram, and then Twitter is SnapMaker. All the platforms, it's pretty easy. SNAPMAKER. SnapMaker. I think it's a pretty easy name to remember, but if you need a little something to remember me by, I've also got these great little little guys.
Did you print these yourself?
Oh, yeah.
With the SnapMaker?
These are all printed on the SnapMaker. There's a QR code that goes to our press kit, special for press. But I think it's nice little sign for Vegas.
Thank you so much, Blaine.
Thank you. That's right. Thank
Isn't
you.
that also,
LT Surge. Thank you so much.
Lieutenant Surge Blaine.
LT
Isn't that
Surge
the
Blaine.
fire?
That is another Pokemon gym leader. Yes.
Yeah. So we got fire and lightning here. So thank you, Blaine. Have a good one.
Cheers, man. Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Happy to be here.
So what Nancy's going to do is Nancy's going to take care of you in a second. This is amazing. This is truly amazing. We're good to go. Yeah. That's awesome. We just had a Blaine Sapelli with a SnapMaker, a 3D printer with an edge. So basically, you can print a lot of amazing things. With the way it's developed, it's a little bit faster. In addition to that, less waste. So I appreciate having them on, and yeah, super excited. I know you guys are just as excited as me. And it looks like we're queuing up our next guest here. Yeah. Woo! See, you never know what you're gonna get. Initially, we talked to a guy who was having AI software that can read large language data models and kind of interpret your audience's feelings. And give you exactly what you need to say to keep audience engagement. And so we appreciate that there. And then we got Blaine over here with the snap maker, and he's over here designing stuff that I didn't think you could design because he's using several different materials. You can use that for casts. He actually presented a shoe. In addition to that, he gave me this, a CES snap maker, press kit, QR code. I love it. It's beautiful. And then his name is Blaine. If you ever watch Pokemon, that is the fire gym leader. And I'm Lieutenant Surge, which he called out, which is the lightning gym leader. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And looks like we have Thomas Serval from Calibri. And I'm going to have him say the name because I want to make sure I get this correct. I can't really see the information on it, but I'm super excited. And I might see if I can get a little bit of water here. Hey, Rav, can I get some water? And Nan's getting us set up. Hey, how you doing, sir? Thank you so much. Thomas Serval?
Yes.
Am I saying your name correctly, sir?
Perfect.
Thomas
Perfect.
Serval, and it's Calibri?
Yes.
Calibri. Okay. And thank you, guys. We're back here at CES 2026, and this is the Tech Podcast Network. We have Thomas Serval with Calibri. And why don't you introduce yourself, sir?
So my name is Thomas.
Yes,
we
sir.
are a company based in France, and we invent connected devices that helps people having a better health for preventive healthcare. And Colibri is really focused on reducing the mental load of mothers.
Okay. I love that. I love that. It looks like you have something there. It looks like we have something on the table. Is that one of these devices?
Yeah, this is like the product we introduced at the CES. So it's a toothbrush, and we are trying to solve one of the biggest pain that every parents have if you have children, is to have them brush their teeth every day and make this a regular habit. And it matters because if you give your children a good oral hygiene, they have a 10 years higher life expectancy than people with poor oral hygiene. So we are talking about 10 more years of life for next generation. So in order to do that, we are at CES, so we invented connected devices that make it fun. We've done about 10 years of R&D with dentists, with Colgate, trying to refine our technology to really make this work. And what we are introducing at the CES is this Colibri device that comes with an app. You can buy it online on Amazon or on our website. And you have a starter pack, so your child will have this toothbrush is very nice with a couple of stickers and an app it can download freely that I can show. And how it works is just turning, brushing your teeth.
App to the camera for a second?
Yeah, it makes brushing your teeth into a game. And what happens is whenever you brush your teeth correctly, you earn points and rewards, make it fun. After, so you just reverse the scenario of you having to shout to get your kids to brush their teeth, but they are going to ask whether they can brush their teeth. And
yes, sir.
And it keeps going and going, and we have clinical that proves that after 6 months, even if you remove the game,
yes, sir,
the habits is forever.
Now, Mr. Serval, you said connected devices. Can we get into what type of devices? See, we got a toothbrush, and let's get into connectivity. Is this Bluetooth? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so the magic of this, it's a connected device that is purely made of plastics and then use the camera AI to detect where you are in your mouth.
Okay.
So it's a little bit hard to demo, but people can look at it online. But basically, as soon as the toothbrush sees your face, he will detect where you are in your mouth if you are doing the right gesture. So we are talking about what we call camera-based intelligence. So it's pure AI that we combine with AR, meaning once you see yourself in the reflection of the smart mirror, then you have some mask and it just make it fun. And the more you get yourself, the more awards you get, the more rewards you get, the more your parents are happy. And one of the interesting innovation that we see coming is this is a manual toothbrush, and there's a reason for that.
Yes.
Most people now believe that it's going to make the lives of their children easier if they give them an electric toothbrush. We also have electric toothbrush in our portfolio. But when you are talking about kids development, especially on the cognitive side, coordination and the ability to interact with the screen and having the gestures that are correct is part of the brain development. So our research have shown that you have better results in terms of children development by letting them coordinate and do the right gesture and not have them ever just use electrics to simplify the brushing.
So two thoughts. One is, remember when our parents used to say, you had it so easy. With this device, with this software, I can tell my parents, you had it so easy, because it makes child rearing just a little bit easier if you're having games to teach your kids how to brush their teeth. So that's number one. And then number two, the thought I had was could this work on a regular toothbrush?
For now, no.
Okay.
But obviously the technology is developing so fast that we will make it available. But basically right now, it's not a toothbrush, it's just a full system. We call it the Colibri Kids system, because we are teaching your kids not only to brush their teeth, we are teaching them to have autonomy in the basic hygiene habits they need to acquire. Meaning it's a toothbrush, it's an app, but also we teach you how to clean your face, wash your hands. So we are just giving the basics that actually no parents have the time to give.
Okay.
And which has a big, expensive health cost.
Yes.
For diseases, and we know with COVID that having washing your hands, which seems to be very, very basic, is something that are no longer taught by parents.
It seems like you're definitely in love with this device. Could you pull out your favorite piece? Is it the application? Is it the toothbrush? Is it just kids becoming more autonomous?
I can
What's
tell
your favorite part?
My favorite part is the letter I receive from parents, which says like, you changed the way my daytime fight becomes a daytime enjoyment, because my conversation with my kids, I did it for my own daughter.
Okay.
Conversation with my children
yes.
are no longer about, oh, I've brushed my teeth, no, you didn't, blah, blah, blah. This part to be, okay, look, I've done this. We are talking about something else. We are talking about cool topics,
yes.
not about what is going to happen if you don't do it. So changing the conversation is what really matters.
Okay. So can you tell our audience, how can they find you? Do you have social media? Do you have a website? How can they get this device in their pocket?
So starting 4th of January, this is available on our website, us.colibri, KOLIBREE.com.
Yes, sir.
You can buy it also on Amazon, and it's super easy to find. You have, with Colgate, we have 800,000 happy customers already. So we just give the solution to everybody.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Thomas Serval. I appreciate you. I appreciate the device. Did I miss anything? I want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
No, I think the takeaway is, if you have any child between 3 and 10 and you want to forget this painful moment of brushing your teeth, you go on our website, you buy a starter pack, and we've done probably 17 products with Colgate.
Yes, sir.
This one has the biggest Net Promoter Score. Like, I have not seen any parents, any kids that say they don't love it.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
That is awesome, man. I love it. I love it.
If you have...
I have 2 cats. When you make a Colibri device for my cats, I got you. You got a cat's collar? Do we have his business card? I'll go. Yeah. Of course. Come over. You know where we're at. You know where we're at, buddy. Thomas Serval says next CES. Put him on the list.
We have a solution that
I'm pretty sure they can hear me. They're gonna have a pet. They're gonna have a pet device. You said pet collar, sir?
Yeah.
So right now they're working on Colibri for pets. So that's coming on the line, and that's super exciting. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I'm definitely going to follow up with you. Okay, so just as Thomas was leaving, he dropped a gem. He dropped a bombshell. Okay, he asked me, because I was excited. I love this. My mom had 6 kids, and my mentor had 8 children, okay? Any moms out there, you know how kids are. We don't like to eat our greens, and we don't like to brush our teeth, okay? So he has gamified brushing teeth using AI. So what happens is you get an application, you set it up in front of your mirror, you start brushing your teeth, and the AI detects where the toothbrush is, and then you get points for brushing your teeth to then use to play games with. That you can use to play games with. That is astonishing. And as he was leaving, he said, "Hey, Serge, do you have any kids?" I said, "No, I have 2 cats." He said, "We're going to have a cat collar to help train your pets using AI." Mind blown. I am absolutely ready. I'm so sorry. I was super excited about that. Yeah, got sidetracked here. We are getting ready, or we're setting up our next guest here. We have it looks like Ada Innovazone with Luca Cornali, and I'm going to have him pronounce his name because I do not want to mess it up. Hey, sir, how you doing?
How are you?
Can you please introduce yourself? My name is Serge. This is the Tech Podcast Network. I'm Serge with PLUGHITZ Live. This is CES 2026. Do apologize if I'm speaking a little fast here. Can you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, Isai. Nice to meet you. I'm Luca Cornali from Aida Innovazione. I'm Italian.
Yes, sir.
And that's it.
Okay. So besides that being it, you came here with a device?
No, we have a platform.
A platform. Okay. What kind of platform?
So basically, in AIDA, we are trying to tackle like a huge problem we have right now, and it's like the aging of our critical infrastructure. We're talking about bridges. We are talking about tunnel. They're getting old because they've been built, during the economic boom in the 50s, in the 60s.
Yes, sir.
And they're becoming, actually, they're collapsing, Yeah, it's dangerous. In Italy, like a few years ago, we had a huge collapsing in Genova.
Yes, sir.
And so you have something like that in Miami, I think,
yes,
in
sir.
Minneapolis. You have a few bridges that collapse. Why? Because they've been building a lot of years ago. We're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about 60, 70.
Of course, yes.
And a lot of traffic is increasing.
Yes, sir.
And, the climate change, flooding and stuff like that. So it's, it's dangerous.
Okay.
So this whole is very nice here. We are talking about autonomous car. We're talking about like super fancy car.
Yes, sir.
But, those cars are driving on a very old infrastructure. Okay. And what we are doing, it's like we are trying to monitor the health of this infrastructure to be sure they're safe. They're safe for us, for our car, for our train. That's it.
Okay, and you're from Italy?
Yes,
and this
correct.
Is this platform available in the USA? Is it available in France? Where is it not available?
So right now it's we got acquired by a bigger company this year, and so we also produce the sensor as well. So we have a full-scale solution, end-to-end. It's available in Italy. We have over 400 bridges in Italy right now. We are monitoring the highways and the railways in Italy. But we are also working in Europe. We are working in Germany. We are working in the Far East. We are working in South Korea.
Okay.
We start working in Middle East, in Arabia, in Saudi Arabia. We are not yet working in the States.
So how do I, as a civilian, say I lived in Italy?
Yeah.
How do I interact with this platform? How do I say, hey, this bridge looks like it's diminished. It looks like there's something wrong. I don't feel comfortable. How do I communicate with you? How does a consumer communicate? Or is this just government to business?
It's a business to business.
That's
my idea. Right at the moment, it's a business to business platform. It's
Okay.
for the asset manager. It's for the government, for the highway if they're private,
Okay.
the railways if they're private.
Okay.
So if it's for the company that are managing those infrastructure. But my idea, it's like in the future, we are talking more and more like a sensor, an IoT economy.
Okay.
So more and more the company, even the cars, are gonna talk to the infrastructure.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure in the future that's gonna happen. It's like the sensor, the bridge is gonna talk to the car, and it's gonna be like, hey, you're too fast. Hey, don't come to this bridge. Hey, we have to close down the bridge. I think it's gonna be more and more like V2X. It's like connection vehicle to everything. You know, that's where we're gonna be. But we're talking about like 10 years, probably something like that. At the moment, it's government.
I do apologize for interrupting.
No, sorry.
Where are you now? Are you on a platform? Are you on a website? Are you on a podcast? When it comes to this device, how are people how are people communicating with you? How are government entities interacting with this idea?
We are in production.
Okay.
We are managing. I told you. Well, in Italy right now we have 400 bridges. We are the biggest company, like as a whole, for this kind of like particular domain in Italy at the moment.
Okay. Okay. And where would you like to see this company in 10 years?
Well, as I told you, I think it's a problem for all the Western world.
Yes, sir.
We're not just talking about Europe. We're talking about the States. We're talking about Japan. We're talking about Korea. All the developed country in the world that have built this kind of infrastructure like 50 or 60, 70 years ago, they have this problem. I think in the States you have up to like 10,000 bridges that are like critical.
Yes.
So you want to be sure they are safe. And you know, like you have two solutions: or you take them down and you rebuild them. It's like super expensive. We're talking about billions, okay? Or you have to monitor those bridges and be sure, you know, you're gonna restruct. You know, you're gonna take down and rebuild the bridge only when you really have to, and be sure they're still safe to drive in. They're still safe to go with the train. You know. So I think it's it's a growing country, it's a growing market, and it's I think it's also very important because we are actually hopefully saving life, you know, in a way.
100%. So what is there anything you're curious to, like, is there any needs your company has as far as, hey, I need this to go to a U.S. market, I need this to have a broader footprint in it? You said 600 bridges, that's a lot. Is there anything you need for a broader footprint? Is there any type of marketing you need? Do you need any more infrastructure as far as we need to collect all this data, we need to save all this data, we need to protect all this data?
Well, it really depends on the market, because in Italy, for example, you have two big markets. You have all private company and big company that are managing like a lot of highways and a lot of railways, or you have like the cities. The cities are just, you know, managing, for example, 2 or 3 bridges. So like 2 completely different markets. And what we are looking for right now, even here in CES, it's like looking for American like partner to like come into the market and see how it is. Like how is in the States, how this infrastructure are managed by a big corporation or are managed by government. By the states, by the municipality. So, and then start talking to them, because if you talk to big corporation, is one kind of business. If you talk to small corporation, maybe we have to offer our platform a SaaS, and we are not there yet.
Understood. Okay, understood. I don't want to start saying, you know, hey, go here, go there, look at that entity, because I'm just not as knowledgeable. But let's have the consumers get to know you a little bit better. Where can they meet you? If someone online is watching and they have a resource or would like to connect with you, how can we find you? How can we find Luca? Do you have a Instagram? Do you have a LinkedIn?
You can find our company. We have a website or LinkedIn or YouTube. You can find over there.
Yes, sir.
Here we are in the Venetian Expo, where with the Italian booth.
What is your link? Excuse me. I'm sorry for interrupting. What is your LinkedIn? What is the name of your LinkedIn, your website?
It's our company name for the company. It's AIDA Innovazione at LinkedIn. Or you can find me as the CEO of the company. I'm Luca Cornali, and you can contact me on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Luca.
Luca.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so that was Luca. Basically, if your infrastructure is old and your bridge might fall down, or okay, guys, this is what happens. We build things depreciate, and we need people like Luca to actually keep tabs on stuff like that. That makes life a little bit safer, because that bridge may have been made for 100 cars 100 years ago, but now it's 100 years later and we have 2,000 cars on that very same bridge, and that bridge was simply not rated You know, expectations change, demands change throughout the years, and Luca's trying to solve that problem. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate what he does. We have our next interviewee being queued up. He's getting set up right now. I'm going to drink a little bit of water. And it looks like we have Stefano Moretti from GoOz. He's going to talk about his technology, which looks pretty interesting. I think I'm going to like this one because I'm a very athletic person. I'm going to make a guess here. Mr.
Stefano Moretti.
Mr. Stefano Moretti with GoOz. Please introduce yourself.
Oh, yes, I'm Stefano Moretti from GoOz. Okay, we started working in the VR environments 30 years ago, making production.
Yes, sir.
3D reconstruction of ancient Rome, archaeological reconstruction. And virtual, so that people, customers of museum, can walk inside. But the problem, they can actually walk inside. They just have the possibility to wear a headset, must stay sitting, looking around. When if they see the scene moving to make an experience, an exploration, they feel a discomfort, because there is a difference between what their eyes see, they are moving, and what their body feel, they are sitting. This creates a discomfort like a passenger in a car. The driver not have discomfort, not have a bad feeling, okay? This is known as VR sickness, okay? Because usually to have hand control to move, but it's not natural. We will not move, we will not walk with hand. We walk with our leg. This is our solution. Make a shoes you can wear under your shoes, and simply tilting, okay, simple is a rocking sole, okay? Simply tilting, both of them, you go straight forward. This way you go backward. This way you turn right. This way you turn left. Simple. Kids, not necessarily you explain how to work, they start. Every people, older, younger, every people start using it in 1-2 minutes. We presented this in Tokyo Game Show in September. Now here, everyone it's fun because it's engaging. Okay. If you use a joystick to move, it's boring. Yes. Because yes, you have to go there, so but you're not involved in this action. Yes, if you're really involved, it's a part of a game. Yes. Yes, and you study how to make a better performance, searching the best way to calibrate the tilting to make a better band, to go faster at one point, and you can stop immediately. Since you are this way, it's completely stop at one time. So it's very easy to use. It's not expensive because it's a really simple technology. What is the difference of our competitor? Treadmill. Okay, it's very effective, extraordinary. I won't buy this, but it's too expensive. It's too big. I have not room in my room to have one of this stuff. Okay, other solution has very incredible technology. They can reproduce every action you make with your leg, with your foot. But the problem that is if you are in your room playing a game or making an exploration, you don't have to move in these sides. It's natural.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In this way, it's similar an overboard, similar the Segway. It's easy. You go anywhere, but the difference is that using both of your foot, you are more engaged. It's more fun because you are actually to learn how to drive your car without your hand.
I mean, I see learning how to drive a car. I can see, hey, I want to walk up Mount Everest, right?
Yeah.
I would also like to practice using these for skiing.
Yeah,
right?
Everyone say this.
Skiing,
we have
right?
to, yes, we have
so,
to.
Because then I could actually,
everyone say that we have to
now,
make an
are there
application for
sensors
skiing.
in here? Are there
Yes.
sensors in here?
Yes, the sensory is an card. We are
Yes.
placed here. There is a
Yes.
connection for USB-C, for setting, for recharge, and a Bluetooth connection so that you can connect to everything. Is similar to a gamepad. If you connect a gamepad, you can connect this.
So another question I have is, does this just receive information, or does it provide information back, like a haptic sensor? Like,
oh,
do
this
I
is
know
the second things
version?
everyone told us.
Heard.
Introduce
Yes, sir.
haptic feedback so
Yes, sir.
that when I make a too strong band and going out of the road, have a vibration that told me, okay,
Yes, sir.
this time you go too fast. Next time,
Oh my
learn
gosh.
how to. It's engaged. It's terrible engaged. It's incredible fun. I would love you to try. It's easier to test, to use it than to explain it.
What's the price point? Can I buy it?
Okay, no, because it's just a prototype.
pro-
We are
Okay.
looking for.
When is it coming out? When the people
we are
want it, sir?
Yes, we are looking for someone help us to put this on the market, but the market is very difficult. Okay,
And
we are
sir-
very big market, very important. We are. Okay, we are dreamers, we are artists, you know,
Yes,
we
sir.
are together, so we need someone is more focused on how to put this on the market, okay?
Last question is, how can we find you? Do you have a website? Do you have a social media?
Oh yeah, sure. We are GoHods, and this is good things to. This will be good things to show you. Oh, where's my card? Terribly lack. Where's my card? Oh, my card probably is okay. Look for goz.it.
So
okay.
go-oz.it.
Why GoHoz? Because it's as a Wizard of Oz.
Yes, sir.
They choose to step in another dimension.
Yes,
so
sir. I appreciate it. That is all the time we have. Thank you so much.
very much
I
for
look
your
forward to
time.
this. I'm going to reach out to you guys.
Please.
I'm
I
taking
would
this
like
with
to
me.
give you
Yes.
also this
Thank you so much,
message
sir.
from Rome.
This is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
going to be
Can you
checking
go?
into you guys. Okay, so that was Go Oz. Go Oz. So essentially, you can be anywhere on the planet. You put on these little shoes. Imagine walking up Mount Everest, and it's actually has sensors. So when you're walking, it can feel when you're going up and down and up and down, and it's going to adjust its speed. It's gonna put you essentially in the game. And I play a lot of Halo, so it'd be cool running around with those things on. And he said that the next few stages are going to put in haptic sensors, so if you trip or fall, it might give you a little vibration or a zap or something like that. So that was Go Oz, and we appreciate it. We're getting our next interviewee queued up, and I'm going to get a little bit more water here because, yeah, I need some water. Sorry, guys. I hope that me drinking water wasn't terrible on the mic set there. And it looks like we have Mirai.ai, and we have a Anubot coming on the show next. And then Nancy's getting her situated. I'm still kind of excited about that last device. He had the Coliseum, and imagine walking up the Coliseum from the comfort of your home. Imagine traveling. Virtual traveling is gonna be a lot of fun. Hello, ma'am. Is this Anubot? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, Anubot, yes.
Anubot, and this is Mirai.ai.
Yes, Mirai.ai.
And without further ado, I'm giving you the mic here. Please introduce yourself, and what would you like to showcase today?
Yes, thank you so much. So happy to be here. I'm the founder of Mirai.ai, and I have 12 years of experience with hardware development, working with different types of startups before, and finally I decided to do something of my own. And this is like basically smart rings, which we are working on. We are building to launch it very soon. We have already showcased in CES. We have been showcasing it everywhere right now. So we have 3 different types of smart rings. We have one called Eli, which is AI voice companion smart ring. So you can talk to it, it will talk back to you. It's like having a emotional companion, wellness companion, which also tracks your heart rate, sleep tracking, steps tracking, and not only that, it's also it's a voice agent, so you can ask it to do tasks for you. Like you can ask it to write an email for you just by using your voice. You can just ask it to maybe write down your grocery list, or take notes for you, stuff like that. And in distress situation, for example, you can just say, okay, call 911, or if you need help, you can just ask for it to do the call for you. So it's a voice-enabled AI smart ring. The second one is Fearless Pro. It's for women with the SOS safety button. So you can press the button and immediately the call and text is sent to your three emergency contacts on your smartphone. So that if they are in unsafe situations, or they need help, it will be very helpful. And we have the third one, which is Fearless Star for senior citizens. It's basically with fall detection, fall prediction algorithm which we have, so that these are all patents which we have filed. We have about 4 patents filed in different for the different features of what we have. Fall prediction gives warning before the fall, so that you can reduce the impact of fall, or try to minimize, a lot of hospitalizations happen for senior citizens due to falls. So we want to make sure you reduce the hospitalization bills, or the trauma of fall as well. So that's another one. The third smart ring, which also does heart rate monitoring. All of them do heart rate monitoring, sleep tracking, steps tracking, and they also have NFC, which in the future we plan to integrate for payments as well.
Where does this AI live?
Yes, so the AI is on the cloud. So you just wear the ring, you talk to it, and it is paired via Bluetooth to your smartphone, and your smartphone will have the app, and it's connected to the cloud. So the cloud will have the LLM running, or like the model running, to give you that emotional support, or like the feedback. We are also thinking of implementing a smaller model inside the chip of the ring, so that way it's faster, the communication is faster, and it's all local.
Okay, so with the rings and with these AR models, what's the age range? Because I can see an adult going running, feeling unsafe, pressing a button. So say you have a child, 10 to 12, at home, home alone for the first time maybe.
Right.
Accidentally burnt something, something's on fire.
Yeah.
Do we have an AI that's sensitive enough to communicate with a child, or is this only for adults?
So the rings are custom made. So we have a sizing kit, so you can choose your finger size, and you can then customize it based on the person's fitting, and it can be used pretty much any age range, because it's for safety, SOS button for safety. And the AI companion is very smart. It can, if a person screams, yells, it detects it's a distress situation, and immediately it notifies your emergency contact. So it's a real smart ring. Ring.
Do you have any of these rings out on market? Are they in beta test phase? Where are they?
Right now, we are manufacturing them now, and we'll soon, by the end of the month, we'll have the demo products, and we'll soon then start doing the pilots.
I'm super excited. I'm very super excited for it. What made you think of this idea?
So I was, my parents fell down.
Okay.
And I was very worried, because I was like, how do you get to know when such an event happens?
Yes.
Because if you don't get to know, it's like a lot of times people are fallen there for hours together, and nobody gets to know, so it may be too late. So it's very important to get timely help when an SOS situation happens.
So I've worked in many living facilities. I can see the application in the home health care, ALS facilities. So I can see medical, senior care. I see senior care. I see child care. I see day to day. Where I'm from, there's a lot of universities. I'm a runner myself.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes I run at 4 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes, when you have the urge.
You're alone going for a hike.
100%.
A lot of trekking is done like alone by a lot of hikers or solo travelers.
Now, is it Bluetooth to your phone?
Bluetooth, yes.
Okay. Now, is there any system that you have outside of your phone? Maybe you're in the house, maybe one for your kid. Your kid doesn't have a phone yet?
Not right now.
Okay.
That's in the future.
Yes.
Which we are planning to incorporate, say, like an eSIM inside the ring. So that way you don't really even need a phone paired to it.
And then, so last question for you, Mrs. Anabad.
Anubad, yes.
Anubad. So how can people reach out to you if they're interested, if they want more information? Do you have a LinkedIn? Do you have an Instagram? Do you have a website? Can you please tell the audience?
Yes, so you can look up for LinkedIn, Anubad, and I am available. You can connect with me, or you can look into Mirai.ai, and there's a joining wait list right now. We have a lot of signups already, so would be happy to have everyone sign up and give you the products as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you do.
Pleasure
You can help a lot of
being here.
people.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
You for coming on.
Yes.
Yes. So that was Mrs. Anabad, and this is the. And I think we have Scott coming online. Or offline or online. Yep, we got the Scott.
Sorry about that.
No, yeah.
You know, it's 6:05 p.m. and I'm finishing lunch.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Scott.
exactly. Typical. All right. That does it for day one of TPN at CES 2026. It has been a great day. It's been a little choppy of a day. Your block didn't go as smoothly as I had hoped. I didn't expect you and Marlo to have to vamp for as long as you did, but that seemed to work out.
I love Marlo.
Your first hour
Yes.
was slow. You had like one guest, and your second hour, everybody showed up. It was a little chaotic, but it was a great day, great way to start day one. So far, I'm liking the new space.
Oh, it's open. I like the openness.
It's working.
Yeah.
We'll see how the rest of the week goes, but that's going to do it for us. We actually have another event that we have to go to in 6 minutes ago. So, so we're going to cut it, but we will be here all week. Today is just day 1 of 4 for continuing CES 2026 coverage. You can go to techpodcasts.com/CES. There you'll see our live show. We will be live starting at 9 a.m. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We'll be 9 to 6 tomorrow, 9 to 6 on Thursday, and 9 till whenever we stop on Friday. 9 to 2 is the actual interviews, and then we will be doing our awards. We don't have an award on the table, partially because the table is so small and partially because they haven't arrived yet. But we will be doing our awards on Friday. You can watch all of that live. And we really appreciate all of you who joined us for National Technology Day. For those of you coming to us from the National Day calendar, welcome. We will be here all week. Please come back. techpodcasts.com/CES is the place to go to see the rest of our coverage. And we will see you tomorrow.